Hello, hello, hello. I'm here. I'm unfortunately wearing socks. I'm upset about that, but there's nothing I can do. What one were we on? This one. You don't like wearing socks? I just don't like wearing socks. Maybe the socks I wear are just too tight around my ankles, or the part above the ankles, like lower calf. I feel like it just kind of just. Sometimes when I take my socks off, I have like marks on my skin from where the socks have been like digging into my skin. Maybe my socks are too small. I just dislike wearing socks. Did you ever complete a Pokedex? No. Closest I ever came was when I had Pokemon Red when I was a teenager, and I didn't get the traded Pokemon. I didn't get like an Alakazam, I didn't get a Golem. Anything that required trading, and anything that came from the other version, I didn't get them either, except for maybe like one or two. I also never got a Mew. Sounds like you might need bigger socks. Yeah, maybe. It's definitely possible. It's loud. Why is it loud? Okay, turn it down. Thank you, Des Vaders, for the 1,000 bits. Starting us off with 1,000 bits. Holy crap. Hydro, first time checking in on a stream after enjoying your VODs and vids for ages. Thank you for making hard times easier and easy times funnier. Wish you all the best. Oh, it's the rare. It's not just the rare comment about like it's not just when improving hard times. It's like a condiment on the or compliment on the easy times too. That's cool. Thank you. I'm glad I can do that for you. Would you get open-toed socks so you can let the dogs breathe while stay warm? It's not really my toes that are the problem, although if you wear socks for long enough, I guess so. It's my lower calves above my ankles. Like right now, I don't know. They're kind of irritating me, but it's cold, so I don't want to take my socks off. Thank you, Devastators. Desvader, sorry. Thank you, Bad Luckless Disease, for the 16 months. What's your go-to McDonald's order, pre and post gluten, Joe? When I was on the gluten, I would love a McChicken with a bit of extra mayonnaise. They're kind of light on the lettuce for a McChicken, so I'd eat it, but usually I don't like McDonald's lettuce. It's just kind of crap and wilted and brown. So not a big fan of that, but like I used to get a McChicken with fries and their poutine is not bad though, and extra mayonnaise. And since going off the gluten, I just get a stack of double quarter pounder patties with fries with no bun. What's with the gluten lore? I found out that I'm either I'm intolerant of gluten, or I like celiac sort of thing, or there's something that's often paired with gluten that upsets me. I talk about it too much actually, but yeah, it was very life-changing to get off of it. I had a lot of gastrointestinal problems, I had a really puffy face. A lot of skin problems, stomach acid problems, and as soon as I cut out gluten from my diet, they all went away. So I don't know, I'm not 100% confirmed that it is gluten, but if it isn't gluten, it's something that's usually paired with gluten. You have all the quests completed in journal, you don't really have to do them all over again. My understanding is that you do not need to do the quests again, but there are new quests, I'm guessing now. Did you do keto? Not recently. I have tried a keto diet in the past. I was on keto for like a couple days. I didn't like it. But if keto works for you, then great. Why do some people say gluten intolerance is fake? Because it's very difficult to confirm in a controlled setting. Very often when they do a study, when they say that gluten intolerance, like people who say they have gluten intolerance, when they're in a controlled setting where they like take them into like a clinical trial and they limit their diet, and people don't know if they're eating gluten or not, all the symptoms go away. So it depends. Like celiac is real though. Celiac is a real thing, and gluten intolerance is probably a real thing too. It's just probably not nearly as common as people think it is.
Oh man, I'm in a heap of trouble now.
But the placebo and nocebo effect are fucking strong, man.
What's the problem?
Well, I was distracted while I was cooking and sort of started a fire. Now I have to repair the kitchen and all my equipment.
This guy sounds like a Letterkenny actor.
Can't make the repairs without a bunch of parts, but the only place you can find that much scrap is in the junk heap.
The 2 steak dinners.
Yeah, that's bad news, all right. You want me to...
You sure?
Oh shit.
You'll have to bring in a whole bunch of robots and take it from them, so it ain't exactly safe.
All the more reason to entrust the task to us.
This won't be our first time in the junk heap. Just let us know what you need.
Thanks. I really appreciate this. I need one memory out.
Oh, this is the fucking... Okay, so that's the quest we had last time, and we didn't do it. So now it's gonna be here. Okay. When are you gonna start watching the real Letterkenny show instead of just quoting clips, you hoser poser? I don't know. I don't want to have another subscription to something, so when it's on Netflix or I can buy a box set, I guess. Is the Shorzy show good as well? That's hard to say. Do you take any narcolepsy medication? If not, may I recommend modafinil? I was on modafinil for a while. It didn't really do anything for me. I am currently unmedicated for narcolepsy, which I probably shouldn't be, but getting to see a doctor for anything in Moncton is incredibly difficult. Do you like this game, Joseph? I do, yeah, I like it. I don't love it, but I like it. Thank you, Nadja, for the 77 months at tier 3. Goddamn. What do you get when you give Anne French fry the piss chan hair? That's right. One piss. Oh, fucking hell. Thank you, Nadja. Celebrity around here. Shit. The One Piece. One Piece. How strong disabling is your narcolepsy? Extremely. I don't like to talk about it, and I kind of downplay it on stream because I don't want to be one of those kind of people that whines about it, and even then I still whine about it probably too much. Narcolepsy is incredibly debilitating. And my like strain of narcolepsy or flavor of what narcolepsy is actually probably too mild to moderate. It's not even as bad as it gets. It's 2 fits here? Nope. Case in point, I had an incredibly difficult time waking up this morning. I still did, but it was very, very hard. I don't know how long I spent in the bathroom just staring sleepily at myself in the mirror. I don't even know if I was saying it out loud or if I was still kind of half asleep, just being like, don't go back to sleep, 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 we're not going back to sleep. It's kind of weird things too, is that dreams can be very, because narcoleptics dream so vividly, dreams can be very confusing and can also disrupt your sleep. Like my dream last night was that I was like, it must be abiotic factor informed. Like I was stuck in this like big huge university / factory thing, and for whatever reason I didn't have a room and I had to find a place to sleep, and I decided to sleep in this like this small hole that was like really high up that had a huge drop below it, but because it was a hole I got to like rest myself in it like a hammock. I don't know why this made sense in my dream. And then I woke up like kind of tossing and turning, about to fall down into the hole. And then I realized I better wake up and find a different place to sleep that's safer, even though it was comfortable. And then because of that, I woke up in real life and started walking around the apartment trying to find a better place to sleep. And then I was like, we're just awake now, right? We're not going back to sleep because it's dangerous. And I went back to bed, looked at the bed and went, you fucking idiot, we're not sleeping on a hole. We're sleeping in fucking bed, just go back to sleep. It was just stuff like that happens a lot. I know maybe that sounds insane to some of you, because it is, but like, there's like sleep-induced madness that comes around like waking and sleeping hours. A voice behind you said, I love coffee in my coffee hole. Yeah. Okay, that's the fishing guy. Fucking what? I just joined. This is a game called Abiotic Factor that we streamed last week, and there is a character in it that is not human, but he's pretending to be a human, or maybe he is a human and he's just been corrupted in some way or something. Oh, the ship is back. Oh, we have to do the ship quest again, and he's crawling around the facility saying, I love coffee in my coffee hole, and saying other stuff like, you know, Mondays, am I right? Like, he's pretending to be an office worker. Okay, I'm not seeing any new quests. Maybe I have to talk to Devoola and Popola before that. Thank you, Sam with 17 for the 14 months. Hey Joe, since you like roguelikes, have you ever tried Risk of Rain 1 or 2? I recently came back to 2 after a few years and I'm having a blast. I think you'd probably be annoyed by visual clutter, unfortunately. Visual clutter is becoming more of an issue as I get older, and I'm not sure if it's I'm getting older and that's why, or if it is just a problem I'm noticing more. I don't know. I was playing Cuphead with the family. We were all taking turns playing 2-player, and I don't know if it was because it was 2-player and there was another character to follow or whatever, but I was having a tremendously hard time reading the bosses in Cuphead, and I've beaten that game twice. Just the amount of times that I got hit and I was just like what? I didn't even realize the boss was doing something there. And I thought maybe I was just tired that day, but then I came back and that was on Saturday, and I played Hunt Showdown with Weeaboo Bill, and I had one of the best nights I've ever had in that game ever. So like, I was landing so many shots, I was playing really well, I was really attentive, so it wasn't that I was tired. What bosses were you at? We just started again from the beginning, and we're doing 2-player. So we did the entirety of the first island, and I think maybe 2 bosses in the second island. And like, yeah, like we were getting it done, but I was taking a lot of damage, and especially on the first plane boss, the one that laughs and sends a haha at you. There's a bunch of times when I got hit by that boss, like when she turned into a cow as well. I was like, I was taking damage. I was like, where the fuck did that come from? I don't know. Does Weeaboo Bill mind being called Weeaboo Bill? He hates it. He hates it. Hates it so much. I have not played Risk of Rain 1 or 2. I'd give it a try if chat wanted me to, but it doesn't look like my thing, sorry. Every single time I've seen footage of that game, I'm like, I don't really want to try it.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
Well, this is awkward. I am really loving the double meaning of almost every single line that has happened in Rupee so far.
I kind of thought you'd never talk to us again.
I understand you're doing this for the village, and that you don't have a choice.
Pretty much, yeah. But look, why don't you go talk to Popola? I think she wanted to discuss the Shadowlord with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm headed there next. Oh, and Devoola?
Yeah?
Sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have lost my temper like that.
Uh-huh.
You don't need to apologize. Anyone would be upset when their friends are hurting.
Okay, so why are the two of you super fucking reasonable when we're in the village, but when it comes to going to Shadowlord's castle, now we're being cryptic, evil people?
Let Emil and Kaine know that we're sorry, alright?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Don't you kill Emil? Or is it the other one that kills Emil? When writing books, is it easier to write in past or present tense? I don't know. I think it would probably be slightly easier to write in past tense because that's usually
the next card fate.
the usual mode that writing is done in. Like, it's more common. And it depends on like how often have you been telling stories to other people, because when you tell stories to other people, sometimes you can slip between them. Yeah, I would probably around the same, but past tense is probably a bit easier or smoother, maybe. Not sure. Thank you, Talisman G1, for the 96 months. Holy fuck. I've been subbed for 8 years. I'm 8 years subbed, Henry, now. Slipped into the voice there. Thank you, Talisman G1. 8 years. Holy fuck. And you're still not sick of me. God damn. Or maybe you are. It's just become a habit. Alright, are these things here still? Thank you, Lacey9, for the 3 months. I recently played Crosscode.
What is the purpose of this place?
Huh, they're not there. I recently played Crosscode, and after hearing about it on one of your streams, and it's quickly become my favorite game of all time. Really, your favorite game? Holy shit! So thank you for that, Joe. You're very welcome. Damn. Thank you for checking out Crosscode on recommendation. Glad that didn't backfire and you did something on recommendation and you fucking hated it. That would be sad.
Beats me. Maybe it's Popola's hobby corner.
Popola, why is she doing this? I slept with the stream open yesterday, says Parkier and Honda in chat, and when I was catching up with the VOD, I vividly remember some of your voice in my dream. Some of the ass discussion went in my head. Thanks for not making a nightmare. Any inspiring fan art coming from it? Speaking of fan art, if I got 2 recommendations through DMs, I think, for more suggestions for an emote for Metaphor or any of the upcoming games. If you are a fan artist, or if you just have a suggestion that I could take to one of the fan artists, I prefer to hear it from people that have played the games already and know that something could be good. It could be a seasonal variant on one of the emotes I already have, but a new emote would be better, I think. But we can do seasonal ones as well. So if anyone wants to suggest something then like that, then you can DM me.
Popola?
Oh, hello.
How do we suggest without spoiling you? I don't know. Like, spoiling me that a character is in the game isn't really that big of a spoiler. Like, I'm okay with that, unless it is a big reveal that, oh my god, John Metaphor comes back later on in the game after being killed in the opening. That's why we had a John Metaphor fucking emo. Like of course, but like most of the time, I think it's if the character shows up in the first like couple hours, then it's like whatever. Like, we can have an emote of them or something that looks like them.
Look, I want to apologize for
Stop. You didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but neither did you.
Not sick of you, but it is a habit. Your streams are genuine joy to watch. Aw, thank you. With a hug. Damn. Follow-up message.
You're just trying to protect the villagers, and I jumped down your throat for it.
It's very kind of you to say so. Regardless, please don't let it trouble you.
I believe there was something you wished to discuss with us.
Oh, by the way, the Nier replicant VODs are in like so many copyright claims for the same song. I spoke with Nadia about it, and apparently there is a workaround that I used to do, and it used to take like 2 months to process, but apparently it's a bit faster to do it now. So Unfortunately, I had already muted all the sections of the music by the time that before that conversation. So if you're watching this VOD on YouTube at some point in the future, maybe these ones are clean. I don't know, but there are going to be some gaps in the Nier Replicant VODs where it's just going to be silent and the sound cuts out. So sorry about that. I don't know what else to do. Usually disputing the copyright claim is just a rabbit hole, like black hole of time. That is just not worth it, but maybe it's a bit better now. I haven't tried doing that in years.
Oh, right. Yes, about that. You know about the lost shrine, right?
The temple where I was first discovered.
That's it. Well, it seems that the Shadowlord's lair is connected to it somehow.
The Shadowlord's lair. Why did they call him the Shadowlord?
Oh, it was right under our pages the whole time.
Okay, if they're not human, how are they making more of them? Are they... like, can they have babies? Are they actually human, but they think that they're not?
But the bridge that leads there is unusable.
So take a boat.
A boat?
Yes, the canal's finally been repaired.
Why the hell did they even tell them about this? Yeah, that's a good question. Why the fuck didn't I think of that? I haven't had my coffee yet today. Maybe that's why. God damn, I need to go make it soon. It was everything I need to make coffee is in the dishwasher, so I couldn't make coffee before stream today. Like, why? They're mad that you go there, but they're the ones that tell you about it.
It took a lot longer than expected. What with the shades and all.
This is actually expanded on in the guide. Oh, is it? What about the stage play?
I also asked them to provide a boat at the path to the Lost Shrine's back entrance.
Uh-huh.
The ferryman will let you use it free of charge. That should make it easier for you to move from town to town.
Thanks, Popola. I feel like you've done so much for me. I'm really grateful. All right, I'll see you around.
And for the love of everything, be careful.
I wonder if it was a mistake to try and do all the side quests when I could have done them, like more in this route as well, because I'm guessing I kept all my items, right? Yeah. Do you plan on switching back to hard difficulty now that you're pretty powerful? If chat tells me it's a good idea, then yeah, but so far we're playing this mostly on chat's recommendation because hard was really boring.
The path above the entrance to the shopping district should lead to the boat landing.
2213, thank you. Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. Hey Joe, birthday pervert here. Is it your birthday, or are you just celebrating the day that you became a pervert? Might be the same day, actually. Since Metaphor is right around the corner, I might as well ask about the whole mod marble thing, because let's be real, the little sword next to my name is a key to the city or Nobel Peace Prize kind of deal, and how fake it is. So I won't be mad if I ain't got it. Of course you got it. Anyway, excited to have another cake from my good friend Bill Nye. Oh. Hopefully it tastes better this time, but I won't complain about free cake. What about a free pie? Yeah, sure.
How excellent to know the canal is finished. Hopefully this puts our days of running all over behind us.
The faster we can move, the faster we can save Yona. Let's use it as often as we need.
Where's this canal I keep hearing so much about? Well, throw one in for planets? Planetes? I don't know what that is. Okay, we'll put it in. I'm not reading the Marvel anime out right now because we have a big thing to do, and I don't want to waste too much time this week with side distractions, so we can get Nier done for Metaphor. If we have time, we'll do it on Friday, I think. We have to take the let's go push the main quest, and then we'll go get a bunch of side quests, and also see if anything is any different. Thank you, Scheme. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you, Junior Snow, or I always want to say Jon Snow, but it's not. Thank you, Junior Snow 13 for 28 months. Hey man, I hope your week is going well. It's going okay, not too bad. What day is it? It's Wednesday. I've been keeping my schedule. I'm trying a new thing where I progressively get up a little later every single day and then purposefully like tank my schedule on Saturday and then sleep big time on Sunday and then reset my schedule on purpose. And so far I'm having positive results, but it's not foolproof. If I can't stay asleep on Sunday, then I can ruin myself, but yeah, I'm trying.
Hey, look who it is. Remember me?
My actual name is Jon Snow. R is my middle initial. Oh, okay, cool. So I must have morphed it, I guess. That's a really cool name, even without the reference. Thank you, Avarice Knight. Avarice Knight for the 6 months. Hope you've been well with a heart. Thank you very much. Thank you for the well wishes. I'm feeling much better.
By my pages, You're the slovenly half of that couple who refused to stop arguing.
Okay, so this seems like the same thing so far. I wonder if we can skip through it. I was a little worried last night. I got up to pee after laying down trying to sleep, and when I was breathing in like full lung capacity, I felt like there was this weird tightness and pain in my chest, and I wondered if like maybe the sickness had come back and it moved to my lungs. But I feel fine this morning. So must have just been how I was laying down or something like that.
Hey, it's been a while.
Sure has. I've been in charge of this canal since we last talked. Apparently I did a pretty good job with it because they decided to make me the permanent ferryman.
You go to the editor's tab in your VODs you muted. There's an option to restore original in the 3 dots menu. I believe that restores the original audio as well. Oh, is there? I tried to cancel it after I spoke to you, and there was an option there. I guess that's to finish before you can reverse it.
Oh yeah, huh? Congrats.
Thanks. Still, it's not all puppies and unicorns. The old ball and chain is always harping on me now about how much I work.
Can we save him? Like, what in the dramatic irony is this? Like, we know he's gonna die.
Anyway, if you got a place to be, just let me know and I'll take you there.
Huh. Okay, the rear path, my favorite. Wifels brought a chick home with him. It makes little trips and follows me around. Oh, really? Okay. I don't see Wifels
Lost
doing
Shrine's
that.
up ahead, just
they
past
fake?
this cave.
As well as the Shadowlord's castle.
Let us make haste.
Everybody's gonna die when you think about it. Yeah, on a long enough timeline. Okay, this is new. Hansel and Gretel. Not me. This game hates happiness. No wonder Mouse likes it. What do you want? Go away, dirty defective swine. I'm not like you. I'm different. Oh yeah, this is the one that had blood, and it seemed kind of sad when we killed it. Oh, stretch. Rainbow. Okay, I'm not seeing a path up here that could lead to a city. Is that why that you can't go on the other side again? Because otherwise you'd be able to see that? I wonder if oh, I can't go on the other side. Maybe I can see it from that side. There was an elevator? Yeah, but unless it's going to fucking Iron Keep, I don't see how the elevator could go there. I think it's just supposed to be surreal. Okay, H-Bomber guy. I actually unironically thought that defensive Dark Souls 2, that point actually made sense. There is a dreamlike quality to Lothric, or whatever the fuck it's called. And it seems like it's intentional. There's a lot of things that are further away in the distance, and then suddenly you're there in Dark Souls 2. It's the gameplay and the way you navigate the world in Dark Souls 2 that isn't too great. Yeah, it's a shitty dream. Yeah. As someone who has no stake in the discussion, I thought the video overall was not a good response to Matthew Matos's points. Wow, just because he's Irish. What about my video? Do you thought mine was a good response? You again, stop bothering me. The Grimoire Vice has been taken away. Hansel is dead. There's no reason for me to exist anymore. My life is over. Just leave me alone. Aw, poor Gretel. What?
Ain't you excited, sunshine? We finally get to bathe in blood.
Don't talk to me.
I want to kill so bad I can barely stand it.
Why is she so hot? Fucking hell. Alright, can Wifels hear it or no? I guess he would have commented on it if he could hear. Aw, fuck you, Yoko Taro. Fuck you specifically. Yoko Taro in the chat, why he say fuck me for? Because you're making me do the fucking Sokoban puzzles again. Fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. Aw, unforgivable. How do games know Like, if the weapon model is going through the wall, how do they make the wall say, no, the hitbox doesn't go through, it stops? How did they do that? I guess some games don't do it very well, and it makes it so the hitbox just gets annihilated, so even if there was something next to me, it still wouldn't hit. I wonder how they do that. Raycasting? My understanding is that raycasts have only been around for like a little under 2 decades, or have they been around for longer than that and I'm getting it confused with something else? Vectors, I guess. Good guess. Yeah, you just say vectors and you're probably right. If wall equals true, don't. Raycasts are a bit of an abstraction. They've been able to do math forever. Like, but even PlayStation 1 was capable of doing that. Math is math. Math is math, but I'm pretty sure we could find some math that, you know, the NES wasn't capable of doing. There are limitations. Raycasting is not equal to ray tracing. Oh, I know. I'm not getting mixed up on that level. Make a distance check. If the wall gets hit first, you stop the collision. How does it only get rid of the hitbox that hits the wall though? Like if I'm here, right, and there's an enemy on the other side of the wall, and I do a sweeping attack, right? I would expect that I would still do damage to the enemy that's next to me in this room, but I wouldn't do damage to the one through the wall. So it's nullifying the hitbox like through the wall. The wall is preventing the hitbox from continuing through there. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would just break. It first checks if there's a wall between them. So there's a constant check running through the code. Is there a wall here? Oh shit, wrong way. I'm sorry, that's what I mean. When the attack is going through, it's checking for a wall. They still process the hit and only apply the damage if it's not obstructed. Okay, I like an example to understand this, but fair enough. It's a bit abstract, yeah. That's a very polite way of saying that I'm slow. Thank you, Boulder. Shouldn't it still do damage to them, though, because it's using a raycast in their shadows? I'm thirsty, goddammit. Thank you, IG Lavas, or Ig Lavas, for the 13 months. 18 months, sorry. Morning, Joe. Hope you're having a great day so far. I'm having an okay day. Turn back, turn back. Essentially checks for targets in the hitbox, then does a ray check toward the potential target to see if it's obstructed. If not, then apply damage, else not, nothing. Okay. Do you think of it in a game that does it poorly, that it doesn't always work that way? Fuck, I guess Dark Souls is like that, because I can hit through walls in Dark Souls sometimes. I should learn coding. I should get back into it. I should know more about coding, considering my my line of work. I don't think you necessarily need to know anything about coding when it comes to games criticism, but it is a large enough part of it that I should know more than I know. When did this counting start? That sounds like a really low amount of Dark Souls mentions. Since the very, very first streams that has been going on. It is a crime that we are being made to do the fucking push puzzles again. You know, was I able to teach you, Joe? Yeah, I feel like I learn better on my own, and then having someone to check things with and ask questions, I think is a good process for me. Just no time. No time. I should clone myself. Can ChatGPT clone someone by now? Can I just like make ChatGPT do the streams for me or something? Thank you, Star Local, for the 36 months. 3 years. Goddamn, 3 years. Oh boy. That's the message. Thank you, Star Local. I'm also repeating the message for myself too. Joe, you're already a clone? Am I liquid or solid? Dark World Duck is on a 60 stream streak. Holy fuck. Did enemies get stronger, or it feels like they didn't? Can I just run through the game now without doing combat? Never knows best, supposedly made an AI of you. Without my consent? What for? What are they using it for? Yes, but he becomes a sycophant and always agrees with chat, so it's not really you. Yeah, people wouldn't understand that. People would clock that right away. It's okay, they asked the AI afterwards and said it's okay. Alright, okay, that's cool then. Owned. We haven't updated the words in a while. Let's see, we're gonna get a big update. Oh, yeah. I had to do some Beanie Baby Joe fan art from yesterday. Tom Pool. 1 second, I'll put it up after this. I've treated you all poorly. I mocked you, betrayed you, all because you went Gestalt before the change was complete. You went Gestalt. Gestalt. But after all this, I think I can understand you. I think we can speak as equals. Gestalt is a weird word. It sounds German. This makes me very happy. I hope we can spend the rest of our life. Is it related to the Ubermensch? What was that? Live chandelier reaction? It means shape. Interesting. Alright. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make a Marek Fast Pass folder. I'm gonna put them all in there. Oh, let me make it even bigger. Jelly, pull that shit up! The Popo is in league with the Devoola. Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Come Deliverance? Decoy? Nobody? Nier? Shade? Heartless? Aw, Saito. Slaving away as the privileged podcasters get to have their fun being insane. This game has been pure Saito. If you don't know who Saito is the opposite of Fido. Saito is slaving away in the open world. Does Saito enjoy being Saito is the question. This is a crazy Joe. I don't know how I feel about this Joe at all. This Joe's fucking crazy. Oh fuck. I don't is he still going? Is he still doing shit? Because I don't understand how he's still doing shit after what came out about the Russian media thing. Let's not talk about it. I just don't get it. Anyway, yeah, I can't believe that, Marek. Fucking hell, there's Jelly. Saito's really growing on me, damn.
Kaine, Emil, look, from now on, I'm going to sleep outside with you.
Why?
I can't accept that you aren't allowed in the village. It's stupid.
So you're staging a protest? Fun!
Don't waste your time.
But it just feels wrong.
Well, that's really nice of you, but you still don't have to stay out here with us.
Emil.
You got a super important mission.
Emil-san.
You can't sleep out in the rain. What if you catch a cold? Besides, I like camping with Kaine. Sometimes we sit around the fire and tell stories, or roast...
Emil, that's enough. I got a fucking image to maintain.
Aww. Is a toque distinctive enough to not look like a beanie to people who don't know what a toque is? Gotta be,
We
right?
seem to be surrounded by a mob of helpless puppies.
Just kick him aside.
How old are you, by the way, Dama? For your birthday, if you're comfortable sharing. It's okay if you're not. What the fuck is a toque? Look it up. T-O-K-U-E? Toque, I think. You're a fool if you wear one. A fool of a toque. Yep, someone else just said it in chat. It's like a Canadian winter hat. Is there a U in it? Yeah, there is a U in it. I'm 14, yeah, Mouse got it right. Shit. I don't know if she's special Canadian, to be honest, popular in Europe. It's because some Canadian comedian popularized it. Don't you touch them. Oh, now we can understand them? It's like Liza P. Damn you, says Gretel.
What's going on? There's dozens of them!
Stop, little ones, they're too strong for you.
These are creatures of the darkness. Lure them to the light.
Oh yeah, the light thing.
Pathetic to the end, I see.
Aim for that statue. It's the leader.
I'm not their leader, it is I who rely on them. Man, if only you could just, you know, stop attacking and just talk normally instead of doing this shit. I do not feel guilty at all about what's happening. Stop hurting my friends. Alright, tell them to stop attacking me then.
I'm gonna start crying here.
Is that the Dark Urge?
Have you felled the beast?
Kaine, look out! Those are my friends!
This is one stubborn son of a bitch.
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
Hey there, Sunshine. You ain't feeling
Useless,
bad,
useless, useless.
are ya? Ain't no turning back now. You gotta lust for blood. Embrace the slaughter. All we know is the thrill of battle. Ain't that right, Kaine?
Oh, we're gonna have another VN segment, aren't we?
Oh, you're kidding me!
Kaine!
Blood, gallons of the stuff. It's not a VN, it's just an N. That's true, there are no visuals. Musical novel? Ooh.
Kaine! Are you alright? Kaine!
I fear there is little we can do for her.
No! Kaine!
What is happening?
It's all over for you, Sunshine.
Kaine! Kaine!
Hello? But my washing machine just finished and it was a jingle. Maybe it didn't come through the microphone. Alright, no VN section. Okay.
It's Kaine's shade!
We've no other choice. We must strike it down.
Kaine! Come back!
Whoa, what the You're done, you're dead, you have no health.
Now, pin her down.
Kaine, please! Come back!
Oh dear.
Kaine! Kaine!
Kaine!
I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
We're always going to be together, Kaine. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is. We're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you.
Sorry,
I'm weak and I'm sad.
I forgot about the Emil
and
trauma dump.
lonely, but you make me strong. You're my friend, and I need you. So don't you dare leave me.
All right. Stop crying.
I don't know how to do laundry, Kaine. You're the one who has to clean my robes, and I'm just a skeleton under here, and I don't really know. What if I break something? You're gonna have to look after me, and how do I polish my helmet now, Kaine? Is it even my head or my helmet? I don't even know anymore. He's 12 1,000 times, Joe. Imagine, like, only being able to live until you're 12, and then you reset. Oh my god.
Over there.
I mean, Kevin streams, what is that the fuck about sleeping outside? Kaine and Emil are supposedly shunned from the villages nearby because they are, well, he's a floating skeleton, and there's something wrong with Kaine that they hinted to, but like, yeah, no one likes them, so they have to sleep outside. They're fine with the floating book, though.
And what is this, hmm?
Beats me. It's got some kind of writing on it, but I don't know what it says.
How remarkably useless of you. Well, let's go ask Popola.
Hey Joe, I turned 25 yesterday. Got any life pointers? I feel like I'm behind and worried I'm going to get stuck in a rut.
It's a cipher of some kind.
Just get used to that feeling.
Can you determine its meaning?
I think this is the key to unlocking the Shadowlord's castle. Here, take a look at this.
Yay!
I wrote down all the words I can understand. This fragment is called the Stone Guardian. Given that you found it in the lost shrine, the words must mean something. There are spaces here for 4 other fragments as well. Sacrifice, the Law of Robotics, the Memory Tree, Loyal Cerberus. The Law of Robotics probably refers to the Junk Heap, and the Memory Tree might be the Forest of Myth. But as for Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus, I don't have a clue.
Not a problem.
Don't know if anyone told you this already, but in Japanese, Vice is called Shiro no Sho White Book, and the characters abbreviate to just Shiro, which is a common Japanese dog name. That's why Vice insists on being called his full title. Also, he was a social worker. Okay.
If we want to fill in the words, we just run around the world killing every big monster we find, right?
Oh, splendid. By all means, let us undertake a murderous rampage.
They're just shades. Besides, it's the only way to reach the Shadowlord.
It's a dangerous task.
Yeah, well, Yona's in even more danger.
But how can you even be sure that she's...
Because she is! Right? The Junk Heap and the Forest of Myth, yeah? I'm on my way.
Please be careful. Oh, and listen. About Kaine and Emil.
Cain and Abel?
The villagers know how much they've sacrificed, and they're thankful. It's just... they're scared, you know? People can't change overnight. I'll hurry them along the best I can. But can you please give them a little more time?
I'll try.
Junk Heap.
Popola said we might be able to find a key fragment in the Junk Heap.
Perhaps we can find a clue at Two Brothers' weaponry.
Two brothers. Okay, does anyone know, or does Mouse know, if there are some side quests that I can go around and get right now that weren't available last cycle? Or are the side quests gonna like pop up sort of organically as we go? Nope, same side quest. Really? Okay, you plan to slog through every playthrough iteration of Nier Replicant? Slog is kind of harsh. We'll see how it goes. If I start to get really bored, we'll stop. But I'm just gonna do the main quest today, I guess. So we're just gonna keep going and going and going. Anyway, general life advice for someone just turned 25. Start taking care of your body. If you're overweight is kind of loaded though. Like overweight means different things to different people. Like, you know, you just want to be comfortable with how you feel, how you look. When I say if you're overweight, I'm not talking about like, you know, what society deems as fucking overweight. Like that's not what I'm talking about. Just trying. 25 is, you know, like you probably haven't done any permanent damage to your life unless you just haven't been brushing your teeth for your whole entire life, or something like that. It's very difficult to eat your way into a heart attack by 25. Never mind like even 35. So like, but it's a good time to like start enforcing healthy habits if you haven't done it already. Start taking care of your body, do some cardio, some light cardio, even just walking around. Start going to the gym, do some resistance training, or get some weights that you can do at home and do a home fitness routine. If you have found yourself that you have accumulated some debt, now is the time to really hunker down and get rid of the debt. Debt is something that will weigh you down your whole entire life. I got into my debt in my 20s, but like again, I don't want to talk about it, but I'm disabled, so like narcolepsy is very, very debilitating. So it was very difficult to work in my 20s for me. And if I didn't have this job, it would be very hard to get a different job. Although I'm a different person now, so maybe I'd be able to have more success getting work from home. I had trouble doing that before, but I don't know. Thankfully, I don't have to think about it anymore. Get out of debt. Any amount of debt is really not a good thing to carry. I will say that obviously you can't get a house without a mortgage, really. I don't know about vehicle debt. If you have vehicle debt, maybe that's fine to carry because there's no other way to get it to get a job. But apart from that, like, you should have no credit card debt. Credit cards are not something that exists for you to just like put money on and just like lull, see how high it goes, whatever like that. Like if you can't afford to pay off your credit card every single month, then you can't afford whatever you're using for the credit card. Obviously, if there are emergencies, if there's anything like that, then yeah, you have to do it. They happen, but like credit card debt is something that will weigh you down and can sneak up on you. Student loans, I don't have student loans. Student loans are probably worth it, but I don't want to talk about anything that I don't know about. Start developing some sort of hobby that I don't know. This is kind of side hustle cracked in the way that everything, you're not allowed to have just like hobbies anymore. But having some sort of hobby that could become a side hustle or something like that is probably a good approach. Something that you can make money from while having fun. This is new, so I have to shut up. Oh, the daddy part. We have to go back and do the daddy part. Almost grown up now, my child. Stay strong. Just run now. Do you understand? Run as fast as you can. Challenge them and give you time to escape. Be safe, my child. Be safe and happy. Promise me that you will remember your mother. Mom, wait. Let's go together. What are they doing? Mom! Mom, no, don't leave me. Mom, why? Are we playing as the Shade? Who's there? They didn't knock though.
Who are you?
I'm Khalil. What's your name?
Military defense robot, P-33. You are an intruder. You must be eliminated.
Curious if they can understand each other.
Error. There is something leaking from your eyes.
I'm crying, you big dumb robot. I miss my mom.
What is crying? Who is Mom?
Doesn't matter. I can't see her ever again because she's dead.
My creator is also dead. He perished hundreds of years ago.
Hundreds of years ago? Really?
874 years, 10 months, 14 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes. 44 minutes.
Damn. Aren't you lonely?
I am incapable of being lonely, or missing others, or crying.
I'm crying because I don't want to die.
You will die.
If the humans catch me, they're gonna kill me.
Will they kill you?
Sniff. Wah!
I will not permit the humans to kill Khalil.
Khalil. Huh?
Military defense robot P-33 will protect you.
You're gonna help me?
P-33 is charged with defending others. P-33 will defend Khalil.
Oh, hooray. Thanks, robot. And since we're friends now, I'm gonna call you Beepy. Oh man, I can't wait to kill these two.
Man, there's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right?
Wait, this was a flashback?
I'll be fine.
Oh no!
Huh?
Look out!
Huh?
Man, the robot didn't even kill his brother. He killed his own brother. It's fucked up. Why would you kill your own brother?
Huh? Huh? Jacob? Oh God, this can't be happening. Jacob! Jacob! No!
It was you. Wonder if the factory's making more robots. Wow, that was scary.
The noise of the intruders caused the structure to fail. They should have proceeded with more caution.
Victim blaming?
One intruder has perished.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't think they were chasing me. They seemed nice.
The junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about this.
Anyway, to continue what I was saying, when I say like get something that you can do that can turn into like a side hustle or whatever, monetize one of your hobbies, that a lot of people say that. I don't think you necessarily need to do that, but I think it's important that you develop some sort of skill that you really enjoy that you could pivot into it being a source of income later in life. So like if you're in your 20s, you know, if you've always wanted to do something like music or streaming or, you know, writing or learning to draw or coding or anything like that, something that you can do as a fun hobby and activity that you can develop, then later on, if an opportunity shows up or if you decide that you want to make a job out of it, then you can do that. But you don't have, not everything in your life needs to be monetized. There's room in your life for just fun things. Basic discipline and learning to look after yourself is really, really important. Just being able to clean after yourself, keep yourself tidy. I'm bad at this when I get into like a big work states or if I was sick. My apartment is disgusting at the moment, but I was just really, really, really sick. So, but usually before that, I'm pretty good about cleaning up laundry, that sort of thing. Cooking is not as easy a recommendation as it used to be because the price of food has gone up. Learning to cook doesn't mean that you're going to be able to make whatever you want cheaper. There are some things that you can actually buy cheaper, like already made for you at restaurants and fast food places. But the reason how you'll be able to make it cheaper yourself at home is if you make it a lot of it, then it becomes economical. So learning how to cook is not really about being able to make whatever you want at home. It's more about being able to make economical dishes at home that are, you know, like tasty. You can make a lot of things taste good, much cheaper than like buying food that's already prepared for you. But like you won't be able to consistently eat at restaurant quality or anything like that, or make things. Oh, he's bald in his shadow. Is he? It's still a really good skill to learn. I should take my own advice here and I should get more into cooking. I've been watching a lot of cooking videos on YouTube and I ordered some more cooking supplies. I don't eat out a lot, but I still like I eat a lot of frozen stuff, so I have to do more preparation for that sort of thing. But that's some, I would say that's a pretty good gamut of like foundational advice there. Speaking on the question though about like you constantly feel like you're falling behind and you're worried and everything like that, that's I said it as a joke, but that's never going away. This is a human thing, and getting older is accepting and maybe through this acceptance you can become content. You're never gonna be truly happy. That's not something that a human being is capable of. We're like hardwired to always want more and push on to something. If you've ever achieved something like big in your life, if you've ever had like a really, really big achievement, like you finally get something that you've wanted to do for a really, really long time, and you actually get it done, and you actually did get your goal, like you completely succeeded with what you wanted to do. There is a rush and a high with that. There's a big like, oh my god, I feel so accomplished. I did something really, really good. That feeling fades away real fucking fast. Like we're talking within a day usually. Like it is gone unless there's like some sort of big celebration that like your community is proceeding with you, that is perpetuating with you. Like it is gone like real fucking fast. And it's not because it was a false sense of accomplishment. No, it was a real sense of accomplishment. It's just that the human brain is hardwired into, okay, what do I do next? What's the next thing I can do? And understanding like the plateaus and the peaks of success and failures is something that you're gonna have to struggle with for your whole entire life. It's not a bad thing though. Like I know it sounds kind of dire the way I'm describing it. It's just something that you just have to accept, and there's nothing wrong with you for being that way. Like you are constantly going to feel on some level unfulfilled. It's the same with like going to the gym and like trying to aspire to get your perfect physique that you've always wanted. You're never going to be truly happy with it. There's always going to be something that you find displeasing about your physique, your shape, your body, anything like that. And that's nothing wrong with you for feeling that way. That is a human thing that you just have to deal with and learn how to just be content and not let that urge drive you crazy. It is always going to be an ever-present thing. And everyone feels that way. Bored again. I just don't want to. I don't want to continue because it did new stuff and I want to finish the thought about advice.
Oh, hey there. It's been a while.
Yeah. Okay. So, just to say my bias and my limitations, maybe through some sort of spiritualness or meditation or some sort of lifestyle habit affirmation change, maybe you can get something to content. But like that real feeling of like giddy happiness and oh my god, I feel so accomplished and fulfilled, from my understanding and my experiences and from what I've read, that is not something that's sustainable. You're never going to be able to hold on to that forever. But true contentment, that's probably possible. I haven't really found it, but like, you know, it's my own life.
You're the little one, aren't you? You've grown up.
How fares your brother?
My brother's been dead for 4 years.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I see. Please forgive the question.
They didn't come back here in 4 years?
It's okay.
I need to ask you something.
What is it?
You heard any rumors about shades around here? Not the little ones. I'm looking for one that's unusually big and powerful.
No, I haven't heard about anything like that. But I haven't really been listening. All I want is to destroy robots. Just rip them up.
Same.
Okay. Never mind then. See you later.
Wait.
Yes.
I recently got my hands on a weapon. A very powerful weapon.
Wait.
I thought you might get some use out of it.
We did this already. Huh?
Don't we already have this weapon?
Ooh.
These things happen the second time around.
Oh, it's a joke.
This sword has seen better days.
Yeah, it's pretty beat up. I mean, there's potential, but it's fairly powerless right now.
Can you repair it?
I can repair anything with the proper materials.
If you'll fix it, I'll get the parts.
I'm so glad I decided not to throw this out. I'm gonna need some memory alloy. Only the real big enemies on the second basement level have them, so... Also, here's the passcode to get down there. Use it on the elevator.
Do I have to do this again?
You got it.
Or is just get to the passcode in order to get to the boss? Yeah, it's just get to the boss, I guess. Thank you, Mediocrities86, for gifting us up to Milfshake09. Oh, well, there you go. That's where true happiness lies. My bad, I forgot about that. Having sex for the first time is kind of like a really good example I'm talking about. Like if you ever been in a position where you thought it was like oh my god, like especially if I'm gonna be a little sexist here, but I guess it's for women too. But usually for like a teenage boy, it's like I'm a loser, I haven't had sex yet, I haven't had that accomplishment in life, blah 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 blah. And then you finally do have sex for the first time, you lose your virginity. And like it's a big moment, it's a big deal, but like, you know, like right afterwards, like you expect things to change and the universe kind of looks at you and goes like, what were you expecting? Like yeah, okay, like congrats bro, like yeah, that's it. Like it's just like oh, okay. Like a lot of accomplishments in life are like that. It's good. It's good that you did it, and there's a lot to be proud of with the things that you do in life. But a lot of that like ecstatic happiness is very fleeting.
It's a shame about the older lad. He was but a child.
Sounds like you went into a dangerous area for the sake of the business.
Are you planning on wrapping up Nier this week? Yes. I'll do longer streams if I have to. Speaking of coding, I checked that the farmers replacement teaches you pretty much just regular Python with a few caveats. No type annotations, no list comprehensions. Okay. I don't know anything about Python. Is Python a good foundational language? People in chat seem to say yes last time.
The elder brother postponed his joy for the sake of his sibling. Do you think he was ever truly happy?
Just making his little brother happy would have been enough. That's what being an older brother is like.
Can't believe we're back in the fucking factory. Where's the factory? For me, Venus are self-descended from the clouds and thank you for our contributions to the continuation of the human race. Well, that I've seen Venus 4 times. Yeah, of course that happens. But like after Venus leaves, like you're just kind of left being like, oh, okay, yeah, everyone, yeah, duh. Where are we going? I think we're following the minecart, right? Gameplay student used 100 bits to follow up, but thanks for the advice. I'm fat as fuck, but losing weight. Don't say that about yourself. I only have student loans and I'm working on swapping careers in game dev. I've just been getting on meds diagnosed, and I'm a decent cook, though I don't do it enough. Glad to know I'm not alone in the feeling behind wheel. Love your content, always appreciate you in the gaming sphere. Sounds like you're doing pretty well to me. Like you're working on some of the issues that you've identified that are problems. Like you're setting yourself up for maybe a career change, or at least something that you enjoy learning about. And being able to cook sounds like a good skill to have. Decent cook. Yeah, I would continue on what you're doing. Like maintain, like keep on keeping on. Maybe look into like just general discipline sort of stuff, with like looking after yourself, cleaning up after yourself if you don't do that already. I know that sounds kind of trite, but it is really important. Like it's when I say cleaning up after yourself and stuff like that, like I'm not talking about to a level of fanaticism. Like it's okay if the dishes sit in the sink for a little while, maybe even a couple days even. It's okay if you get behind on your laundry, that sort of thing. It's okay if these things happen. It's just that that just can't be the norm. Like it can't be that all the time. But it's okay if you get behind that sort of thing. It's like if you get to the point where there's like mold in the sink on the dishes, and like you ran out of clean clothes and you just can't have the energy to do it, then there's probably a bigger issue at play that you might want to address. But even if you are good at cleaning and doing regular things, also like recognizing that there are other things that you might not be doing. Like I know it's kind of a meme in this community, but like whenever I talk about it, I'm surprised how many people like are resistant to like changing their underwear every single day, even though they're probably pretty clean otherwise, or like changing their bed sheets like at least once a month, chat. That sort of thing. These are important things to recognize that you need to do. And debt is fucking insidious. Like I don't know, like. God, like I feel, I don't know if it's better or worse now, but I feel like society like you spend so much time in school learning about like how to read books and how to do like trigonometry and all this other stuff, and that's really important. Don't get me wrong. Like, even for someone who doesn't use a lot of math in their everyday life, I think having a fundamental grasp on mathematics is just a really good skill to just have, just for general thinking or thinkment. But like, you know what is even more important? Like, you know, like the laws of the land and how to look after yourself properly and stuff about like economic policy and like and how to do like housekeeping and bookkeeping and all this other stuff. Like these are really fucking important things that like they just don't teach you properly in school, that you just like they just assume that your parents are going to do. And if you have bad parents, then fuck you, I guess. Like, yeah. But it's not important to make you a worker drug. Yeah, that's where I get really cynical about it, because it almost feels like an intentional like fuck you, so you can stumble yourself into being a nice little debt battery for banks and shit. Yeah. The banks want you to be behind on your payments. The banks want you to be in this position where you're just drowning and beholden to them. Yeah. It's absolutely intentional. I don't think so. When I'm feeling really like cynical, I think it is, but I have to recognize this being conspiratorial. I don't think society is set up in a way to fuck most of the populace. I don't think so. But maybe I'm naive. Are we going this way? This is the way, right? I don't know. Once again, this is my bias talking, but I think easily, it's probably number one. Although, like, having just like a healthy, able body is something I take for granted. Although I'm narcolepsy, I keep forgetting that I have it. If you have great parents, my God, you're just set up so well. And I'm not talking about like rich parents, wealthy parents, like that's a whole other thing. If you have great parents that are actually going to be there and support you, like through advice and just being able to lean on and just like helping you understand things and actually be like teaching you properly, my God, that is just such a fucking like advantage that a lot of people don't have. And unfortunately, it goes the opposite too. Like if you have bad parents, like that is such a weight on your life, and that can just go into really extreme dark places. The worse and worse your parents can be. Like fucking hell. Are we going the right way? The stress that comes with poverty can affect parenting, unfortunately. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. What's that meme about the like the next generation, like kneeling at the bed protecting the arrows from the next generation or whatever it is? And yeah, there's a lot of generational bullshit. Yeah. Did I fuck up? Uh-oh. Many public schools have removed classes like home ec, wood shop, etc. due to focus on standardized testing and AP classes. Huge bummer. Oh, here we go. Woodshop, I don't know, like home economics is one of the most important classes and was seen as like a filler whatever the fuck class when I was in school. Removing it is wild. It should be more of a focus. Okay, ready? What's a ship?
A large seagoing vessel that carries freight and passengers over bodies of water.
Yeah, you're so great, BP. You learned so much.
You have taught me much, Khalil. You have helped to expand my vocabulary. You have instructed me in the ways of the outside world.
Well, there's tons of stuff I don't know either. Maybe we should leave here and go explore the world.
Because we are friends.
That's right. Yay, it's gonna be fun. Oh, did they just leave? I was curious about the segment in Wizard and the Dragon where Bryce thinks about whether the past... Hold on. Yeah, I can read this. Whether the past actions affect how the child behaves in the future and how this ripples down continuously through cycles. Was this your analog to parents passing down behaviors down to future generations? A little bit, yeah, but like that wasn't really written with a lot of like artistic ideas in mind. Although that is the closest that the book gets to that sort of thing, yeah. I can't say a little bit more than that about continuity. Like, you know, that's I can't say any more than that word. Yeah, it was thinking about that as well. That character kind of goes insane. So there were a couple scenes in that section of the book that were kind of like glimpsing at madness that could have become a lot worse. I'm confused. Did we not get the piece?
That's some pretty impressive stuff you found. I'll start upgrading your weapon right away. And since you did me a favor, I won't even charge you for it. Well, actually...
Someone told me just today they felt for me because I have kids and how scary the future must feel for them. I have that, but all I can really do is encourage them to be good humans, and they'll figure out the rest of the when they get there. I'd be really curious to know if almost every generation has felt that way about, like, oh, having kids, like, now, like, wow. I feel like to people that don't have kids, or maybe it was an older person, maybe I'm assuming, for people who don't have kids, looking at people with kids is just terrifying, because it's probably why they don't have kids, for in most cases, not all. Yeah, I do agree it is scary, but I don't think the world is that bad. There are definitely some really fucked up things happening in the world right now, but I don't think the world is that bad.
This is gonna take a little more time than I thought. No sense in you waiting around. I'll send you a letter once it's ready.
That would be great.
Okay. Go to the brother's store at the Drunk Heap. Okay, I'm here.
No sense in...
That would be great.
By the way, what can I help you with?
Jeff, I want to read the books of yours. Which one would you recommend?
It appears we have some free time on our hands.
Head to the Forest of Meth. Go speak to Popola.
Maybe Popola's found some information about the Shadowlord. Let's drop by the village.
The two main ones I have are a sci-fi series about a bounty hunter and a fantasy series about a monster slayer. And if you found that they sound similar, yeah, that's the point. The books were written to be very like digestible, approachable in terms of titles that you know what they are. There's more to it than that. There's lost stories. There's a mix of short stories and novellas. One is a full novel actually, or two are a full novel. I got a lot better at it as I went along. Like I did a lot of writing before I started writing those, but also like actually finishing something is just like my god, like just the rapid improvement and the learning that I did in that year or year and a half. I can't remember how long I was writing them. I wrote a lot for Amazon. And so it's like they get a lot better as they go along, but it also means that because they start off a series that it might not be that great compared to what is at the end. So I'm in this like conflict where I want to recommend some of the later ones because I'm more proud of those ones, but the earlier ones are kind of like, they're all right. I don't know, just read the beginning excerpts and see if you like them on Amazon. I don't really think about the books that much anymore, and it's been like, has it been like over 10 years since I wrote those now? Fucking hell. I think so. Yeah, I wrote them before I became a father. Yeah. Is it 12 years? Fucking hell, time fucking flies.
Very well.
The Monster Slayer is about a woman named Kate, who I need to change their name because I have a daughter named Kate. The book character came first because I just really like the name. I like the name so much that I wanted to name a kid after it. So very cliche story, kind of like Geralt actually, oddly enough, like eerily. First story is her waking up in her house and she has amnesia and she has no idea why she has amnesia. Do I want to give a spoiler? I think it's revealed in the first story why she has amnesia. It is self-inflicted amnesia, and the reason why she gave herself a potion that gave herself self-inflicted amnesia, and she lost some of her abilities, not all of them though, and she has to like figure out what her life is, and now that she's kind of dropped into that. That's set in the same place as The Wizard and the Dragon. The Wizard and the Dragon is a very bad title, but again, it's a very approachable, digestible title. You know what it is just from it. And The Wizard and the Dragon is about a kid named Bryce who witnesses his town get destroyed by a dragon. That's the opening scene. Is that I just drive right into it. I don't think his parents even have an line of dialogue in that whole entire thing. He's just hanging in his like hangout spot in a wall. The dragon comes along and just fucking destroys the whole entire town. And then he runs into the woods, and as he's running through the woods, afraid the dragon's gonna get him, he stumbles upon a tower in the woods, and the story goes from there. There's a wizard inside the tower, and he ends up spending his life there. That is in the same world as the Monster Slayer, but there's no overlap because I didn't get to those stories just yet. Bounty Hunter is a sci-fi series, which is again just like short stories, like in short stories and novellas based in a sci-fi world. It's kind of like Mass Effect in terms of like the structure of it. And I really like the series 3 of that. I'm really proud of those stories. I'm also proud of series 2 of the Monster Slayer stories. But the earlier ones are a bit rough. Wizard and the Dragon is one that I've gone back and done some editing like a couple years after the fact, and that is the story that if you ever have been here for a lot of streams, I once went into that story and I deleted like an entire like 2,000-3,000 words. I selected the whole entire thing with the cursor and then just hit delete and maybe changed an word like on the sentences that were before and after it. Yeah, that's how much work that story needed, and it probably will have a similar amount of work done to it in some time in the future, but I think the story still holds up. Yeah, don't go in expecting like Gone Girl or anything like that, but sometimes I feel like I undersell the books. I'm like, yeah, they're fun stories, but like they're not meant to be like literary fiction or anything like that. They have some of their moments. I think I have some other short stories and at least one novella on there that are standalone. I would just read the excerpts at the beginning, and if you like the tone of it, or if you like anything I just said, then yeah, go for it. The Bounty Hunter books were not meant to be a series. I just wrote a lot of short stories and put them up there, and that one took off, and some people liked it, so I just expanded that story and continued with it after doing a shit ton of planning after the fact. We need the audiobook so I can listen on my walks? Yeah, maybe. It's kind of interesting reading Monster Slayer and Wizard and the Dragon because depending on which one you read first, the other book is a different payoff for the information you learn. So I kind of like that about the crossword. Yeah, that was intentional. Yeah, I'm glad that you picked up on that. Yeah.
The home of that blasted dream.
Yeah.
Truly a nightmare I hope never to experience again.
I hear you.
What do your stories sound very Yoko Taro-esque? I like playing with perspectives. There are multiple times in the books where you see something again from a different perspective that already happened, with a different framing. I think I do it in Wizard and Dragon, I do it in Monster Slayer, and I do it in a couple parts in the Bounty Hunter series too, at least twice. Joe in his mind, what the fuck is that Aerie talking about? No, it was intentional. That's what I say. Sometimes I downplay the books a little bit. Yeah, I would probably cringe at some of the paragraphs right now, and I would change them a lot. But like at the time, I was very proud of them, and I probably still am proud. It's nice to finish something. But that's a good thing. I've gotten a much better writer over the years, even with the nonfiction writing. So I would probably make a bunch of changes, and my style is different. You miss writing? Very much, but writing is like induced insanity for me and a lot of writers. So it's very stressful. All right, we're gonna do the end part.
Oh, hello. How are things? You want to know if anything unusual is happening? Well, I have been feeling a rather strange presence whenever I visit the Divine Tree.
The Divine Tree?
It's a legendary tree that exists in the heart of our village.
Did you investigate the cause of this presence?
Not really, no.
And why not?
Well, we're not really supposed to go near the tree, except for prayer.
And why is that?
I don't know. It's just how things have always been.
Weird.
Do you have any advice for me to stop being a lazy bastard? First pass, I would look at it and think like, is there some sort of like dietary or hormonal reason or illness sort of thing that's making you feel lethargic? Like, is there a problem that end? And if there isn't anything like that, if you know, then it's just, you just gotta do it, Lamayo. Sorry, I know that's devastating, but you just gotta do it. Going to the gym for the first like week or so, and then that moment where you realize that, oh my god, this really does make me feel better, is just harrowing. It's like, ah, for fuck's sake, now I have to do this forever. No, and you just, if you stop going, you just feel the malaise just setting back in again, where you just feel like your arms and your legs, you just like, it's just harder to move, and you're like, oh god, it's like, it's fucking devastating that it actually works.
The grass, the trees, the woods.
Why do we seem to encounter nothing but odd people lately?
You should talk, Vice.
Does this game story cause you to remember anything about Automata? No, I barely remember anything about Automata whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's so long ago.
As if Grimoire Weiss is capable of spouting such nonsense.
Hang on. I don't think it's done.
Is the dark entity that governs all memories. May the words form themselves to your liking.
Does that mean it'll tell us what we want to know? That'd be nice.
Oh, we're doing this again? Is it going to be different? Black, pure darkness, painted over everything. Words scattered here and there across the blackness. Kind words, difficult words, amorous words, all sparkling in the dark like jewels. The words were few now, but time was shorter. Is this the same? Grabbing the words in desperation, the tree turned to the sky. This is wrong, whispered the tree in the voice of the wind and leaves. This is not how it's supposed to be. The plan has failed. Once long ago, the tree had remembered everything about the world. This was its task, its function, its purpose. It shivered with something approaching joy as it collected the memories of mankind. This was no accident. Emotions were as much a part of the tree as root and bark. Memories collected like dew on the thick green leaves of the tree. And once they had formed a web that spanned the entire world, words collapsed into sunlight before passing through the leaves into the pool of memory. From the pool, the words joined together to form colonies. The colonies united into whirlpools of light, and the light coalesced into stars. Each star was like a child of the tree, and it loved them all. Look at my memory. A child is here, brought low by disease. He is far too young to have suffered so. Thin beyond words, the boy's skin is a shade paler than the bleached sheets upon which he lies. His parents no longer visit him, for they cannot bear to watch him suffer. The doctors have long since surrendered his fate to the gods. The boy too has abandoned hope. Strange emotions, weariness, hatred swell within the dark recesses of his young heart. This sounds like the same thing, because I remember thinking it had big 428 Shibuya Scramble side story vibes. Do I read this again, or do we skip through it, or what? He tries to reject the black terror that germinates his body, but no amount of effort or tears can drive the invader away. He has long ceased to resent his parents and doctors. Once he did, but now his pain is so great that there's little room in his heart to think of others. Only one person brings the boy comfort, a healthy young girl with tan skin and deep green eyes. She's a beacon of brightness and light in the boy's world. Her very presence is comfort to him, but he's unable to look upon her face. Fun false fact, this part was written by Nesu. Oh shit. Whenever they meet, the boy is filled with loathing of his own state. Soon this loathing eats away at what joy he receives from the girl's visits. The girl will stop coming. He knows this. His every waking moment is spent in fear of this day. He thinks that if he could talk to her, if he could tell her of his feelings, this might not be so, but this conversation never happens. The girl disappears, the boy dies alone, the tree scoops up this memory and carefully stores it within itself, etched upon as a single word, envy. Look at my memory. There's a female warrior. Her greatest enemy is the beast with red eyes she cannot fully comprehend. When she strikes it with a sword, it turns into a pillar of salt and dies. When the white smoke clears, a new enemy rises, and another, and another! The warrior knows that his struggle is folly, but finding a never-ending stream of enemies fills her sense of joy and purpose. Somewhere deep in the warrior's dark adult mind lies a vague memory of a daughter. Perhaps this child exists only in her head, the dying remnants of a powerful dream she does not know. Okay, I'm reading this again because I thought maybe it might have a different meaning, and we'll see. Her friends and fellow warriors come and go. Some flee in terror, some are eaten. She began the fight with 33 companions, but most are gone now. The warrior's body shudders. She does not understand why at first, but the time she freezes the first low sound of the arena, so close to darkness. The warrior sees the beast of light, blots at the sky. She's laughing. She's been doing so as long as she can remember. Covered in blood and dirt, the warrior laughs. She laughs and laughs until the town that contains her daughter lapses into violet dust. This memory has been stored for a long time. It is etched in a single word: lost. Look at my memory. A red dragon falls from the heavens. That memory has been lost to shame is my favorite of mine. After many centuries of existence, the tree saw the carefully labeled memories were beginning to dwindle. A dragon. Once seemingly infinite, the memories now seem to be ready to disappear forever. The tree did not feel sadness at this. Grief was an emotion beyond its comprehension. It did, however, have the distinct feeling that something was missing. The moment of memories it had so carefully assembled had disappeared. The tree stretched its branches as far as it could, but new memories refused to flow. Full of memories was a black empty pit, a hollow place where life had once flourished. The tree had lost its purpose. There was nothing to be done but sift through the few remaining memories littered the ground under its branches. So the tree was pleased when the young man and his companion entered the room. Wife falls, well, this place is gloomy as hell. The room Wife falls into was almost completely empty. As you could see a few crystals scattered haphazardly on the ground. Picking up one of the crystals and peering into it, Wife suddenly saw a familiar sight. It was forced to admit its village as prisoners of their own dreams. Apologize, tree thought, this is all that remains. So Wife started the jewel bewildered. A voice suddenly called her from the depths of his mind. The voice implored them to listen. It was an order. Following it was mandatory. Abruptly, the pair realized that they must listen. They must listen. Weiss looked there. A small shadowy presence appeared beneath the floor. It appeared to be a shade. The shade grasped several jewels in its hand. More jewels tumbled over its mouth. Shards of broken teeth sliced it. Wherever the creature was abusing the memories, treating them precious objects like cheap later in toys. Weiss's shade appears to be consuming the memories. Waffles, these things eat memories. Tree extended a branch toward Waffles. Without a second thought, Waffles brought his blade down on the shade, tearing its stomach wide. Jewels burst in the shade and poured across the chamber floor. Look, thought the tree. There is the conviction memory I had lost, and satisfaction, and many others as well. This is good. Tree opened its mouth and attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. A millennium of silence and solitude caused the tree to forget certain things, but rather than be upset, it greeted the development with good cheer. Focusing all its power on the riddle of speech, the tree formed a kind of makeshift vocal cord and tried again. Ahem, I implore, hack. It spat out a glimmering green jewel. One more time, I implore you. There we are. What was the color of the lost envy? It spoke. The shade is intelligence in motion. Waffles, who cares? Waffles brushed Weiss's common side and sliced to put the shade's right arm. The shade extended its raiment onto Waffles. I must touch him. I must make contact. The moment its fingers brushed against Waffles, the tree felt a warm sensation begin to burn. Something hot coursed its fingers up its arm to its entire body. It was emotion more than an entity it felt in centuries. The tree cried out in surprise and joy. 1,000 years alone, 1,000 years of quiet contemplation. The tree felt like it was going to break apart. For long centuries, the tree had been alone, its heart sealed with heavy chains, but no more. New powerful emotions began to take hold, causing its heart to lighten. This was more than the simple emotions being designed to feel. It was the beginnings of a soul, and the young man was the key. This was the promise made long ago. This, however, would be released. The tree's stomach began to throb in pain and new unpleasant sensation, but the time was not right yet. I implore you, how many were lost in the warrior fought the red-eyed beast? Okay, real time is over. I'm going to kill a super shade once and for all. Something round and shiny fell from the open stone cloud to the floor. The key, cried the book. Secure the key. The man's sword slowed. Time began to dilate around them, stretching and slowing. Time is essential. The next word must be heard. Words exploded, became difficult to discern their meaning. The pool of memories began to crack as infinite blackness spurred its way into the wall of ice. The word is falling apart. Wife, how can the world of letter? I implore. Most important thing, world. The flight was complete. The memories disappeared. Tree's identity began to dissolve. As others slowly faded, Wife was drawn back to the real world, and the tree was satisfied. Okay, that was exactly the same, and I gleaned like no new meaning from what I know now. It still seems like a natural biological data bank to me.
What in the... I never realized shades were capable of rational thought.
I don't care if they can tap dance and play the fiddle. I just want to kill him without all this hassle.
With the tree defeated, we no longer have to worry about being buried in its world of letters. Unless, of course, time itself begins to rewind.
You don't get it. The guys are green now instead of blue. Weren't they always green? You heard the tree talk this time? I thought we heard the tree talk last time. Did we not? This New Game Plus? Kind of. This game uses New Game Plus as a way to continue the story like a different game did. Just see if the letters are right from the younger brother.
Let's see if the junk heap.
Python as well. A lot of people learn as their first language. You can do a lot with it, and it's easy to learn. Okay. I don't know if I have a head for coding. I get really confused easily, and a lot of things in my head get jumbled up. Like, I don't know if I have the brain that can do coding. I think anyone can code genuinely. And that's not what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know if I can be, like, good enough at it that I would be happy with the skill that I'm developing, or if I would enjoy it. You should try C++, it's not hard. I've heard C++ is really hard. Only one way to find out. I've done coding in the past, and really simple following tutorials and stuff, and I made Space Invaders in Unity, you know, like I made some platformers kind of thing in Unity, and you know, fucked around with making like a player controller on my own and stuff like that. And like it was cool to see something happen, but it was also extremely frustrating.
You have a letter, it would seem.
Dear wife, I guess the parallel I'm drawing here is between coding and cooking. Like to me, I can learn how to follow a recipe for cooking, and I can then just follow recipes for my whole entire life when it comes to cooking, and I can be 100% completely satisfied with my journey as a chef or cook or whatever, right? The difference between a chef and a cook, actually, a chef does it themselves. So I will never be a chef, but I can be a cook, and I'll be fine. I can follow recipes, I can mix stuff, I can have like stuff that I just remember how to do, I can just do it automatically, that's great. Whereas when it comes to coding, you can't just follow recipes and tutorials and online, like here's how I solve this problem forever. Eventually you're gonna have to wade in, and you're just gonna have to just do some shit in the kitchen yourself. You're gonna have to think up things, and I find it daunting to be able to do that jump. This is to inform you that the upgrade working weapon has been completed. Weapons earlier available convenience. So no some okay, same thing as last time.
He's done a lot for. Off to the
daddy time. Yeah, it is daddy time. Should we do this now or no?
The diary again?
Yeah. Lately, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it.
The world of the recycled.
Oftentimes you can just cookbook your way around. In fact, there are old-fashioned books in the format of language cookbook. But that sounds so frustrating because like when you follow a recipe, it's all laid out for you and there's no surprises in the recipe. And at the end you very quickly, well relatively quickly, you have a meal that you can eat and enjoy. Whereas if you're cookbooking every single problem that you have in coding, that sounds like a really tedious, drawn-out process of being like, you're not really learning, you're just kind of like just copying someone else's code to have all the problems that are there. And you're never really going to learn like the limitations or whatever, or you're not going to be able to bypass limitations of what someone's done before you, I guess. I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, it was cool to have like something that was like kind of functional and following tutorial. Like, I did this. This is the world of recycled vessel created to avoid the destruction of all. That's why it's a job. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about it like it's worth as a job or anything like that. I'm talking about like, do I have the capability of doing it and enjoying it? No maps. Up or down? Seems like the enemies are coming from down, so let's go. Okay, what is this? Is this for rewards? Do you get a weapon from one of these? The Black Scroll, Lost Destiny, a white book of false truth. Oh, we found 3 ways to reuse it. How about another? Excuse me, sorry. I don't know, I should just do it. Historically, I had a really big problem. This was a big issue in my life that I had to overcome. That I don't know why I had this, but I would look at a lot of things that other people could do, and I would just be like, I can't do that. And there wouldn't even be a reason for it. I'd be like, I can't do that. Shouldn't even try. Can't do that. Like with streaming, with video creation, with just learning how to use the equivalent of Adobe Premiere at the time, with just like stuff like that. Soldiers start calling forth White Death. They are legion, those who plunge the world into darkness. But I don't think that's a problem for me anymore. I think it's more of an issue of like, am I going to enjoy it, or am I going to be capable of being good enough at it? Playing variant Sudoku helped me that a lot, because I remember watching Simon on Cracking the Cryptic, and he would do some like crazy ass, like really hard variant Sudokus, like rank 5 out of 5 on their logic site. And I remember looking at them and be like, I'm never ever going to be able to make the deductions that he's making. It's crazy that he's even having these thoughts. And then one day I was able to do them. Like nowhere near as well as he can do them, but I was able to finish like very hard variant Sudoku puzzles like on my own and making the deductions that he used to make. I was very happy with that. Hard video games can teach you something. Okay, these are irritating. Who's this old man? Last I saw on Nier, you were playing as a polite femboy. Is Wifles a femboy? For some reason in this journal entry, we are this person. He's talking about you. I could not be mistaken for a femboy, sorry. Been paid to write code for the past 17 years. Everyone can code. Ratatouille vibes. Not everyone will find the process fun. I find it fun when I do it myself and mostly bearable when I do it for work. It's fun just to play with it and have fun treating a Sudoku or mental exercise hobby. I definitely think it's in the area of like, will I enjoy it? I don't know. Alright, this room sucked. In the one-handed sword, fool's embrace. Oh, that's why we have to do it. There are weapons down here. Dragon's Course brought death to the world, delivering unto it the power of magic. Am I ever gonna get a better weapon than the spear I'm using? Because this weapon seems really powerful. How long have I been live for? Almost 2 hours, okay. I can go make a coffee after this. I'm really thirsty. Shit, yeah, I guess that doesn't. Back in your computer or typewriter classes, how old do you think I am? Did they teach you to do single or double space after a period? I am old enough that there actually were no computer classes. Apart from like, there was a computer lab in the school, but there was no strict classes. We just went in there like one time during math. There was no like teaching, that sort of thing. I learned to type with one space after the period, not two. I had computer classes, what the fuck? Backwater UK, man. The black sickness stains the future, the journey to return to soulless vessels. And we're dead. Can you dunk a basketball? No, I never tried. Probably not. That's another really good piece of advice. Get into a sport. getting a sport that I don't have a sport that I enjoy, and I should probably find a way to do that. But like finding a sport that you really, really enjoy, so you get exercise that's fun and you get some like community stuff out of it too, is like a cheat code for a lot of benefits. I don't know. I think it's more than I'm in Moncton. I don't want to fucking I don't want to fucking associate with people in Moncton. Wasn't UK big on the personal microcomputer? Like the BBC Micro? I don't know. This is a bit. Oh shit. What? Why did you throw me down into the fucking orbs? Into the sand when I hit the orb. I died. No. Do I have to do it again?
My word.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it. Yeah.
Do we have to go back to the beginning again, or do we just start with the one that we died on? Thank you, Rigatoni Show, for the 10 months. Sorry for making a bald joke the other day. I was building a joke comparing you to H-Bomb and couldn't think of another point of comparison. If you were bald, you'd be my second favorite bald streamer, though. Aw, thank you. Thank you. You don't have to apologize, so that's fine. You're allowed to bully the streamer a little bit. The world is a recycled vessel created to avoid the destruction of all. Fucking really? Are we being serious? All right, Nier Replicant is suddenly a horror game. Shit. Someone bought a marble as well. Hello, Mr. Anderson. I would like to redeem this hand-farmed marble. Gambling is banned in my country for the anime Shawa Genroku Rakugo Shinju. All right, put it on the list. We'll read it when we do the rest of the batch marbles. Is that a good one? How did you get a hand-farmed marble? How did you get... You got 1 million without gambling? That's a great anime, is it? What's good? I did as well. I'm at 1.4 million. Holy shit. Yeah, I've been farming since before the race was even a thing. God damn. Well, congratulations. That's dedication. I'd say I hope it wins then, you know, because that was a well-earned marble, but it's anime, so you should give them another marble for their effort. Yeah, I should. Thank you, Servbot Frank, for the 13 months. You could say we're nearing the end. Someone has definitely already made this joke, but they don't exist to me. I don't think anyone has, actually. I did. It was me. Okay. Excuse me. When I was a kid, whenever I got hiccups, I was absolutely terrified that that's it forever. I'm just gonna have hiccups for the rest of my life. Remember I looked up the Guinness World Record or whatever, the longest someone had hiccups was like 30 years. You gotta be lying, right? You and Jelly both. Jelly has the same kind of fear? How would they even test it? They probably send a letter to Bachelor and say, there's someone in this town that has had hiccups for 32 years and you have to go and verify it. And then when he shows up, it turns out that they died of hiccups. And then everyone in the town is like, oh man, yeah, you always knew where they were. You could hear them coming all the time. Jelly has massive hiccups after each 24-hour stream. What? Like stress hiccups? Sleep deprivation hiccups? For the marble race, what if instead of watching 50 episodes of whatever the quantity was of one marble, you watched one episode of 50 winners and then made a tier list of them? I don't think that's what the weebs want, but if everyone agreed to do that, sure. Tourette's is pretty much prone to hiccups, to be honest. Yeah. Man, having Tourette's must fucking suck. Is there, there must be. Is there like a spectrum or a gradient to Tourette's? Like, what is like the mildest form of Tourette's present as? I want you to realize when one anime could be good. Oh, I'm sure there is at least a few good animes. It's just that, just like video games have their problems as a medium, anime also has their problems as a medium from an outsider looking in. Hey Joe, did you know it's Yusuke's birthday today? Did you know that it was your favorite Genshin character's voice actor's birthday today? Oh, wow, true fans know. I did not know it's Yusuke's birthday today. Have you ever wanted to touch an anime but abstain to preserve the sanctity of the marble race? Sorry, watch an anime, not touch it. No, I've never wanted to watch an anime. Some of them that some people have suggested of like, yeah, that looks kind of interesting. Like if it was ever like on in front of me, I'd watch it, but like never going out of my way. I've been watching the first season of Better Call Saul for like going on for 1.5 years now, and I'm like maybe 2 episodes in. Based on real-time books that you've read, do you recommend the series? Only if you really like fantasy. Or if you're interested in seeing what another writer will do when the original writer dies. Because Robert Jordan died before he could finish them, and Brandon Sanderson had to step in and finish them. So that might be an interesting exercise if you would like to see that. Excuse me. For fuck's sake. What did you watch Danganronpa 3 then? For the streams. What? Why is this so difficult? Ooh, the music. Okay, next time we die or get through this section, we will obtain the Kabuki outfit. We will 1,000 experience points. We'll take a break. For Witcher content, do you recommend the books over the games? Depends on what you want. For most people in my audience, I would recommend the games first, and then you could read the books afterwards. Oh shit, that was the end. Fucking hell. What's the other door? Is the other door leaving? The store's already completed. Do you want to go through the door? This door is leaving. Okay. Read the books between 2 and 3. If you really love the Witcher games, I would recommend reading them after you do 3. The Apocalypse divided the world into 2. No one that knows not day, one which has never seen the night. Magic spewing bat. Well, we died. The end of Witcher 2 is when Geralt gets his memories back, so, you're... Wait, is this an additional rule, or... They replaced it, okay. So it makes sense to read the books after 2, so you're in line with Geralt going into 3, but I think it's more interesting that to play 3, read the books, and then play 3 again, and then you get to, like, experience them again the second time. Black and white, 13 packs, the vessel's forms. Okay, whatever. Didn't read it in time, sorry. As a newcomer to the series, should I start with the games then? Yeah, I would recommend playing Witcher 1 and 2. They're worth playing. If you just want to go to 3 but you want context for 1 or 2, man, do I have some videos for you. Do we have news about the Witcher 1 remaster remake? I don't know. When does that dude come out? Yeah, you might want to wait for that one if you haven't got to the games yet.
Seems we have been shut in.
What's some top games you like for having solid gameplay loops? Not counting story or anything like that, just raw solid gameplay? No Man's Sky. Enter the Gungeon, Souls-likes, really like Stardew Valley, trying to give you like different examples. Hunt Showdown, I play Hunt Showdown a lot. Well, do I actually? I play it like once a week, sometimes twice. Nine Souls, Hollow Knight, Song of Man has been drowned out and displaced the scream of something inhuman. Silk Song. This cannot continue. Fury is really good, but it takes some time to adjust to Fury. I don't know. My favorite games are those that don't have a ton of player expression, like a devil. Like I like a spectacle fighter, like Devil May Cry, God of War, 1, 2, and 3. Like these are fun games. Don't get me wrong, but they're not my favorite. I prefer something that has not a limited, just a more limited moveset on the player's end, or a moveset that you don't have to explore every single thing in order to have a lot of fun with it, but has more demanding things on the enemy variety side. So like I really enjoy the combat in this game when we were fighting that boss yesterday, because I felt like the game was finally dipping its toes to being like, yeah, you can do a bunch of moves and everything, but you must react to what this boss is doing. Like it's gonna want you to dodge it at a certain time, it's gonna want you to block, it's gonna want you to run around, that sort of thing. Whereas right now, like it's kind of like Devil May Cry without a lot of the spectacleness of it, because it's just a lot of the enemies are really, really easy. Like Devil May Cry games are very hard to do with very high rankings and to do them stylishly. They're incredibly easy just to finish. Like they're not that stressful. They're not that difficult just to beat them. And I prefer it when a game demands more of me on the side of like no, you must lock in. You just can't just spam some enemies down or whatever like that. Fool's Lament. Cool. Yeah, I've seen some people die 20 times in a row to DMC 1 bosses. The Sky Falls with the Dragon, the world ends today. Maybe it's hard at first, I don't know. Or if you've never played a kind of game like that before. I don't remember Devil May Cry 1 being that difficult. The fight against Virgil was probably the only time that game was hard when I first played it as a kid. Devil May Cry was so fucking cool when it first came out. Man, this is taking a bit longer than I thought. I really wanted to go get a drink. I didn't want to take a break on the white screen between the doors, though. Is there another one after this gauntlet? Assuming I'm gonna beat it. I guess we can just go back out of the door and go back in again. Original DMC 3 difficulty Cerberus is super hard. The only time I remember getting having to take multiple attempts in something in Devil May Cry 3 was the last boss. But that's not to say that I one-shot every single thing in Devil May Cry 3 when I played it, but like it didn't take me very many tries at all. But maybe I'm misremembering, I'm not sure. Whereas most of the games that I play, like even some of like the Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, like you know, I will get in a boss and it'll take, you know, lots and lots of attempts. And I like that kind of gameplay usually. Loves Rabbit Ruby. The gameplay of Rabbit Ruby kind of started growing me near the end, yeah. I don't know if we're ever gonna stream Tevi though. Hey Joe, have you tried the new Night Rain DLC bosses yet? Are you done with that game? I haven't tried them. I might go back and fuck around with Night Rain a little bit sometime in the future, but right now I don't want to. I think I only did the first like 3-4 bosses in Night Rain. I can't remember. I didn't really like Night Rain all that much. If I played enough, I think it would grow on me, but it won't be my favorite game or anything like that. I would prefer to more like just a normal Souls game. I also think it was really overpriced for what we got. The Puppet Priest collects the accursed prayers and polishes the vessel. Oh, a fight in here. That's cool. Aw. Typing of the dead? The typing of the dead. Oh, I'm on rails now. I'm on rails, Aerie. See people complaining about Code Vein 2 on Reddit with the price. It should be at most $40. What is going on with the price of games discussion right now? Wonder how much of Silksong is dictating that. Silksong Expedition 33 came out. Yeah, maybe it's that. Yeah, That's a good point, actually. I don't think about Expedition 33 nearly as much as I should when it comes to gauging the prices of things, yeah. It's almost like there's a cost of living crisis. Yeah, but that just because there's a cost of living crisis doesn't mean that magically things are no longer worth what they're worth or worth a lot less compared to what the prices were before. That's not the discussion that's happening. If the discussion was like, oh, I can't afford this anymore, you know, like, times are really bad or anything like that, okay, fair enough. But they're just saying like, no, this costs too much money. This is not worth the money, blah, 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 blah. It's a different complaint that's happening. Although maybe it is the same complaint, but they're just using different words for it. You know, so you may be right. Just as an aside, I hate the Redditism of, I do it too, and I'm trying not to. Like, it's almost like this. Well, yeah, I fucking hate that sarcasm. It's a bad habit of mine. Oh, we just killed the boar. Is Celeste the best example of a moveset with amazing enemy level design? Best example? Maybe. I don't know, but it's up there, yeah. Yeah, I like that. But at the same time, like, if Odyssey, as I said in the fucking Odyssey video, Odyssey has the most complicated moveset on Mario of any Mario game ever. I would still love a Celeste-style approach to level and enemy design with Mario's moveset. I think you could do it. So that's not too much for me. I'd be curious to see a spectacle. Maybe it exists. Is there a spectacle fighter that's like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, that has enemy encounter design that really demands a lot of you? How did I do with Bayonetta? Did I die a lot in Bayonetta? Maybe Bayonetta is the answer. I can't remember. Did I struggle at all when I played Bayonetta? There was some enemies that I found difficult, wasn't there? Neo? Oh, I don't know about Neo. I like Neo a lot, but Neo 2 is beyond me a little bit. High difficulty ultra kill is like this. Oh, is it? Doom Eternal might be like it actually. Doom Eternal has a lot of things that you can do with different weapons and everything, but not so much in terms of movement tech. Doom Eternal's so fucking good. Neo 3 went off stream. Not until I beat Neo 2, and we don't have time to do Neo 2 at the moment. And I'd be embarrassed playing Neo 2. I am horrendously bad at that game. Ninja Gaiden. Oh, Ninja Gaiden's probably it. Yeah. Ninja Gaiden Black or whatever. That game was so hard I couldn't even finish it when I was 16 or something. Bad at 2 specifically? Yes, I tried to play Neo 2 twice, and I had a really rough time. What did you think of 21 Pilots Bridge? I liked it a lot. Probably my second favorite album from them. Okay, so we have one more door. Maybe there's another one afterwards. Let's go through the exit door and have the outside village music, and then we'll take a break. Because I need to make a coffee and use the bathroom. Do you think you could beat it now? Ninja Gaiden Black? Yeah, absolutely. I could just lock in. I have the ability to lock in a lot more than I did when I was a kid. Yeah. Neo 2? I could probably beat Neo 2. It would just take a while.
My word.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just...
I know it.
New weapon is absolutely crazy. I thought I already had the best weapon. Labyrinth Shout. Very heavy. Doesn't feel heavy. Two-handed sword. Fool's Lament. 400. Oh, it's pretty big. Is it bigger than the last weapon? Has a higher range? We need to upgrade it though, or else the spear is better, right? Oh, this Phoenix Spear hasn't been upgraded either. Okay. We got costumes. How do we put them on? Title screen? What? The current break my leash? Yeah, let's take break first before we fuck around with that. Before I go, thank you to Bianga9 for the 12 months, 1 year, 12 months. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to watch the streams for a bit, but stayed subscribed to support. Oh, thank you for doing that. I've been really, just been really busy watching Northern Lion. And wow, you could learn a thing or two. JK, much love. I could learn a thing or two from the best streamer in the world. Yeah, I know, probably. Thank you for that. Thank you, Backseat Streams, for the 17 months with an emote. Kind of cute emo. Thank you very much, Backseat. Hope you're well. Thank you again for the Dead Slayer contribution, by the way. We should do a stream sometime, Backseat, if our schedules ever align. I'm not sure if you're still here. It was 5 minutes ago, so probably. Maybe it was an automatic thing or not. And thank you, Dante Rossetti, Dante? Which one is it? Is it the Devil May Cry one or what? For the 50 months. Have you read the short story The Egg by Andy Weir? Yes, I read it before I knew it was Andy Weir. I didn't realize it was Andy Weir until after reading The Martian. Yeah, I read that. It's a pretty cool short story. Yeah, I like it. Think about it from time to time. It reminds me a little of Y2K, but 2 pages long. Yeah, I see why you say that. Yeah. Anyway, I will be back in about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. I'm gonna get a coffee going. Grimoire Vice has 29 art tags on rule 34. Damn. The jacket cover comes off, huh?
The diary again?
Yeah.
Is this the last one? Are there only 3? Daddy? Yeah. Yeah, we're being Daddy Nier, yeah. So long as this memory exists, so long as mankind has hope, a bloody battle will be waged over the holy domain of the body. Whoa, where's this? According to RKF, the body is a holy temple for beef tallow. Alright, cool. Keep us updated. Oh, RFK. Oh, did I misread it? I'm sorry. Am I missing something here, or do I just have to run around and kill them all? These enemies are a lot harder than the last ones. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Joe, you already talked about your thoughts about what happened last stream. I have addressed the allegations. I sang a song, yeah. Very ashamed of myself. If you're talking about the end of the story from last stream, not really. There hasn't really been many thoughts that I've had about it. I'm kind of annoyed at Devoola and Popola that they are acting the way they're acting. I wish they would just communicate more. Oh, we address things? I didn't know you were an elephant in every room I go into. Yeah. Foolish human, foolish human, foolish human, foolish vessel. Foolish fool. What book would you say influenced you the most to decide you wanted to write books? I've always wanted to write books before well, I always wanted to write stories even before I've like formed memories. So it's just always been a part of me. So I read at a very young age. My dad taught me how to read when I was really, really young, which I'm very grateful for. And I just have always been reading stories. I can't remember a time that I couldn't read, and I just want to tell stories after that. Fucking go on the bull. There we go. Favorite Bible story? I don't know the Bible stories. Adam and Eve is probably the most like provocative one. Well, oh, it's a boar. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I did when Jesus ripped out the temple. Yeah, Jesus was kind of a dick when he was hungry. Favorite non-Bible story that isn't a satirical war novel? All is paid, all is sacrifice. Slaughterhouse Five. Ah, shit. No, it doesn't count. I don't know. Sorry, I'm bad with broad questions. First of all, I'm not the kind of person that tends to categorize things to like best, best ever goes on a list. Like very often I think like this is some of the best I've ever played like at the time, and then it sticks, and then it like it passes after some time after that. Just kind of gets lumped in with stuff that's really, really good. Also, I'm really bad at questions that are like, hey, recall every book you've ever read. Joe, you're rattling the mongoose. Hell yeah. Okay, where are we going? Okay, door couldn't open until I was done with the fight. Okay.
It seems we have been shut in.
This game really feels like it has a really good combat system, huh? It's not awful, but I'm surprised how much combat the game has. I wish there was a way to change spells with a button press, like you can change weapons. Oh no! Did you know that Sweary didn't want to have combat in the game originally? Sweary. Am I missing something?
It seems we have been shut in.
What would the game be then? Just running back and forth between towns, delivering packages? Oh, Death Strand. Todd Howard has done it again. Based on the recommendations you made, I think you would enjoy Terraria's skills, mostly around learning boss attack patterns. My weeb, I've already streamed Terraria. Attain the spear, Fool's Accord. I was the last person in the planet to play Terraria until I made more people. Do not bring back the light, do not bring back the vessel, do not bring back the future, do not bring it back. Not as good as your kid? Absolutely true. Finn is way better at Terraria than I am. He's beaten the Supreme Witch Calamitous, who is at the top of all of his hardest boss tier lists from now until the end of time. And if you tell him that Supreme Witch Calamitous is not that hard, he gets very, very upset. Speaking of, how do they take the information that they need to generate new worlds to see the new Terraria content? I don't know. They haven't tried the new update yet. He knew about it, but he didn't know it came out yesterday. So I'll probably hear about it tonight when I go see him. I'm looking forward to my coffee. Holy shit. There's a new Terraria update? Yeah, another final update. Came out yesterday. Something in Boulder. You know, like the game dark and darker? It looked kind of interesting to me. Kind of like Dungeon Punch Showdown. Yeah, I think it sort of died. I did it. There's a game called Hunger coming out this year that's meant to be like Punch Showdown. Psycho Ghost is someone I speak about sometimes. He makes some Punch Showdown content I like to watch. He's really looking forward to the game. I'll probably try that out. I don't know if I'll stream it though. Here I go install Terraria again. No! Any other games you're looking forward to this year? Not really, actually. I don't know. There's nothing that's big on my list. I'm looking forward to like the new Resident Evil game, but that's like really, really soon. Is there anything else that's big that's coming out? Just once. I want there to be a year that doesn't have that many big releases, and Jeff Keighley to do at his award show. Well, it was a pretty lean year for gaming, everyone, but you know, we're still here doing the awards because it's tradition. Like, yeah, you know, there's still some pretty good games came out, but all told, not really that exciting. Life is Strange. I am not looking forward to Life is Strange at all. What the fuck do you think this is? Siri, what are the biggest games coming out in 2026? Marvel's Wolverine, Resident Evil Requiem, 007 First Light, and the Fable reboot. Really? That's what we're leading with? Crimson Desert, Forza, Nintendo Switch 2 games. We're getting another Mario game this year, right? Maybe that one? We're really overdue for a Mario game. Is one of the new Tomb Raider games coming out this year? Phantom Blade Zero, Control Resonant? Should we stream the Marvel slot with Wolverine? Mario Wonder was really good. It was alright. No, they made Donkey Kong instead? Fuck, every beam of light is an invitation to death. That's true, it was the same team, wasn't it? I secretly hoping that they're making a Mario Galaxy 3 to go with Super Mario Galaxy movie. Where are we? Oh, we're at the bridge, okay. They made Donkey Kong woke. They gave He-Man Pro now. Where are we going? What? No! I switched from a VOD to this thing to ask, have you watched Lord of the Rings and do you just like those? Do I just like the Lord of the Rings movies? No, but they are a little bit slow. But I watched all of them in the theaters as they came out, and I enjoyed them. I did owl noise at the Deus Ex Machina in the second or third one. I can't remember which. That was kind of irritating, but yeah, I enjoyed them. Yeah. Where am I going? Oh shit. These things look awesome, by the way. Isn't Dawn of War 4 until the Warhammer 4000 coming out this year too? Do we want to do Warhammer 40k that game? I don't know. I don't know about Warhammer, everyone. Like I feel like I have enough in life that makes people think that I'm erroneously right-wing. So I don't know. Not to say that Warhammer is like a right-wing hobby, but you know, some people are really into some parts of that. Cavill's in the Warhammer though. That's true. We could be friends. Should I get into Custodes? Why are we saying Warhammer the right? I'm not really. I'm just making kind of a joke. Weeaboo Bill is really into Warhammer, and he's told me about some of the armies have the iconography that he uses a little. And he sent me some pictures of some of the guys. I'm like, holy shit. So like, yeah, you can have fictional bad people, but some people get really into them in questionable ways, you know. So I'm just making a joke. Maybe it's a distasteful joke. I'm sorry. It didn't sound like a joke, just so you know. I laughed when I said it. Really? It wasn't obviously a joke? Okay. Oh, this guy does a lot of damage. We're still not... Okay. This is actually making the comment more interesting, but again, the danger in having to respond to things is making it more fun for me, but there's also tension from if I die, I have to do the whole thing all over again. That's making me nervous. Maybe that's also a good thing. I'm actually surprised that I don't get stuck on games more often on stream. I wonder why that is. I feel like I would tunnel more before. Gotten better from like streaming so much, or... Here, look, I think maybe it's the expectations and like tension of chat of like someone watching be like have to lock in more, take it more seriously. All right, we done? Holy. 10,000 experience points, 50,000 in gold. Wow. It's weird to me that Joe says Warhammer is more right-wing because trans people practically helped me get into Warhammer as a hobby. More right-wing? Until the time of its awakening comes. $40K has, in my view,
is that all?
Kind of like the hell divers to fascism trimmings to it that some people take a little too far or don't realize is kind of a joke. I don't think many people do that, but like from talking to Bill about it a little bit, there are some people that are a little like, so I was just making a joke based on that. I didn't mean much by it. Sorry, I didn't realize what I was stepping into. I didn't want to make anyone feel bad for playing Warhammer. My bad. I will never make this joke ever again. Is that all? Huh.
Is that the final entry of the diary?
It seems that way.
Interesting.
You figure anything out?
I fear not.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
How woke is we built? For no reason at all. Let's not talk about that. Alright, I need to go do my coffee. Alright, I'll be back. I just need to pour it out and stir it a little bit. Alright, will I finish this coffee before it gets cold? Okay, we just saved it, right? Let's go save again. Just in case. We love saving. We love saving. Is he an elf hater? Bill? No, I don't think so. I don't think he likes the Warhammer elves. He prefers the other. I don't know what he plays in 40K. I think just Space Marines. Oh, that doesn't narrow it down, does it? There's a lot of Space Marines. Have you ever considered the Joms as your Bazinga? Oh, fucking hell. Okay, so where's this costumes I keep hearing so much about? Wardrobe. There we go. Boy. Kabuki or samurai? Kabuki or samurai? Kabuki or samurai? What's a kabuki? And why did they feed it to her? Is it like a kimono? Siri, what is a kabuki? 400-year-old traditional Japanese performing art that combines stylized drama, dance, and music with elaborate costumes and makeup. Okay. All right, let's go kabuki on adult and samurai on Kane and samurai on Emil as well. So no TB outfit? All right. And thank you, Kabi Baby, for the bits, 300 bits. Hey, Joe, stopping by to thank you and Umineko for helping me make a lot of the grief I went through in 2025 bearable. I would have said so earlier, but in my hubris, I decided that if 100 line didn't win Jetsea, I would 100% it. I'm about 50 hours in, and then now I am cursed with the knowledge that 100 line is not terrible, but dare I say, one of the most Joe on his BS type of stories I've played. Don't put that evil on me. I wish I was kidding. I may keep you and chat updated as I go. Well, I'm glad that we could help you with some of the things you were going through. Oh, the hair color is different. Some of the troubles you're going through could be baby. Why is that hard for me to say? And yeah, I'm sorry that you're playing 100 line. Okay, what do we think? Oh, it's glowing red. Hold on. Not a fan, to be honest. I like the outfit. I just wish the hair color hadn't changed. Even though this is close to my hair color, actually. Oh, holy shit. Oh, look at Emil. So it's still lingerie, pretty much. Emil, you're ruining the whole thing. The hips. Holy shit, where have you been hiding those? My god. Okay, not bad. Is it better than the normal outfit? What do you think? Looks like the same kind of underwear. She's dressed like a fake character. Oh shit. Did you even look at Emil? I did. Emil looks good. We should have just done them all with the same outfits. Fuck. Not as thoroughly as Kane. Yeah. Why do you think? I like the haircut on Kane. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Maybe a little too chunky, but the hair's back. Emil, what the hell? Okay, so that's a bit classier. The top of the back of the underwear is still kind of lingerie, but the rest could be like a revealing outfit. I think I just prefer the original costumes. Yeah, I'm just gonna put those back on. Jola's playing dress up with cute girls. No, girls are gross. What are you talking about? No. Okay. Now flats. We're going back to the two brothers. All right, let's go. Two brothers. Is the spear that we just got from the door better than the one that we're using right now? Oh, we got 100% of the weapons. So does that mean we're done? Okay. What does heavy is the same moveset. So is it just like armor pen or knocking armor off the things or what? What does it mean? Man, why is this just the best weapon in the game? Attack speed, maybe? It doesn't feel like it's any faster or slower. Okay, my understanding is at this point, I do not need to do any more side quests. I could just do the main quest and that's it? Am I correct or no? Alright, cool. So just main quest only now. I'm a main quest 10 rate. Unless there's huge changes to this, maybe we can finish this route today still. Let's rush through it. Wonder how long this Henry bit's gonna last. We are still saying you're done, so.
Hey there. Your weapon is ready to go.
Great. Thanks.
You know, with a weapon like that...
You were going to say?
I need to ask you for a favor.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to avenge my brother.
That is a rather ponderous favor.
It's my mission. It's the whole reason I've been creating these weapons for the past 4 years. I don't care about money. I only care about making a weapon strong enough to kill those bastards.
Which bastards?
The ones in the mountain. That little Shade and his robot.
A Shade has joined forces with a robot?
There's a Shade in there?
Yes.
And what have we decided?
We're gonna kill it.
It's a finger god moment. Avenge my brother. The best part of the game so far.
Kill him. Kill that damn robot. Rip him up.
Is that when the castle got hit by the cannon? That whole sequence with everything was really good. Yeah, I enjoyed that part.
What can I help you with?
Okay, can we upgrade the Phoenix Spear? Oh, we can. What was the really cool weapon everyone wanted me to upgrade? Was it Fool's Lament? 730? Oh my god. Is that better than the weapon we're using or no? The spear? I kind of like the spear. Let's go spear. Okay, I need a broken wristwatch, and that's it. Okay, let's upgrade the Fool's Lament. Oh, it only goes up to 760 with the final upgrade, whereas the spear goes up to 679. 3 is the final upgrade, right? Fool's Lament. Oh, we can upgrade Fool's Lament to all the way! Oh, wait, no, it goes up further than 3. Is 4 the final one? 999? Fuck.
Come back soon.
Wow. There are best words? What did Yoko Taro mean by this? My bad? What happened? What did you do? Memoir, June 6, 2003, approximately 3 o'clock. A massive white humanoid, initially called the Weapon, but since renamed the Giant, falls from the sky above Tokyo's Shinjuku ward, inflicting tremendous damage. At the same time, a large red creature, henceforth referred to as the Dragon, appears and engages the Giant in combat, though both nature of its attacks and their utility remain unclear. As the self-defense force contemplates methods by which they might attack the target, the government establishes a Bureau of Emergency Countermeasures. Memoir, June 12th, 2003, approximately 4 o'clock. The Giant, which is locked in combat with the Dragon, suddenly begins to collapse for reasons unknown. Oh, okay. Dragon, your Giant collapsed. The Dragon is then shot down by the 6th Division, 303rd Squadron of the Air Defense Force. No official record exists of who issued the order to attack the Dragon. Is this from Drakengard? Work has begun to... Oh, some people try saying it too. Work has begun to retrieve the remains of both the Giant and the Dragon, but no official verification has ever been made regarding which organization performed the retrieval. So it's Pacific Rim. Memoir, December 2003. The first case of the white chlorination syndrome is confirmed in Tokyo's Shinjuku ward. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why does Joe not remember this? Because I'm the dragon? Rip, Joe died in 2003. It's true. It's true. I'm just a ghost streaming. It would be mighty helpful if you could provide me with 3 fucked up wires, 5 useless pieces of shit gears, 5 burnt transistors, and a cracked trash light bulb. It's so true. Alright, we just go down to the circle part in the bottom, right? Or do we go somewhere else? Is it 2F or 2B? It's 2B. It's 2F, isn't it? We go to a different elevator. Circle part? Is it 2B? No, I'm right. We go to 2F, right? Second floor. Circle. Okay, so circle part. Okay, we're going down. So we go down to B2. Okay. No, it's second floor. We go to the second floor. This is the second floor, right? Second floor basement. Is there any like surprise releases this year that people are expecting? Like a new Jedi game, or I don't know. 9 Sol sequel, or Metaphor re-release Fantasio. New Ultra Kill update, Doom Dark Ages DLC, that's about it. Man, we haven't even done the Eternal DLC. I'm expecting Life is Strange after the storm. That is going to be reunion. Rachel Amber is the one that's starting those fires, for sure. Because she's jealous of Chloe and Max's relationship. If they can make up a whole relationship between Chloe and Max after the fact, then they can make up a whole relationship about Chloe and Rachel Amber after the fact, too. They have the power. You know who else has the power? He, him, man. Is the new Control game this year? Yes, I think so. Is the new Divinity game coming out this year or no? Man, kind of slim pickings this year then, huh? We're going to catch up on some stuff. Okay. If it does come out, it's going to be EA. Are they going to do early access for Divinity like they did for Baldur's Gate 3? Really? Danganronpa 2x2. We're going to have to do 100 line. Shit. I know it's too early to talk about end of the year stuff, but is Telltale Mist likely to happen? I don't know. I need to be more picky about what we do in December. Eekmas was not a good time. It's beginning to look a lot like Cagemas. Cringe in every line. Telltale Mist would be pretty fun. Did you do Dispatch? No, but we probably will do Dispatch at some point this year. Probably sometime in April at the earliest. I will personally let you know if 100 line is required reading for Danganronpa 2x2 and what endings are required. Shit. What if it's a tie-in all along, just to sell more copies of 100 line? Because that's all Kodaka wants to do now. He's turned himself into a machine that eats food and produces endings in 100 line. Opinions on Hades 2 if you played it? Not only have I played it! Not only have I played it! I streamed it. I think 6 streams? Haha, yes! Hades 2 is pretty good. Much better than Hades 1. I liked it a lot. 8 out of 10-ish? 8 out of 10? Maybe a 9? I don't know. It was really, really good. We finished it on stream. Should we finish it again? C-Star proc on the Hades ending? Did you not like Hades 1? I liked it, but I didn't love it. How about 2? That was only 6 streams, felt like a whole month ago. And maybe it was more than 6 streams, I don't know. We were streaming a lot of games concurrently at that time, so that's why. I want to get away from that. I think it's fatiguing for the viewers. Some people really wanted it. They were like, hey, we like stream a different game every day. It's like, no, I think we need to limit it to 2 a week.
All that matters is that we kill them
Mainline
both.
and side piece. Oh shit. Some cool Skyrim mods came out recently. Nexus enabled collections, downloading thousands of mods at once. The person making them tweaks everything into compatibility. There's even simple New Vegas stability only collections if you're playing. Oh, that's a really good idea. Yeah, I know that Minecraft has mod packs like that because Finn has them. Yeah, that's Finn is my son. Yeah, that's a really cool idea for compatibility and shit. Yeah, I'd love to play Skyrim again. The millennial urge to play Skyrim. Are your kids playing Hytale? They bounced off of it. They don't like it. I think we can appease both sides. We have one-off streams once in a while. I think a one-off stream might happen, like, if, well, it might, it's not because we don't have time, but if we were to finish, like, Replicant, on Thursday, tomorrow, then we do one off stream on Friday.
Found the entrance to our robot friend's hideout.
Right. Let's head down.
Are you mad? We've no idea what lies below.
Beats going the long way around. Come on.
Bought a ticket for the long way round. I don't know if we're gonna do one-off streams. That's to be a special kind of game for a one-off stream. Games that we can finish in one stream are a cool idea. Crypt of the Necrodancer is on the list, yes. Much to my chagrin, I don't want to play that game. Another Sifu one for old time's sake. Should we kill the meme and play Sifu? Should we stop Replicant right now and play Sifu?
Scanning. Exterminating.
Yes. I didn't even know Retinos was here.
Looks like you found it. Good lord, it's enormous.
Intruder detected. Scanning. Scanning. Exterminating.
Look at the shade!
That thing is commanding the robot somehow.
Aim for the legs! Knock it down! Take out the shade!
Oh yeah, it's the boss that makes it so you can't melee it. Alright, so Stomp makes it so you can't melee for a while. You run around. Oh no, they're both Stomps.
Defend my mission.
Oh, damn it. That's a shade. It's a shade!
It's a shade!
Kill him. Kill him. Feel the hate inside you.
So Kane can understand it now? Can Weifels? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Exterminating.
I don't get it. If they're friendly, why are they defending themselves?
This thing can transform?
Now I'm really Tim Pool. Holy shit.
Watch for falling debris.
Oh yeah, this part. Okay.
Escape. 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 Go.
Replicant beat Sifu by 3 votes. That's good. Wait, no, you can't. You can stop now. You've done enough.
Must protect. Must fight.
Could we hear the robot last time?
Where do you think you're going?
It really is Superman. Also needs some pronouns, by the way. It's a shade! It's a shade!
Must defend my mission.
Why would Devoola and Popola want us to go around doing this? Like, why would these guys have the fragments that led us into the Shadowlord's Heap? BP, I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. I wanted to be with you forever.
Khalil. Together. BP. Alone. BP. Cry.
Man, I'm feeling really good about this.
You stupid machine! You killed my family! You took everything from me! Why did you have to be here? Why you? Why?
Beautiful. What a perfect example of humanity.
Hey, come on. That's enough.
I did it! Now that this goddamn thing is dead, I can forage wherever I want. Just wait, you goddamn freak! Now I can make all kinds of powerful weapons! Just leave it to me! Leave it all to me!
Look, we get it, okay? Really?
Look at the robot's stupid dead face. Nothing better than a dead robot. I'm feeling really good about this.
Hatred and madness will never heal a wounded heart.
Maybe it's just all he's capable of right now.
Revenge is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I know.
Bum, 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 bum. Alright, now what? We've done Forest of Myth. I guess we go back to Devoola and Popola. Just gonna do it now.
Popola's found some information.
Very well.
Very rare. Are we into ending B? Yes. Or route B. Or are we on route A? We did route A, now we're on route B. Yeah. Root beer.
You know, I've been thinking.
Yeah.
Why was a shade hanging out with a machine?
Evil attracts evil.
It appeared the creature was actually issuing orders to that mechanical minion.
Do you think the shade had a reason for what it did?
Actually.
Look, it doesn't matter what a shade is or isn't thinking. All that matters is that we kill every last one of them.
Right. Sure. The idea of a shade trying to protect a robot is goddamn absurd. Still, you guys should be careful.
What do you mean?
If the shade inside me ever takes over, I'm probably going to attack you.
That's not gonna happen. You are no shade.
The lad is correct. You are many things, hussy, but a shade is not one of them. Shades, for example, do not come equipped with such foul and scurrilous mouths.
Scurrilous?
How about I cram your face up your own asshole, book?
Don't worry, Kaine. If your shade ever takes over,
Ah,
I'll
joke's
stop.
on you, hussy. I do not have one.
You will you? Thanks, Emil.
I like Kanye, but I'm sure there's a reason, but she's batshit fucking insane. Like, damn girl, think for 2 seconds. What do you mean? What's wrong with her thought process? I just cannot accept they wouldn't know what those shades are at this stage. I think we're overlooking the years, maybe even 2 decades on each of them of shades like killing everyone they know, her grandma, attacking them, like attacking people in the village. Like most shades are bloodthirsty monsters. You know, it's some of them don't act that way, and I agree with you. Like you would think it might give you some pause. I do agree, but I didn't grow up in a world where these monsters would show up and kill people. Maybe we're not seeing ones that did show up and acted kind of innocent and then did attack. Like, what some of them, that actually has happened in some side quests, right? Some of them are okay, then suddenly they attack out of nowhere. So I don't know. You do have a point though. I'm curious where it's gonna go. That guy still wants 10 titanium alloys. Do we have any? Did we get any? Raw materials. 2. Have you done the fishing quest yet? No, I'm not going to. I kind of don't like fishing in games anymore. I think Stardew has ruined fishing in games for me, because the minigame is just the perfect amount of like attention and mindless, and the rewards for it are just so good. It's like every single time at a fish lands, you're like, oh, what fish is it gonna be? Am I gonna get a treasure? And then on top of that, what's gonna be the treasure? Like the fishing is so good. I think the only way fishing in Stardew could get better if there were like treasure maps that you could fish up that had like locations you go and dig up some more treasure. Maybe little like radiant quest kind of thing. Have you tried RL fishing? Yeah, a couple times with my family. I didn't really like it.
Learned anything new about the Shadowlord's key, Popola?
Treasure's kind of worthless early game. I don't think so. You can get an ancient seed from it. You can get a weapon that's really like way better than anything you can get in the mines at that stage. You can get some gold ore. Like you can play Stardew with some house rules that just ignore everything, and you just have to get everything from fishing. You know, it's fun. Hey, I'm not saying that fishing in Stardew Valley is like the best thing ever. I just think in terms of fishing minigames, it is probably the best I've seen. I really enjoy fishing in Stardew Valley. I prefer doing other things in Stardew Valley. I don't sit around fishing all day. But fishing is usually the one I max the most when I do another run. I'm kind of hankering for another run of Stardew Valley, actually. Maybe I'm finally going to get to the new skills so far. Every single time I go back to Stardew Valley, I max everything but farming, and I just give up and I don't do anymore.
You know, I was just going to talk to you about that. You remember the Aerie, right?
That depressing shell of a village?
Not so much anymore, it sounds like. I just got this letter from the village chief. Have a look.
Sacrifice? Isn't that the name of one of the key fragments?
That's right.
That's
I've
right.
been trading notes with leaders from every town in the land.
You're amazing, Popola.
This entire affair strikes me as a bit too convenient.
I'm afraid Grimoire Weiss is correct.
What do you mean?
The Aerie has been shut off from the world for years, and now they've not only opened trade routes, but they freely exchange information about the Shadowlord.
I agree. It seems rather unnatural and dangerous.
You're overthinking it. Besides, I don't care if it's dangerous.
All right, so the format is kind of holding back what we're seeing here. When I write a scene that I've already shown from a different perspective, what I usually do is that I don't show all of the dialogue, and I just have like different description going on from the perspective character's point of view. So it's the same scene in terms of like what's going on, but you're getting more information and a different refresh from it. I don't know. I don't really like that so much of this route is literally the same thing again. Maybe it would be better if we were playing as Kane, and like while these are going on, Kane is having some scenes outside while Wyfels goes and does this shit. Like, I don't know. I really like how it reframed almost all of the lines at the beginning after Kane got out of the stone with the Devoola and Popola. That was really good. But since then, like having to read the Forest of Myth story again, these scenes back here again, some of the introduction scenes to the areas before we get into it, I'm not really a fan of them being repeated wholesale.
I won't get Yona back by just sitting around and waiting. If there are shades there, I'll just kill him and be done with it.
I am interested to see what's going to happen when we get to the Aerie, but maybe the intent here is to see lines like this and go, whoa, Wyfels, the shades are sentient. We know that now. Now this is tragically awful, but at the same time, I'm like, I can't really judge him because like I don't really know if all the shades are sentient. Maybe some of them are mindless monsters. Well, certainly some of them are, yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I guess I won't stop you. Try speaking with the chief when you get there.
They tried to do that with Automata, and I feel like it failed because even when you were 9S, it is play the whole game again, and oh man, that was a bit too tedious as well. Has you seen the trophy room? Yes. I still don't understand what the trophy room is all about.
The Aerie, huh? All right, let's go see the chief.
What a soul-crushing place.
At least the gameplay with 9S was different. The problem was that it was different in a way that made it slower because you had to do the hacking mini game on some of the shit, and it was not very good. And it slowed combat down instead of speeding it up. If anything, I would have preferred to play 9S first and then 2B, because 2B is smoother than
I cannot
9S.
fathom that village setting up a mercantile. They must have truly opened their minds.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Aren't you glad to be going back home, Kaine?
Home? The place is a shithole.
Ooh, the village. It's home to so many terrible little memories, isn't it, Kaine?
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
Yeah, Weifels and Emil definitely can't hear Kaine talking.
We do not desire.
We do not desire needless conflict.
What do you think of Talos Principle story compared to Nier? I haven't played Talos Principle.
If we can continue to live with humans, then we can continue to live peacefully.
But that young man will come.
Yes, the young man will come.
He will kill us all. Women and children included.
What should we do? What can we do?
How about don't antagonize him when he shows up? I haven't played Abiotic Factor for a couple days. If I'm not careful, I'm gonna not go back to it, and then when I try to play it again, I'm gonna have to restart from the beginning, and it will be yet another game that I just endlessly start playing, get 80% of the way through, stop playing, go back to it a while later. Oh no, I have to start again from the beginning again, and that'll be it forever.
Everyone will perish. Everyone.
Everyone. Yeah, like you already said, he doesn't care if shades are sentient. He's going to kill them all. I don't believe him, though. I don't, like, he might think that, but I think that if a shade actually came up to him and said, hey, I know a lot of us are bad and they're mindless, but not all of us are like that. We're actually, you know, some of us are sentient, especially how he treats Emil. Like, Emil is kind of spooky looking. I think he might actually be like, okay, let's sit down and talk. I think that might happen. I don't know.
Welcome. We've got some new items in stock today.
Eggplant.
Come back soon, all right?
Make sure you stop. Come back.
I'd almost forgotten what the breeze felt like.
Why would they send a letter?
My weapons may not be the latest and Thanks.
Is there a letter? Did Popola
Garden with flowers.
fucking forge it? Fake letter? Oh, moonflower seeds? Don't we want those?
I hope you grow some real buttes.
Man, I was so tired of holding up indoors.
Me too, buddy. Me too. Oh, I went to the wrong fucking place. How are the shades making weapons? My headcanon is that Popola is just trying to get Weifels killed. The fact that you have to use headcanon for in this situation is not sparking joy in me. Have you not played the game before and you're just like thinking out loud?
Hello? We're here from Popola's village.
I'm here for my dessert.
It's all over.
We came to ask about the letter you sent.
Our days are numbered. Our village is doomed.
As cheerful as ever, it seems.
You're the one who wrote the letter, right?
I don't know about any letter.
What the hell is going on here?
It may be faster for us to take our inquiries elsewhere. Let us ask around. Someone must know something.
This is an insane place to live, by the way. It's really creative, but like who had this idea? These town people are like just Eeyore incarnate, and yet they have the conviction to like build this in the fucking walls around here with all the bridges and shit. For what? It's really cool though. It's one of the most memorable villages in a JRPG. It's neat. Aura, that's true. Aura is really important. When you're really depressed, but you still want to have aura. Maybe it's an old mining settlement that evolved over time. Do you think that there used to be ground up there and they just dug all their way down? That would be cool. I don't think so though. That would be cool.
A letter, huh? Yeah, I
think I heard something about that.
Would you live here? Absolutely fucking not. I sometimes like stub my toe on the corner of the wall as I'm just walking around. Like I would die here so easily.
So you know about the letter?
Maybe I don't. I'm not sure.
This or Moncton back to back? Wow. Oh, this for sure.
Man?
Oh, and if I may ask, are you friends of Kaine?
You could say that.
Ah, I've heard the rumors. Here to hunt shades, are you?
Indeed.
Is this
Our
Demi?
aim is to defeat every last one.
Every last one? Everyone? Everyone. Everyone.
Bro, you could have got away with this.
Vice!
Beware, this man is a shade.
Damn it! It's a trap!
I figured as much.
You guys sure are taking your goddamn time.
1,000 apologies. We were distracted by the local welcoming party.
Want some help?
A carnival of murder? I love it.
Yar.
Kaine, the villagers are possessed!
But not all of them. Some are still human, so be careful.
Why did you even come here?
Get out of here! No way! I'm not gonna abandon my own sister!
Kaine, what's going on?
Don't be fooled by this lady. She's a shade.
She's a shade. She's so strong.
No! No! You people are the monsters here!
No, watch.
Stay back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
Oh.
I don't care what she is! She's my sister, and I love her.
That sounds like pro shade talk to me. Connie, are you stupid?
Kaine!
Why have you done this? We just want to live our lives in peace.
My sister!
Why did you attack us then? You monster, you possessed monster. It is you who have lost your humanity. You are the true monsters.
What madness. These people are behaving as if we are the villains.
You are the cursed ones. You are the ones who should die.
Villagers are under attack over there.
It's all over. This village's history.
Damn it, Kaine! You gotta get up! Emil, watch Kaine. I'll go clean up over there.
All right.
Oh God, help us! Help us, please! We are shades!
I don't know why I did that.
What could those black swirls be?
Get them!
Shit. Does this have Dragon's Dogma, Breath of the Wild's damage calculation? I feel like I'm taking no damage when I get hit from lower enemies. Doing so much damage to the one we hit too.
What's happening?
Joe, did you play Dragon's Dogma 2? I forgot. No, I did not. I don't really have any interest in doing that, sorry. The Dragon's Dogma community did not enjoy my video on the game. Kind of soured my perspective on it. Tale as old as time.
By my pages.
By
Is this
my
beast
pages.
a shade as well?
That thing sucked up the villagers.
No! If we keep this up, we're gonna kill them all!
You have a DD video? Yep. Both Darkest Dungeon and Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma is one of the best 6 out of 10s I've ever played. Our village, our world, what happened? I think I said.
I feel something from within the creature.
Is there a fan base you're impressed with after releasing a video on it? Not really. Usually I don't really feel any response from a fan base unless it's like they're angry and want me to die. During stream, I was really impressed with Umineko's community until we got to Answers Arc. And then, you know, what happened happens. Joe only pays attention to negativity. I don't know. I just don't. That's not true. I do have a tendency to look more at negativity, sure, but I don't think like a group that's like, hey, we really like the video you did on the game is going to present itself as something that you can find out about, compared to like a group that's really unhappy about it. When the Elden Ring video first came out, FromSoft fans and the community at large was really well behaved and really resonated with a lot of people, and that was good to see. But then, you know, as soon as the speedrunner tech and a bunch of other stuff came out, like it became like, oh, you didn't understand how to do the bosses? Whoa. And then it turned, yeah, unfortunately. Does Dragon's Dogma 1 have the best dragon in games? To fight? I don't know. Dragon's Dogma or one of the Souls bosses or a Monster Hunter World boss, probably. You played Umineko? Do you have a VOD channel? Something's coming. In case you're not kidding, yeah, we read all of Umineko. They're not on my VOD channel. They probably won't ever be, actually. I'm probably not going to ever get those on the VOD channel. Nadja has them. You can search for Nadja, N-O-D-J-A, on YouTube, and they'll come up with Umineko, and you'll be there.
I'll keep it busy. You should be able to attack from behind. Go around and get it.
Did you ever play Azura's Wrath? I think that'd be a fairly fun 1-2 stream if you haven't. Is it really that short? I've never played Azura's Wrath, no. Oh, we have to go further up, shit. I thought at this point Nadja is your official VOD channel. Nope, I don't pay Nadja for what he does. But Nadja monetizes the VODs. I'm almost certain that Nadja makes more money with the current arrangement than would be made if I was paying Nadja to do it.
Are you there yet?
It is escaping to the inner level.
I'm coming. Gotta catch my breath.
Careful, Emil. Won't help anyone if we lose you here. God damn it! We beat the hell out of that thing. How can it still move?
Its combined powers are beyond even my greatest suspicion.
Come on! Help me take it out!
I'm on it.
Man, they could have added some new moves to these bosses and stuff. That would have been fun. Apparently the best version of Umineko is on the Switch. It's probably not better than Umi Pro, but you have to do the mod for that on PC. Umi Pro is really worth it, adds a lot. Big Silent Hill vibes. It is like Silent Hill, that, isn't it? Yeah. I didn't watch the Umi streams, but did you prefer the new style sprites or the original soul-filled ones? There were three different types of sprites for Umineko. I didn't like the pachinko ones. Is that it? I didn't like the original ones either. I preferred the PS3 ones. The PS3 ones were really good.
He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
Ah, fuck. This ain't good, sunshine.
How did we get here? The wife was just grab her and go? Azure's Wrath is fairly short, yes. 7 hours main story, plus 2 hours for the DLC, which has an actual ending. It would definitely be fun, though to be clear, the gameplay is fairly mindless. You're there for insane cutscenes? Okay. I didn't realize it was that short. Is that in the God Hand area, or am I thinking of a different game? Uncontrollable magic. I have to protect the people I love. This was my only thought as I unleashed a magic powerful enough to destroy not only the Shade, but everyone else as well. All of them. So many innocent lives. Destroy, eviscerate, crush, kill. These are the dark impulses that override all other thoughts. As a being that was created to be a magical weapon, these are my instincts, or maybe it's better to call them our instincts. Emil's Dream, Rampage. A klaxon sounds from deeper than the bowels of the laboratory. Thick metal shutters drop down, sealing off the room with a series of dull metal thuds. Abort the experiment. Number 6 out of control. Everyone get out of here now. Get out of here. The researcher's words are abruptly cut off as a massive hand materializes out of the gloom and lifts him high into the air. The researcher begins to scream. He screams and screams, the sound echoing off the walls of the laboratory until the hand squeezes down, coating the room with a deep crimson hue. The rest of his colleagues stand in silence, mouths open, unable to process what they've just seen. Then a female scientist takes a step back and lets fly with a heartbreaking wail. But this is a terrible mistake, for the sound of her cry suddenly brings forth a monster in all of its terrible glory. Its body is a bloated corpse, its head a grinning skull, and it is massive, many times the size of a human. Head lolls from side to side as it tromps about the room on all fours, bringing to mind the wild maneuverings of some wretched, starving beast. This creature, this thing, is experimental weapon number 6, also known as Halua. No, oh no, please stop. Oh God, save me, save me. I love coffee in my coffee hole. I don't want to die. One by one, the maddened cries of the researchers silence. If number 6 understands her petitions, it pays them no heed, instead continuing its rampage of destruction and slaughter with a focus that borders on obsession. After an eternity, the screaming stops, the alarms fall silent, and only then does the creature make a sound, howling out in an unfathomable roar that echoes up and down the empty halls of the blood-soaked laboratory. It's a sound that curses those who had dared bring such evil into the world. And yet, one that also seems to be pleading for help. 2 sets of footsteps echo in an otherwise silent corridor in the first level of the laboratory. One set belongs to a young boy, his eyes blindfolded and his hands restrained. The other belongs to a severe man in a long white coat. The man drags the boy along by means of a long chain attached to a set of shackles on his wrists. Oh. Rubble is scattered here and there across the floor of the corridor, making the journey an exceedingly difficult one for a boy who cannot see. Excuse me? Could you please walk a bit slower, sir? I'm not used to being blindfolded, and rather than stopping, the man only increases his pace, causing the boy to stumble in an attempt to keep up. This last humiliation proves too much, and the boy finds himself unable to arrest his fall. Without the ability to brace himself, he topples to the floor, smashing his head on a pile of debris and causing a trickle of blood to worm its way down his pale, frightened face. Agonized by the pain, the boy inadvertently opens his eyes, causing the falling drops of blood to emit a strange crackling sound before transforming into tiny white rocks. "Close your damn eyes," roars the man. "Yes, sir," stammers the boy as he slams his lid shut. Yet, I would already have turned this guy into a statue. He hadn't realized the blindfold had slipped off during the fall, but now he keeps his eyes squeezed shut so tightly that sparkles appear against the black of his vision. The boy is Emil, yeah, we know, also known as number 7. He is a magical weapon whose eyes are capable of turning to stone anything that falls under their gaze. Okay, and is it operating under Sekimea rules that, like, air and particles in the air don't count? It's just anything big enough that would show up in the art is what counts for any of the magical interactions. Okay, don't look at me, barks the man. Never look at me. I'm sorry, that was a joke for like 5 of you. I'm sorry, sir. I'm looking at the ground now. So if you had hand me the blind, instead of waiting for him to finish, the man extends one foot and presses Emil's face to the floor with a heavy black boot. Sir, stop! You're hurting me. I told you to keep your eyes and your mouth shut, so do it. The man knows this boy, this weapon, could wipe him out with a single glance, and yet subduing him in this way gives him a sense of relief. After making certain the boy is sufficiently cowed, Cowed, right? The man leans down, retrieves the blindfold, and knots it tightly around the boy's quivering head. Right then, on your feet, let's move. Emil staggers to his feet, trying to ignore the red liquid oozing down his face. The blood doesn't matter. The pain doesn't matter. All that matters is finishing the job they have to set out for him to do. What if he looked at his own hand? The second level of the laboratory is in even worse shape than the first. The environs are littered with rubble and rock, making the thought of a decent foothold laughable. When the man's eyes linger on a section of rubble stained a deep red, he has a sudden image of warm, gooey brownies slathered in a strawberry sauce. His stomach lurches at the thought, but when he attempts to avert his eyes, they land on the remains of a human being rendered into what could only be described as paste. The man blinks, his mind goes strangely blank before attempting to determine exactly how many humans had to be sacrificed to create the scattered piles of flesh around him. After a moment, his thoughts simply cease altogether, as if his mind realizes that trying to put such a thing into form is folly. You can go the rest of the way on your own, says the man in a voice much weaker than he wishes it to be. I mean, what does it matter? You're not even human. You're a monster. You're a monster! I'm not the monster here, you are. Sorry, I'm quoting Shrek. With this, the man spins around and dashes back down the hall. A helpless Emil simply listens as the footsteps of his erstwhile captor fade into the distance. Emil finds himself alone in a room with a stench of death and blood. For a moment, he considers opening his eyes, but the thought of the horrors that await him quickly squash this plan. Instead, he stands still and listens intently. Eventually, a far-off sound reaches his ears. That's the howl I heard before. Emil resumes walking, using the sound of a distant voice to guide him, almost as if it was calling him home. By the time Emil reaches the 3rd level, he is moving on memory as much as sound. His hands and face are covered in fresh wounds from numerous falls, but every time he thinks about giving up, his mind returns to his sister. We studied together, we ate cookies together, we cried together, we laughed together, and sometimes I was the only one who got yelled at. That's why I was never lonely. Our being together allowed me to stay strong. For Emil, his sister was all he had to live for, so holding that feeling close to his chest, he presses on, one step after the other. Finally, Emil finds himself drawing close to a certain experimental chamber in the deepest part of the laboratory. The howl is very close now. As he touches the switch that controls the door, he thinks about his mission. Number 6 is the ultimate weapon. She is his sister, and he must turn her to stone. The door slowly opens, revealing the massive interior of the experimental chamber. After a few steps, Emil removes his blindfold and slowly opens his eyes. His sister looks before him, but she looks nothing like the girl he once knew. Instead, he sees a savage beast crawling on all fours through the shredded remains of researchers. As the thing that had been his sister stops and tilts its head in Emil's direction, he focuses his gaze on it. A series of soft crunching sounds emerge from the creature as its magic does its terrible work. First the fingers, then the hands, arms, legs, head. What little color the beast once possessed fades to a dull ashen gray, and yet, somehow, it summons what strength remains and pulls itself toward Emil one slow, lumbering effort at a time. Wailing, the massive monstrosity closes in. Is she worried about me? Or is she coming to kill me? Emil feels prepared to accept either outcome. After all, this was his older sister, the person he loved more than anyone else in the world. Halua, The moment Emil speaks, number 6 comes to a sudden halt. Silence descends on the chamber as the siblings stare at each other. I'm sorry, Halua, but everyone says you're too powerful. They say it's too dangerous unless I seal you away. I'm so sorry. As Emil watches her body begin to turn to stone once more, number 6 simply waits in utter, perfect silence. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! The moment number 6's petrification is complete, her memories flood into Emil's mind, the two of them huddling together in the cold, all alone in the world with no one to protect them. This is very much like Weifels and Yona. All she wanted was to save her little brother, and yet it was that little brother who, in a sense, saved her. The moment of petrification is complete, Emil sinks to his knees. A frozen sister and her little brother racked with sin. Alone in this cold cage, the two of them weep in a single silent voice. It was our combined power that destroyed the Aerie, whole existences, entire lives, even their memories. We took it all. We took everything. My sweet, gentle sister turned into a monster, and the same thing will happen to me now that I have her power. If my instincts as a weapon win out and destroy me in the process, if that power ends up hurting someone I love, Is that why he kills himself at the end of the story? Did this happen to him last time, and only this time we're privy to it? It seems like it. Because everything that happened to Kane seems to be something that happened but we weren't privy to it before. I wonder if Weifel's going out to the campfire is also there too.
You saved us. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We owe you. It's all right.
They deserved it. The guy who runs the apothecary didn't.
Really? Don't look back.
We had best be off.
Yeah.
Is that like a bit carved out from when he went Super Saiyan over there, or did they just delete all the buildings from it? I'm surprised they were so thorough with this being destroyed, considering the limited budget of the game. No, he basically went antimatter dimensions. Hey Joe, would you ever play Zanki Zero, or have you heard of it? It's a pretty underrated game that was released in 2019, which is a VN, but also a horror survival RPG with gameplay elements like dungeon crawling and crafting, etc. It has an interesting story IMO, which would be interesting to see you give that an underrated gem a try. I don't think I've heard of it.
Popola's found some information about the Shadowlord.
Kind of
Let's
rings a
drop by the
bell.
village.
Very well.
You can campaign for it if you want, if a bunch of people want me to play it. You can shoot me a DM on Discord if you want, and I can put it on my wish list. I did that. Someone sent me a game that was like Aerie today, and I put it on my wish list. Just got here, so is this game again? Is this just game again, but sometimes we read, or have there been more changes? There have been some more changes. We're privy to some more information, and some things are being reframed, but for the most part, it is just play the game again, which is a questionable decision, yes. We're time for second break, and I need to pee, so it's pretty good. I actually finished my coffee, so we're just gonna sit here, and it's probably not gonna be a full 5 minutes. Just like, I'm just gonna go get some water, use the bathroom, maybe sneak a cookie, and then we'll be back. So the same devs who made Danganronpa, if I remember correctly. Zanki Zero, really? It's the funniest thing that viewers need to run campaigns for the games. They don't have to. It's just that if they would like to make it more likely, then they should do that. But there's always a chance that a game might like strike my fancy, and I'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll play that. Yeah. Anyway, we're back. Repetition in these games feels core to the process of introspection and reflection, reconsidering what you've seen and what it means. To me, added elements leads you to fixating on the new rather than what's already there. I get that, but the problem is that it's a game and I'm bored. If it had better combat, or some combat changes to make that more palatable, then maybe that wouldn't be setting in. I think you could also have the best of both worlds, where it's reframing and making you think about it some more, but just from a slightly different perspective, so it still feels fresh. Like, just a really easy example is that, I know I said it earlier, but if we're playing as Kane right now, or Emil, instead of Weifels, and we were just privy to a different set of like internal monologue, which is kind of what it's doing with Kane already, but we're not Kane. You're just seeing it from just a different camera angle, just different sort of thing. That alone would be enough to go a long way, even with no other changes being made in the content that they're seeing. I don't know if it would be enough for me, but meh. This is also where streaming can be kind of a detriment, because if there's a lull in the game, I'm like, should I just be rushing through this? Like, I don't know. I think Silent Hill F did it a lot worse.
Hey, Popola.
Ah, you're back.
Have you learned anything more about the Shadowlord's key?
I'm sorry, but it's going to take me some time yet.
I see.
Excuse me.
Well, can I take something off your plate in the meantime?
Oh, how about this? You know the ferryman with the red bag, right? Well, he's been skipping out on work lately. Can I ask you to go to Seafront and check on him?
Sure thing.
I guess you do this again too. Yeah, there's a huge boss here. I wonder if we're gonna hear more of what she's saying when we fight the boss. Let's get to hear how far is he into this. Probably well over halfway of all the content. We should be finishing on Friday.
I'm sure that couple is merely having another one of their inane spats. Let us do our utmost not to get dragged into it this time,
Was Replicant locked in before the remaster came out? I don't know. I think no. I think Nier Replicant was a voted game. So I think Replicant was actually out when it was, or it was about to be out when it was locked in. Are you going 1 hour longer today or no need? I'm not going to go 1 hour longer today unless Mouse or someone who really knows the games in chat tells me that I should add an hour to the stream in the next stream. On a scale of Life is Strange to Before the Storm, how is this game's story? Probably better than Life is Strange. This is more my thing than Life is Strange. I'm really surprised you don't get to play as Kane, actually. I thought I saw in the trailer you playing as Kane. Does that happen later? Is that a spoiler? I thought for sure you played as her. I don't even remember Waifles being in any of the promotion material.
Yeesh. I don't think I've ever seen fog this thick before.
Alright, this is new. It's like Geek 1.5. What's new, what's not?
What's that?
Try Legacy of Kane Blood Omen. It's Soul Reaver that's locked in, not that one. I had a friend in high school that loved Soul Reaver. I watched him play Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2, or is it 1? I can't remember. He played as Raziel. I didn't see much of it, but he really liked it. And I said, can I give it a try? He's like, you won't like this game. And I was like, okay. I wasn't allowed to play it.
Where did that enormous ship be?
That's kind of weird looking back. What the fuck was his problem?
Oh god, it's over. My life is over.
What's wrong?
Oh, hey, I remember you. You're the ones who helped us out way back when.
In the mountains.
Seeing as we've come all this way, I suppose we had best ask, what is the matter?
I had a fight with my husband, and he ran away from home.
Like a dog.
Mm-hmm, yes. You may color me utterly flabbergasted.
But it's all that idiot's fault. I was saving up a bunch of apples, and he went and ate 10 of them.
That's...
like a dog.
Actually sort of impressive.
Well, sure, I may have lost my temper a little, but I can't believe he just up and left. He's been gone for a week now, and it's...
All right. We'll help you find him.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
Speaking of dogs, thank you to Gatsby for being the best boy. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. Good boy. Scratch.
And here we go again. Shall we begin by asking around at the tavern like before?
Yeah. Alright, +2 game. It's clever.
Hey there. I'm looking for the guy with the red bag. You seen him around lately?
Why is your dog red? All of the blood of our enemies is on him.
Really? Is that couple fighting again?
Yeah, the guy took off and hasn't been seen since. I take it this isn't a surprise?
Hardly. Their arguments are legendary. We're actually considering selling tickets as a tourist attraction. Anyway, I think he's from that village with the library. Maybe he went back home. I think his brother is a guard there or something.
Thanks for the tip. I'll see what I can figure out.
Say, you're pretty handsome.
Yeah.
Joms.
Hard to believe a ship of this size managed to run aground. What was that? Hey, is someone there? Okay, I definitely heard someone cough just now. Maybe it's one of those kids from town? But where are they? There you are. What are you doing here, kid? And who are you, anyway? Were you a passenger on this ship, maybe?
Oh, those are comfy looking boots.
Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be scared.
To think that couple's petty squabbles have become something of an attraction for the locals.
Doesn't surprise me in the least. Seeing people like that puts a little spring in your step.
The brother?
You know?
I have to
You
go back.
humans truly are a maddening bunch. Such buffoonery does little more than wear this old tome out.
Why is it making me do that? Oh, okay. That's why. For the load transition, so we get this shit.
Hey there. How you feeling? Well, your cough seems better at least. Check it out. I brought you some bread today.
Holy shit. I miss bread. Shades eat bread?
Whoa, easy there. Jeez, you must have been starving. Well, look, no one's gonna take this from you, so just take it easy so you don't choke on it, okay?
I got one of those meat weight pressers, chat. I'm gonna try making smash burgers for the first time. I've made homemade burgers a bunch, but I've never tried making smash burgers before. I wonder if you could make smashed turkey burgers.
So,
smash.
What were you doing on this boat, kid?
You need tools to make smash burgers? I mean, you could probably do it with something from the kitchen if you wanted to improvise, but I don't know. I don't feel comfortable doing it with like a bottom of a plate or something like that. Like a tenderizer? No, a smash burger is you make a beef patty and you make it a little smaller than usual, and then you get something like heavy and flat, and you like drive it down into the pan or whatever you're cooking it on after you put it in there to make it as thin as possible. So you smash it down into the pan. I guess you could probably do it before putting it in the pan, but they don't. Typically, when I see people making recipes, they don't do that. They just put like a plumper patty into the pan and they smash it down. They have something to hold it down so it doesn't spread. No, I think you need the weight so it doesn't plump up, right? I'll probably use it for like steaks as well.
Actually, scratch that. First things first. I can't just keep calling you kid.
They can only do that for show. You can use a brick wrapped in paper. Do you think I just have a brick lying around? I think I would have a harder time getting a brick than a meat press. Who just has a brick?
You got a name?
I have a cinder block. That's too big for the pan.
Well, this is going nowhere fast.
Who just has a cinder block? Came with the house.
Let's see. Louise.
Louise?
Yeah, what about Louise? I mean, it just sort of popped into my head, but what do you think? Guess you're okay with it.
Okay, why are you friends with the postman, but you just attack us on sight?
Well, it's nice to meet you, Louise.
Use the bottom of a saucepan? I don't have a pan that's small enough to fit into my other pan. Oh, maybe the pot? Then it might stick, and you want to hold it down too so it doesn't plump up, right? I am standing by my meat press fucking investment. Do you know how many times I've cooked a steak and I had to stand there like a numpty with the tongs, like pressing the steak down after it's curled up a little bit after flipping it?
We searched the Southern Plains back when the wife ran off too, right?
I believe we did, yes.
Lots changed since then. So it's kind of nice when we find something that hasn't. The fact that couple is still arguing almost fills me with, I don't know.
Are you 100% lean meat, 50% extra lean, 50 regular
couple
meat?
could
You want
benefit
regular
from
meat
a
for
little
burgers. You want a higher fat content for burgers for sure. Definitely don't want to go extra lean. Lean's probably okay. Maybe 25% lean and 75% regular. That's why I use sous vide. What kind of cooking level do you think I'm on that I'm gonna fuck around with a sous vide? First of all, it's French, so I don't like it. Second of all, like, I don't know, it just seems unnatural to me. And then you have to fucking still put it in the pan afterwards to get a good sear.
Oh, hey, it's you.
You're related to the ferryman who carries a red bag around, right?
Yeah, he's my little brother. Haven't seen...
A shame. Have you any idea where he may have absconded to?
It's water ancillary natural. It's putting your meat in a plastic wrap, then putting it in submerged water that's been boiled up to a controlled temperature and leaving it there for like fucking 30 minutes, dog. What do you mean? It's natural. The water part's natural, but like, do you know how much modern age space tech goes into this shit? What the fuck are you talking about?
Not a clue. Like I said, I haven't seen him.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, but the last time I did see him, he said something about using his ferry to deliver letters. Maybe you should try talking to someone at the post office.
30 minutes? What the fuck? Is it longer than that? I can't remember. Some things you put in the sous vide and you let it sit there for a long ass time because you want to. Okay, so sous vide is actually really cool because when you cook meat, there's certain temperatures that kill the bacteria in like an instant, right? So usually to be really safe because people will get food poisoning, they recommend that you get meat up to a temperature that the bacteria dies instantly. Well, the thing is that lower temperatures, the bacteria will still die, but it takes longer. It might take 10 seconds or it might take minutes. So what happens is that your meat will get really dry. I don't know why I'm explaining this. Most of the chat probably knows this. So the advantage of sous vide is that you can control the temperature at a very, very high level, and you can just keep it there without overcooking it. And you just find the temperature that, I don't know, like all the bacteria dies in like fucking like 3 minutes, and then you just get up to the temperature and hold it, and then you can safely cook it. I think you can even go further than that, where like you can hold it there for like, I don't know, 30 minutes? I'm not sure. Your meat will get very dry. Yeah, the higher temperature you cook your meat, the drier it will get. Right. This is why chicken is often roast chicken is often dry as fuck, is because you cook it too high of a temperature when you roast it compared to some other method. Because you want to get it to like that point where bacteria dies instantly, and then all the fucking white meat just tastes fucking really, really bad. Well, not bad, just dry.
Over in Seafront.
Just a vehicle for gravy.
Just once, I would enjoy receiving a quest that can be sold in the general vicinity of the Asker.
Does Joey have ADHD? Why would you bring that up? You should take your chicken out before it gets to the temp. Yeah, probably. Yeah. What's it called? After cooking, residual cooking. What is it?
It's all right to do this kind of thing every now and then.
Eggs are a good example of that. They keep cooking after you take them after the pan, out of the pan.
Say there, lad, have you ever penned a missive?
You mean a letter? No. I'm not big on writing. It always takes me forever to figure out what I want to say.
What's to figure out? One simply takes quill in hand and unleashes their soul upon the canvas of the page.
Whatever you say.
Hey Joe, sorry, Mr. DM, answer it now. Who the fuck are you? No, there's a term for it for when you sorry, I'll check it out later. There's a term for it when you take something out of the pan that you're cooking something in. Just because you turn the heat off doesn't mean the cooking process is stopped. It'll continue to cook after the fact. Carryover cooking, that's the term. Thank you. Carryover cooking, that's it.
Hey there, Louise. Say, where'd you get that red bag?
Uh-oh.
Found it on the ship, did you? You kids are so darn curious about everything.
Wait, was Louise killing people that wandered in except for Postman?
Anywho, it's good to see you. Afraid I don't have any bread today, but I did bring you something.
What's your favorite way to play with Gatsby? Is he tug dog or throw dog or trick dog?
Here,
he doesn't really like to play. Yoshi is more of a playful dog.
Let me tie it in your hair for you. Well, what do you think? Pretty nice, huh?
This stream is like watching an unhinged Adam Ragusa video if he was Canadian. Well, thank you.
Huh. What's that on the floor?
Blood. I couldn't get my sticks right until I understood carryover. Well, it's a really important part of cooking, and some people in chat are like, maybe I should be explaining the bacteria temperature fucking kill rate or something, because like I thought everyone would know it, and only 2 people knew it. It's a big part of cooking, yeah.
If you go over there,
especially with eggs,
you'll be able to see yourself more clearly.
It's great when you're cooking something that has bacteria. You get a bunch of triple kills show up
Don't
above
you
your
wanna
head.
see? Oh, I see. You don't like sunlight. Guess your eyes are pretty sensitive after spending all this time in the dark, huh? Well, it's not like we can have you stay here forever. We should work on getting you out of here so you and me can go look at the sea together. How's that sound?
Joseph Anderson, killer bacteria. Are the European warm water drinkers gonna come at me now and tell me like, no, the bacteria, it's fine. In Europe, you can actually eat chicken raw. I don't know. We just build our chickens differently over here in Europe. You don't even need to cook the food. You just walk along and just pick a chicken off the ground and just fucking rip its head off and just chow down. It's just Europeans are just so much more efficient than fucking people in Canada and America, I guess. You can't actually eat eggs raw? No, you can't. Maybe you can train yourself to eat eggs raw. Eggs from a bar. Yes, you can. It's not recommended though. Like, it can be dangerous. Raw eggs are mostly safe. Mostly is doing a shit ton of heavy lifting in that sentence. I don't know, man. Meanwhile, if you actually cook an egg and some of the white is still runny, people will look at you and go, oh, okay, well, you risk your salmonella for it. Meanwhile, they're just downing fucking raw eggs in the back of their fucking truck.
Hey, postman. Oh, sorry. You're not him.
I'm sure as hell not. I just swung by to pick up a letter and wound up running the damn place.
We sell chickens in a bag of their own raw blood inside their cavity. Whether we eat either of those raw, I won't say. I know the answer. It's no, because you'd be dead if you ate it. In the UK, chickens are vaccinated against salmonella, so in theory it's safer. No process is perfect, though. Are they really? I didn't know that.
Anyway, you here for a package or something?
No. There's this couple who's always fighting, and the husband took off. So I'm trying to track him down. Ring any bells?
Sorry, pal. You're asking the wrong guy.
Siri, are chickens vaccinated against salmonella in Canada? Yes. I don't know. I still wouldn't risk it though. There's something seems something kind of wrong about raw eggs. If you put them in something, what is it that bodybuilders do? Do they put them in some sort of alcohol to sterilize it? That probably doesn't work, right? Should I eat a raw egg? They had people eat an egg on Taskmaster recently, and it was like, who can eat the egg the fastest? And they were like, we don't recommend that you eat it raw, but if you want to, you can. Right? I don't know. I think it's a little dangerous.
Still, that's pretty weird. My buddy's daughter took off too. Maybe running away is the cool thing to do now.
What does it taste like?
I find it exceedingly unlikely this pair of runaways is mere
You can sterilize them, just boil it for a little bit. That's cooking!
Any idea where she might have went?
That is the question, isn't it? Actually, you know what? I bet she went to check out the huge shipwreck that drifted into the inlet the other day. Not often something like that comes around. It's all the kids have been talking about.
So mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Okay, here we go.
Hey, Louise. I brought your food for today. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Huh. You haven't been eating much lately. Are you okay?
Biggest ownage of Joe 2026 fucking candidate right there. Holy fuck, man.
Well then, let's try this.
What are you doing? You can use pasteurized eggs. I don't need that many eggs. I don't need them that high.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's called a song.
How is there meant to be an instrument? We just can't see it.
Humming a jaunty tune is the best thing for putting a spring in your step. Songs are like a little bit of wisdom that makes the tough times easier. I love them personally. I mean, not that I'm any good at singing.
Thoughts on the taste of water? Delicious. Unless it's bottled water. I hate the taste of bottled water.
Oh, your voice is a bit rough there. But you're actually pretty good.
Are they don't starving?
You know, I knew someone who lived in the town lighthouse before she died. She used to hum this same song a lot.
What kind of bottled water? The Dasani tastes really gross. There was I hate to say it because everyone hates them. There was a brand of Nestle bottled water that I thought tasted natural and very smooth, but I can't remember if it was just like normal fucking whatever the fuck. The Dasani tastes really bad. Aquafina tastes really bad. Doesn't all water taste the same? I don't think so at all. Even place to place, the water will taste different depending on how soft or hard it is, right? The water in Moncton tastes pretty good. I just drink it from the tap. I'm not one of those conspiracy people. Water from a water cooler that's been in a big bottle tends to do better. I think that when you have a small plastic bottle, the water tends to like take on the taste of the bottle or the plastic somehow. I don't really like it. Yeah. Water isn't a human right. Nestle, yeah, they were charging for the bottles that I were buying, yeah.
I heard it every time I stopped by to deliver something, and I guess it just kind of stuck.
Actually, I didn't buy that water. It was when I worked for this is gonna be a sentence. A warehouse that shipped out boat parts. When I worked there, they had a fridge that they kept stocked with water, and I drank a bunch of water there, and that's the brand that they got, and it was pretty good. Ever had water from a can? I have not had water from a can. Also, someone asked if I ever had eggnog. I don't really like eggnog. I'm sorry, we're talking over new content. Hold on, let's get through this.
Of course, that was quite a while ago. Hey, are you trying to cheer me up? You are a kind soul, Louise.
Huh. Did she kill the postman? What's going on here? Do Canadians drink water from a bag like their milk? I'd never seen bagged water. Bagged milk is getting rarer. It depends on where you are. You can get it at the local grocery store, but...
I'm sensing some really weird magic going on here, Sunshine. You feeling it too?
It's mostly cartons.
Yeah. Is it a shade?
Are you actually trying to think something through rather than just jumping in and killing?
What's wrong, Kaine?
Nothing. It's just... I'm sensing a presence from Seafront.
A shade
Oh,
in
shit.
the town? That's not good.
Bagged milk, is that a thing in North America? It is a thing in Canada, and it might be a thing in some of the northeastern states, maybe, that, like, Minnesota, someplace like that, maybe?
Is it? I suppose we might as well investigate, seeing as how we lack any other tenable leads.
Right. Let's head for the inlet. Kaine, Emil. What's going on? I haven't seen you two come into Seafront in, well, ever, I guess.
I'm so mad about the fall of corkless cartons. It used to be that you could get a carton that you pinch the tip and that's it. Now you gotta rip the cap out before cycling. It's such a pain. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Congratulations on finally getting old, Baldur. This is what it feels like?
Sorry for the surprise. Kaine said she sensed something strange in the area.
We can still get them in Canada at the moment.
Strange how? Like a shade?
Maybe. I'm not sure. There's some kind of sound or something coming from up ahead.
What an incredibly specific piece of information the hussy has graced us with.
What is it, Kaine?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
Oh yeah, the hussy comments. Are we gonna get some more development on that? My head is itchy. What the fuck? I'm wearing this headset too much. Oh man. I need to find a good scalp moisturizer. Something that's very lightweight doesn't make my hair feel like
We're
shit.
gonna need to figure out some way to get inside that thing.
This ship is in a state of wanton decay. Surely we can find a hole or some such if we put our minds to it.
Have you been in Britain during the milk snatching? I have no idea what that is, sorry. Sounds ominous.
These planks seem to be covering a rather large hole.
We can probably get in if we move them out of the way.
I'm worried about whatever it is Kaine is sensing. We should make sure we're really prepared before going inside.
My partner has lactose intolerance, and it's been a real revelation to me how much longer lactose-free milk lasts in the fridge compared to normal milk. Yeah, I really like almond milk. I'm slightly lactose intolerant. Everyone's slightly lactose intolerant, I think, or most people are. I can have cheese just fine, ice cream just fine, yogurt just fine. My issue is if I drink like an actual like a large amount of just milk, I will like in a protein drink. It won't like wreck me, but my stomach will be a little bit of pain afterwards, just a little. So I avoid drinking milk. I don't really like milk all that much either, so it's not a big thing to sacrifice. I really like almond milk, but I dropped even the almond milk from my teas and my coffee. I just drink it black. Oh, thank you, Casual Bit, for the resub 5 minutes ago for 7 months. Thank you very much, Casual Bit. Oh, and Irina. Am I saying that right? Irina, 41 months. You think I would have learned by now? Thank you very much. On topic that's fully past at this point of Christmas streams, we could have a neon white Christmas to finally keep your word about finishing everything that isn't Stinkskate. Ooh, we could do that. Should we do that? That wouldn't take too long. And we could have another headliner like Telltale Mess or something, yeah. Almond milk is bad for teeth? Is it? Why would it be? It melts teeth. Does it? More than soda?
So, were you able to write that letter? You know, now that I've taught you how.
There's blood on the floor.
Not yet, huh? Well, there's certainly no reason to rush. You know, it makes me happy that you've taken such a shine to me. First time we met, I didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on in that head of yours. So, hey, I've been thinking. How about you come live with me? It might be kind of nice to have a daughter around.
Aww.
Not into it, huh? Guess I should have figured. I'm sad to hear it, but it's your choice, of course. Huh? The floor's wet. Wait, is this blood? Oh dear. Are you...
Oh, okay, so he's confusing that for her starting her period. Okay. I understand the line now. Alright, kind of weird, but okay. He's really stupid.
Oh, baby, that is one hell of a smell. We got something real nasty nearby, eh, Sunshine? Come on, don't tell me you ain't picked up on it yet. You of all people gotta know what this smell means.
This ship is in poor condition indeed. Do try not to thrash about and bring its timbers down around us, hussy.
Whatever.
You sure you're all right, Kaine?
You really shouldn't push yourself. Hey, I've got an idea. How about you and me search outside and get some nice fresh air in the process?
Sure. Let's do that.
Yeah, like this would have been nice to play as Kaine here and you find a new way into the ship or something and see something different while she talks to Emil. Having more conversations with Emil would have been good too. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is kind of lost opportunity to see something from Kaine's perspective. Oh well.
Sounds good. Take care of Kaine for us, Emil.
It's even set up really well that whenever Wyfels goes into town, Kaine can't do that, so we could see different things that Kaine is doing outside.
Emil is on the case. Come on, Kaine. Let's get the lead out.
Chase is on the case.
This place is pretty gloomy. I'm having a hard time imagining any townsfolk hanging around here.
What's
well,
with
as
the
we've no
outline
other
around
leads,
him?
let the search begin. We require a key in order to proceed. Let us fumble about and see if we cannot find one. Look there, on the floor. I believe we have found ourselves a lantern.
And there's still some oil in it. Nice.
Nice, bro.
Wait, did you see that girl just now?
I did indeed. How on earth did she manage to get behind us? Perhaps she is the runaway we heard tell of at the post office. Best track her down and take her back to town with us.
I don't know what the story's doing right now. Like, I can see them trying to humanize a bunch of the enemies that we fought, but every single time, like no, they're doing bad shit either before we get there or to us when we arrive. Like, humanizing this creature when it seems like she's killing people that come next to the ship is...
There's no one here.
Weird. It's like we just saw a ghost.
What are they doing?
Oh, what foolishness. I am certain this room merely contains a secret passageway or the like.
What is with this ship anyway?
There may be clues somewhere that tell of how it ran aground.
What's caviar?
Looks really dark up ahead.
Then perhaps we ought to make use of that lantern we just found, hmm?
What's this?
Oh, they were the original developer. Okay, sorry, I didn't know that.
An apple. It's a bit bruised, but it's not super old or anything.
I wager it was dropped by that fruit-loving ferryman with the red bag. Perhaps he absconded to this ship to wait out the storm after yet another spirited debate with his wife. Ah, goodness, what a troublesome couple.
Maybe the people that came here attacked the girl? I don't see Red Ferryman attacking a girl.
Let's keep moving.
Maybe she was in shade form, and they saw her in shade form, and they freaked out and attacked her?
Oh, what was that sound just now?
Sounds like it came from the floor above us.
Bum, 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 bum.
This barrel's been knocked over, and there's flour everywhere.
Surely it was toppled by the girl we saw at the entrance? Wait. Cast your eyes to the floor, lad. The missing child left white tracks in her passing. Should we follow them, I expect we will find our way to her.
Hi Joe, hi Chai. How's it going, Paramanata? Hope you're well today.
Man, this book's got some serious heft to it. Wonder what it's for.
It would seem to be this ship's logbook. Let us avail ourselves of a gander. Records of the routes it traveled, the weather it encountered, and the places it made port. All in a painstaking level of detail. I would expect no less for a vessel of this size.
Are there really other countries? Are they all full of, like, replicants and shades, too?
Until the day the records suddenly cease.
I mean, I say replicants when really I should be saying shells.
What the hell happened on this ship? Did you see that light on the other side of the shelves?
A shame we cannot investigate further with these blasted things in our way. I would like a word with the interior designer who thought to put them here.
Hang on. I think I can move these.
Stupid shelves.
It appears to be caught in a crack in the floor. It would not do to have the ground beneath our feet come undone, so let's give up on pushing the thing.
Hey, there's a notebook on this desk. Oh, wow, this thing is crammed full of information.
A record of the cargo they carried, no doubt. Let me see. By my pages, this ship was used by slavers. How simply atrocious.
Wait, you're telling me they sold people?
And made out quite handsomely from the transactions, it would seem.
How could they do something like that?
I do not know, nor do I care to ponder it. Let it suffice to say there are monsters who trade coin for misery in all corners of this accursed world.
There's a breeze coming through these shelves.
That white vase is rather conspicuous. A hidden room. How delightful.
Can't wait to make a house with secret rooms and doors.
These chests are pretty huge.
Read through Steins Gate.
And what do they contain? Treasure, perhaps?
I wish. Looks like a bunch of iron tools.
Those are no mere tools, lad. They are instruments of torture. I shudder to think what evil transpired in this room.
Recycled joke. Recycled game.
There don't seem to be any shades around, at least.
Fortunate for us. Now let no more time be wasted in our search for the townsfolk.
Replicated game. No, go up. Up.
white tracks end here.
Wait, I hear something.
She's practicing the music.
Cheer myself up. Why do I feel this?
Whatever that sound was, it stopped. I swear it sounded like a girl.
This is a voice pipe. A contraption by which one's voice can travel to a faraway location.
Which means the girl is in whatever room this pipe connects to.
Hold a moment. I spy a chart of the ship's layout on the wall. Yes, this pipe connects to a cabin in the ship's stern.
Onward and, inward, I guess.
I wonder how often places would use like a sound pipe like that to communicate between floors. It must be like urgent to avoid going upstairs or something.
This little lantern has brought us quite far, hasn't it?
Yeah, and the light it gives off makes me feel, I don't know, safe somehow.
Well, aren't we the romantic?
Looks like somebody's journal. Here, let me see. It says the ship was attacked by some kind of monster. Seems like the person who wrote this holed up in here, while the monster roamed around the ship, killing everyone. Do you think that actually happened?
I cannot say. Though the term monster might well be referring to a shade.
Makes sense for a ship. Does it really? Ships are pretty small. I don't know anything about them though, so I'm just, guessing.
A kitchen, is it? Heavens, look at the size of this saucepan. This must have been where they prepared meals for the crew.
There's a note stuck to the counter. Extra rice, hold the peppers. Looks like the crew had some say over how they ate.
To be picky about one's food while at sea is a luxury indeed. Thinking back on it, the cuisine we were served during our visit to the bickering couple's home was quite particular in its choice of ingredients, was it not?
This is an odd detail. Don't peppers have vitamin C in them?
Tell me about it. I feel like I've sampled every single recipe in the Apple Fanatics cookbook. Once we track down the ferryman, we should invite them to a meal at our place.
A fine idea, lad.
Advice you can't eat. You can enjoy the smell.
Damn. The hell is this smell?
Not the smell, though.
Perhaps it is wafting from further inside?
Another apple.
Just how many apples does that quibbling husband keep on his person while he's out and about?
Let's keep searching.
So he didn't eat all the apples, he just brought them here? Is that what's being said?
Vice?
Oh.
I think the floor is...
Ooh,
Speak
our
to me,
sword
lad.
glows.
Are you hurt?
Been better, but I'll live. I can't see a thing down here. What is that terrible stench?
I suspect we may have fallen into the ship's hold.
The lantern got away from me during the fall. We'd better look for it.
Spooky.
Is that?
Vice, that's it. We found the lantern.
Zorgos used to say, a man goes to the doctor for his annual physical, and his results are thankfully incredible. He is in good shape, good blood pressure, and passes everything else with flying colors. The doctor cannot help but notice, however, that the mane is quite scruffy. The main man is quite scruffy, with long and untamed hair. He asks if the man has considered cutting it, and the man breaks down crying, says, yes, of course, but I just don't know what to do. Well, says the doctor, I happen to hear... Well, says the doctor, I happen to have heard that the great barber Pagliucci is in town, and he cuts the hair of all men who do not cut it themselves. But doctor, cried the man. Thank you also, Real Quaid, for the 26 months, my only Weeb streamer subscription. Really? Really? Thank you, Real Quaid. Double jobs there.
About time. Might I suggest you cease the celebratory fanfare and light the blasted thing already? Oh dear. Look at the bodies. They are all people from town. And I fear the missing ferryman.
Oh no. This can't be real. Why? Why did everyone have to... God damn it!
Pull yourself together, lad. Remember the presence Kaine sensed? The culprit who murdered these poor folk likely awaits us further within.
I won't let them get away with this.
Okay, so I really liked this section when we first did it, but on a replay, this was incredibly tedious to go through. I wonder if I'm missing something about the reframing.
That's enough, lad. Avert your eyes.
Why did things turn out like this? Did he leave because of this body? I just want to be able to talk with him. I don't want him to be afraid of me. I don't want him to hate me. I want to maintain a human form. I want to look at the sun with my own eyes. I want to sing beautiful songs. So if I can just eat more people, maybe then I can become a human. It tracks.
Hey there, you two.
Hey, I didn't know you guys came back inside.
Did we ever? Found a nice hole in the wall to slide through. But then we heard a bunch of noise coming from that super dark floor downstairs. You sure had us worried.
Yeah, sorry about that. You feeling better, Kaine?
A little, yeah. Sorry for the trouble.
Good. That's good.
Jeez, you seem really down in the dumps. Did something happen?
Tell me, Kaine, that presence you sensed.
It's on the floor above us.
I feared as much. It seems we've little choice but to press onward.
Did you guys find anything on the ship?
Some townspeople, actually. But they're all...
Well, shit.
You're really not looking so hot. Is everything okay? You shouldn't have to bear all this on your own. Once things calm down a bit, come talk to me about it, okay?
Thanks, Emil. There's a bunch of crumpled up paper here. Letters, maybe?
They all seem to have the same words written upon them, but the penmanship is so poor I cannot make heads nor tails of it.
Oh man, that smell is getting ripe. How you feeling there, sunshine?
Not great. Can't you tell?
If this was a Kojima game, if you don't save here, the postman wouldn't show up.
This would be the final room, yes? The culprit who murdered the townspeople may be behind this very door. Let us proceed with utmost caution.
Okay, let's see what's going to be different here.
It's that girl we saw when we first entered the ship.
Old lad, this is a lone child sitting inside a hulking ship littered with corpses. Something is clearly amiss.
There.
Oh man, this shade is nuts. I think I'm in love. You can feel her power hanging in the air, and she ain't even trying yet. Things are finally heating up. Huh?
Could this girl be the presence you sensed, Kaine?
Oh, hey, it's you. Been a while.
Wait, you're the postman. What are you doing here?
Oh, I've been coming here a lot lately. I think this girl was on the ship when it drifted in. I've been keeping an eye on her until she's well enough to leave. Hey, so this is kind of awkward, but the girl is, you know, bleeding. I brought a bunch of bandages with me, but, well, how exactly does one deal with a woman's time of the month? Sorry. Clearly crossed a line there. Forget I said anything.
Stay the hell away from her! She isn't...
Yeah, so far I think that every shade we've killed has been completely justified, but oh well.
Kaine, Emil!
We'll figure something out. You just find a way to get the hell out of here.
The two of them will be fine, but you and I must withdraw.
Even the child with the drunk key?
The ship is collapsing. We must leave at once.
I think they attacked first, didn't they?
Very much aware of that, thanks. Let's go.
If not, then that one's probably not justified.
Shit! They're in the way. Looks like we can get out through that hole up there. Oh, great.
I mean, the child was traumatized over humans killing her mother, so seeing another human likely scared him. Oh, it can still be tragic that we're having to fight, and, you know, if only if the world was better and people could be better, blah, 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 blah. But, like, in terms of our actions, maybe the robot not, but so far it seems that what else are we supposed to do?
Made it out in one piece.
Like, communication is just not happening.
Yeah, we're good. But that poor postman is still trapped inside.
We'd better go help him out.
No shade would dare pursue us into sunlight such as this. We should use the opportunity to ready ourselves. What on earth?
Like, I don't know, she's finding humans to eat them in order to become more human. The shade is bad news.
Why isn't this shade being hurt by the sun?
That is not precisely the case. It most certainly is being burned by the sunlight. However, its regenerative abilities far outpace whatever damage the light is able to inflict. This light, something is coming. Get out of the way at once.
Oh, listen, it's singing. This thing actually thinks it's a person.
Does anyone remember how many people I ate? I was never satisfied.
I don't know where the singing lessons came from, but I do know it's sure as hell trying to eat us.
What do you think about this game gameplay-wise? It's alright. Has some potential. I wish that it was not more difficult, just more demanding. Doesn't necessarily need to have like really hard timing challenges and stuff like that. Just more stuff to react to.
Don't stop now. Focus on the
Although
next one.
difficulty would help. Taught me what kindness is. I will become human. Why didn't you try talking to us before you became a big Mario Sunshine Planet Plant monster? We'll speak the same language. And we will stay together.
You're doing it for him? How sad. How precious.
Now is our chance. Attack with all that you have.
Oh, it's Gale. Okay. Shit. punch your head right off.
Did we get it?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, hell. That thing's huge.
Oh, you can kind of understand. Lesbi, it is like Lesbi, yep.
To think it could recover from such a grievous wound.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
Hey, the guy from before's collapsed on the beach. That Shade's got some kind of hard-on for it. We should take him hostage.
What the fuck, Nieren?
I'm not in the business of using my blades on people.
Is this thing turning its body into spears and shooting them at us?
Oh, they looked really weird when they were hitting the beach there.
Fine then. I guess we'll all just sit around a campfire and sing songs until we get murdered.
God damn it!
The number of spears flying our way is increasing. Yeah, I can see.
You can be irredeemably evil piece of crap and play at the same time. That's true. I wouldn't have a streaming career if that wasn't true.
My word, if this continues.
Hey, over here! This guy's important to you, isn't he?
This ends here and now. Is this thing immortal?
How can it withstand such an onslaught?
I'm really scared, guys.
I wonder if the shells let the shades kill them all, would humanity come back? Is it like a unification thing? Or are you gonna be able to break it this time? Oh. Detroit?
I think we're in trouble.
What the hell are you doing? Stop him already!
My body won't... Damn it! Fuck!
Where is Kane? Oh, she's there.
Stop! No!
Don't be scared. Soon I'll become human and no one will be able to.
What are you doing? You're gonna get yourself killed.
Stop! Don't hurt these people!
Don't you want to look at the sea together?
So you've been lying to me this whole time? You're a monster!
monster!
It stopped. Focus on the source of its magic. Aim for the head.
Sorry, the fact that he's mad that she's been lying is really funny to me. Not anything else. No, it's the lies. Something lasts you magic power. You can now press L. Okay, LB fire dark lance. Yeah.
We can never be together. You disgust me.
Oh, I should have let them talk. I'm sorry. Hideous body. Cells to rise of mental disorders being causing transmitter, which is likely to make this research effective treatment is underway. That's the white chlorination thing, right? 1 week later.
Thanks. You really saved our bacon.
You've all done so much for me. Offering a little refuge is the least I can do.
Oh, we have to do the facade wolf one. Maybe we're not going to be finishing this route today.
I don't have the words to express how sorry I am. We all knew townspeople were out there being eaten by a shade, but I never imagined I was taking care of it this entire time.
The fault lies with that foul creature alone, Postman. Not yourself.
It's a little bit his fault.
I hope I can believe that someday.
All right, well, we'd better get going. There's someone else we need to break this news to.
Fair enough. I hope to see you out there on the old letter trail again soon.
The old letter trail.
Hey, did you find my husband?
Yeah. The thing is...
Wait, why are you hesitating? Is he alright? Please tell me he's alright. Come on, say something already.
Your husband was killed by a shade. I'm sorry. We tracked him down, but... it was already too late.
No, it can't be true. Big idiot. Always carrying his bag around, thinking about me all the time. Oh God, this can't be happening.
It saddens this old tome to think we'll never hear those two at each other's throats again.
If only I'd gotten to him sooner. Damn it.
Do not let it burden you so, lad. You did the best you were able.
Okay, I think it's just the wolf area now. Maybe if we skip through dialogue we've already heard, but what if it has like a different framing to it? We have to go back to Devoola and Popola right now, right? Thank you, Ocelot Shot First for the bits. David Cage says, oh shit, my bad.
The hell's this, Sunshine?
A letter. That thing wrote it for the postman.
Ha! Man, that is some grade A chicken scratch.
She probably copied the letters as best she could.
So, what's it say?
Drink your Ovaltine. Oh,
I think our
Kanye
friend's
hates
gonna wake
them.
up soon. Let's go.
The strut.
Hey, Kane.
Yeah?
When you were threatening that shade on the beach the other day, how did you know it was trying to protect the postman?
We took a week to tell Red Bag Lady that her husband was dead.
Just a feeling, I guess.
All right.
You had to rest for a week? Uh-oh. What do you mean, Chad? A week is a wrong time to need rest. Oh, it's really messed up. Thank you. Also, shot first for the bits. David Cage says, "Could a robot become human?" Yoko Taro, could a human? David Cage, what? I remember that tweet. That's a good one. I'm in 5 frames per second now. I'm 5 FPS, Henry. There you go, Mare. Gotta give credit to Joke still from chat. The Henry tree is evergreen. Evergreenery. Thoughts on grocery deliveries? I think it's pretty convenient. I think if you want to use it, it's a bit pricey, right? They have inflated prices for everything you get. I enjoy going to the grocery store most times, and it gives me some steps. I don't get enough steps, so it's good to go. Yep. As long as you don't get a nut job that delivers your food, it should be pretty good.
Shades on the coast, the ferryman dead. You've had quite the rough trip. That poor ferryman used to tell me stories of the epic quarrels he had with his wife. He found the whole thing quite amusing. He loved her, though. He loved her with all that he was. Still, you made it back safe, and I'm glad for that.
Have you any new information about the key to the Shadowlord's castle?
I'm still working on the decryption, but I'm afraid progress has stalled. Loyal Cerberus might refer to a dog, but I've never seen anything that would fit the bill.
It must be pretty complicated if even you can't decode it. Well, you're our last hope, so please keep trying, okay?
I will. By the way, I was walking by your house earlier and I noticed you had some mail. You might want to check it out.
Here, the store's own delivery service uses the regular store prices, and the gathering delivery fee is its own item like it should be. Yeah, that's how it should be, but just because that's how it... Also, I think that taxes should be just in the price instead of, you know, you have to do math at the end to realize how much you're actually going to be paying. I just like that about North America. Yeah, again, if in case some people don't know this, a lot of delivery services, especially like Uber Eats, Skip the Dishes and everything, like you're not just paying for delivery to get your food, you're also paying for the food itself is costs more than it would like per item than at the restaurant. So if you're thinking you're just paying for delivery, that's not the case.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Oh, one last thing. Since the ferryman was missing work, I arranged for someone else to handle the job. I'll make sure they know to let you use the boat as before.
Gotcha.
Even without those we have lost, the world relentlessly continues to turn.
Are we resorting to Skibbity now? Detroit? Do you prefer paper or plastic? For what? A bag? Plastic. Straws? Plastic. I hate paper straws. Zoomers in the chat don't understand how great the world used to be back when we had plastic straws. Fuck, I hate paper straws.
The king is getting married. It does this old book good to see a boy become a man.
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king. Let's go to Facade.
Getting kind of dark woke there, Joe. Ooh, what? Buy your own good washable straw and bring it with you. That's what I do. Will you bring your own straw to restaurants and fast food places? Do you have a little case for it? Really? I'm laughing, but maybe people should be doing that. Metal straw? I have some metal straws. They're okay. Okay, I'm not seeing a path up. Yeah, this goes nowhere. How does the door in there lead to a whole other fucking city? Is there a tunnel on that side that I didn't see before? There isn't. We looked up at it. Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. Is that a plot point, or is it just not put together properly? Is that your metal straw that you bring from home in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? I think this is just a see it with love issue. I don't like seeing with love. I want to see with hate. Can you try seeing it with love instead? It'd be nice for you. Are you gonna see Danganronpa at 2x2 with love? Turned our beautiful forest into this. Don't, no, fuck off. No, my brother, we cannot defeat these humans in direct combat. Have faith in me. I know they can learn to live alongside others. I know it well. And then he just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna go kill the queen on our wedding day. I have to do it. There's no other way, the wolves. They actually just showed up to celebrate with the king as a moment of reconciliation. And then she went. The wolf went to give her a hug, and the way that he gave her a hug is just deadly. Just misunderstood the custom.
Well, we can certainly guess what they've been eating.
Rule number 77,000: a wolf must give a hug with their jaws, and just went a little bit too hard. Oh, whoopsie doopsie. So what do you think? Is that an actual dog got turned into a shade, or some guy decided to become a wolf and became a shade? Definitely a guy who is a furry, right? Definitely. Oh!
Oh, great. Covered in sand.
Diving in sand is an excellent way to lose health. Don't try to be more careful,
Kakiri! Oh, you came. It's been so long.
Your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Fira! Oh yes, how rude of me. How nice to see you again.
Hold on. Fira?
Adira! That's right.
You have grown into a fine
Get
example
good.
of womanhood. I'm sure you will make a splendid queen.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Royalness. Congratulations on your wedding. I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but...
Of course. How could we refuse?
That's okay, simple. I liked it. Quick, my brethren, we're going to be late for the wedding. Hurry, one of our brothers is caught in a human trap. Why do they hunt us? The night before the wedding.
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
How would a humble gentleman earn VIP in your wonderful chat? What do you mean by VIP?
What's it to you? You don't even take baths.
Something smell.
Kaine?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
We were invited here by the king, remember?
Sure. But what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Follow the rules.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors, perhaps?
Keep talking, book.
What kind of nudes Joe prefers? Pixelated.
Oh.
What's up?
Just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No, the opposite, in fact.
Bubbled.
I'm just so excited about the wedding that
Bubble,
I can't
bubble,
settle
bubble,
down.
nudes. Bubble,
I bet it's
bubble,
gonna have
nudes, nudes.
streamers and dancing and bears on unicycles and everything. I'm sort of jealous. I wish I was Fira.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
Huh? Oh, right. Bride.
Aw.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
Harvest is weak again this year, and my people are beginning to go hungry. Oh, I'm a bit hungry. Also, a quarrel with the wolves is taking a turn for the worse. Alright, I see a solution. Eat the wolves. The duties of the king are overwhelming. In truth, I feel somewhat... How are the wolves thriving? They can't even farm! What are they eating? How are you losing to the wolves?
Everyone needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
Plus,
This is true.
You want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
Sandwiches? Alright. That's not written in the rules, but perhaps it should be. Someone to fight for. Yes, I like the thought of that. Oh, you're gonna like it more and more come tomorrow. Be strong, young one. Fight! What have we done to earn such wrath? Probably killing people that when they're out in the desert. You are right, my brothers. We move tonight. The humans will pay for what they have done.
Aw, weddings are the best.
I need more
There's
context.
flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great.
Who struck
I'm kinda
first?
jealous. Aren't you jealous, Kaine?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
Where's the scene with all like I don't know, all the sand rabbits that are like, my God, why do the wolves keep eating us? With the shadow rabbit that's like, no, why did they like prying you out of the wolf straw? No, no, why are the wolves done this? You're right, my bunnies. Tonight the wolves will pay for this. Like, what are you doing? And then the shadow shade lettuce that the rabbit's eating. My God, why do the rabbits keep eating us? Let us pray for a solution.
Eat.
The wolves are coming. Run. How did the Shade Wolf do this? Holy fuck.
Vera!
That wolf is a shade.
You raised our forests and poisoned our streams, and now you slaughter our young. Did we? I will abide your existence no longer, mankind. Shit, my wolf, you're a human! You will atone for the sins with blood. You're more to blame for it than we are. Did you later hunt for pelts in the early game? Oh yeah, that you know, yeah, maybe guilty of some crimes. But when it comes to like ruining the world, my understanding is that the shades are humanity that have like, I don't know, shadified themselves, and the humans, air quote humans that we are right now, are shells that came afterwards. So like the shells didn't do shit. Maybe I misunderstand. Maybe the shells did it after it. Yeah, maybe this wasn't a desert. Maybe the shells raised the forest to fuel a meal, especially. Yeah, that is true. Maybe they did. It's been like 1,000 years or something, right? That's long enough.
I would rethink this course of action, King. Ahead lies a battle you cannot win.
Poll results, 69%. The game director, who's to blame? The humans, the wolves.
The king's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
Yeah. I'm Guessing he'll run off to take on the wolves any time now.
Man, the postman would think that so many people are on their period if he saw this blood puddle here.
Will we let him go?
Fucking moron.
Of course not. Hell, I hate the wolves too.
Then we must prepare for the fight.
Hate the wolves.
It will not be an easy one.
I know.
It's okay, next we'll get wolf VN sections where we learn the wolf hears a voice that recontextualizes those cutscenes. Oh, okay. That would be interesting. Do you think if Weiss made an effort to communicate with the Shades, he did learn the facade language really quick? Yeah, I think so, probably.
Are you ready for battle?
So your persona is no longer the wolf? I don't think if it was ever. I never settled on a persona. I don't need one. I'm not a furry yet, but I don't know. I think bears are cooler than wolves. Wolves are really cool, though. Is collecting toenails worse than fingernails? Yes, absolutely. Fear is not the only victim here. Those damn little wolves continue to claim the lives of many people. I will not allow them to suffer anymore. As their king, I must take a stand. Alright, is that true though? Because it seems like you like to just gather all the wolves up in their valley and throw spears at them. It feels kind of one-sided. I don't understand how the wolves are so much trouble.
Madness. The wolves who attacked were only a fraction of the pack. How will you fight them all?
I will not be defeated.
We're not doing it for you, dumbass. It's for Fira.
Kaine, you can't speak to a king like that.
If this is indeed the plan, then let us make haste.
Guerrilla tactics? No, they're wolves. Thinking you drew stuff with 47 months? With a dance? 6-7? Well, that's one way to object to a wedding. I don't understand this scene. Dick? I think the only ethically thing you can be is a plant. I want to be a plant. I want to be a tree. Some plants are evil. Carnivorous plants are evil, sure, that's true. Wait, there's competition between plants. Plants want other plants around them to die so they have more resources. That's true. Yeah, I guess you just can't be moral. You can't exist and be ethical. Alright, well, that's a weight off my shoulders. Now I can do whatever I want. Damn. That's the conclusion I'm coming to. You can be a rock. Rocks aren't alive, though. Maybe the only ethical thing that you could be if you're alive is a giant plant floating through space that photosynthesizes, but also doesn't encroach on any other plant that's floating through space. There you go. That's the only thing you can be. So we must strive to be that. I want to turn into a space plant. We're in our escape. We move now. Uses energy and contributes to heat death. You can't use energy. No, no, no. I hear you, my brothers. And I share your desire to die with honor. Your resolve is strong and your pack thanks you. For the lives of our comrades. For the cause. For the pride of our pack. Death to the invaders. Woo! I mean, you're literally standing on something that humans built, bro. This is their den. I'm sorry to ask so much of you.
Forget it. It's for Fira.
Does your dog howl like that? He can, yeah, but he does it extremely rarely.
Let's move.
How'd you know that? Do you think there are stonemason wolves? Maybe. You criticize humans, you have an iPhone? I don't have an iPhone!
The wolves appear to be targeting the king.
Will he a woo if you a woo? Gatsby. No? No? No, he won't do it. He's just looking at my hand. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
He seeks the king of facade.
I'm a man of many talents. I can make stupid noises.
Such dogged, unwavering defiance. Why do these beasts hold so much rage? The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. But as for the leader...
If even one shade is here, then I have to kill all of them.
True. Do the Minecraft spider now? I don't think I can. It was that kind of noise, wasn't it?
Above you, stay on your guard.
We know a playthrough is taking a turn for the worse when it's just what noises can Joe make. Alright, Wolf, what did you think was gonna happen? Those were my very words, human. Gengar? What have we done to deserve such a fate? I don't know, actually, but probably killing people? But who knows who started it. Gatsby's bigger. Grandfather. Just to see if your thoughts are on the same wavelength as developer intentions, are you getting big 9/11 vibes? No, she was placed into indentured servitude at a young age and forbidden to speak. In that harsh environment with no family, she toiled day after day. He was forced to eat lettuce as a puppy, and just as her future was looking bright.
I believe that young Fira was perfectly content with the life she had.
Cool.
She was?
Of course. Does this not sound like what she would say to you? She was terribly proud of her king, and now you must do all you can to honor her memory.
I will do my best, I swear it. I'm sorry, I need to be alone right now. The king is allowed to shed tears in front of others.
Is that another infernal rule?
People the mass live and die by our rules. Sometimes we even break them. Isn't that right, Fira?
The poor king.
This is all the Shades' fault.
Yeah, it is. The damn Shades. How dare they? We hate the Shades. Death to Kronos.
This is the last of them.
Now we can find the Shadowlord. And Yona.
We certainly can.
Hold on, Yona. I'm almost there.
Do you think Cookie Snake got robbed at Jadseya? Finally, we're asking this question. Absolutely. So many things got robbed at Jadseya. Anyone else pissed off that Umineko won so many awards? Who's running the sham of a show? Like, man, just call it the Umineko Awards next time. Fucking bullshit.
We should return to
They should have done
If she has
something.
any final words for us.
How deep does this go? I feel a bit bad about Jetsei, actually. I was too tired. I think I could have performed better if I had a full night's sleep and everything. Gotta do better next year. Oh, it was great. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think it could have been better, though.
What is it?
Uh-oh.
So, we can finally save Yona now, huh?
It would appear that way.
Our nominations over 2026. I don't know. I think we probably need to talk to Laddie about that. I can't remember. This month has gone by crazy, by the way. To me, it feels like it's still January 14th or something. Like, I lost so much time.
What is it, lad? You've quite the pensive look on your face.
Listen, I need your advice.
Where's that frog? I'm sorry, I'm not being self-negative. I think I did fine, especially considering how much sleep I was. I'm just saying it wasn't ideal, the amount of sleep that I did it on. I think that it could be a more lively, better show if, you know, I'm looking for ways to improve, yeah.
It's about Kaine and Emil. This upcoming fight with the Shadowlord is gonna be rough. And while I'd do anything for Yona, I'm not sure it's fair to drag the two of them into this.
Are you truly worried about such a thing now, after all our merry little band has been through?
Hey, the fuck's this hot garbage you've been spewing?
I like the term hot garbage.
Someone's been eavesdropping, eh?
Kaine, Emil, look, I just...
How many times have we gotten to the, like, who started it in the game? The wolves... The Shades in general. The Aerie? Not really. Conflict in the robot place started with an accident. Who killed the mother, though? The boat is not like that. I don't know. It seems to be coalescing with some sort of point. Missing the point out of 10? What do you mean? Does it really matter who started it? That's what I think the point that they're building to is that you're like, you can see some fault in some parts of it, but also like it's tragic despite it. That's why I'm bringing it up. That's why I'm fucking like trying to account or recount how many times the story is trying to like put that in front of you. Like, to me, hating the Shades makes perfect sense because they're mindless monsters that just rove around, and like they tear down the gate. They're a real big danger. They kill people. But then we see the wolves the same way, and then the wolves have some amount of humanity to them, and the wolves are probably the same. I don't know. It's just that the game isn't working on me right now with... I feel like it's screaming at me, hey, have sympathy for the things that you're killing, and it's just not working. And I don't know if this is a flaw with me, with how I'm approaching the game, or if the game just isn't doing a really good job with it. That's why I'm trying to think about this. Are they mindless? I would say most of the Shades are mindless, yes. They're just roaming around the countryside, just attacking anything that comes close. Not all of them are, though, but I think some of them are. My take is you're supposed to feel sympathy for the slice. Yeah, but I don't. I don't feel sympathy. I don't feel sympathy at all for the shades. I don't feel sympathy for the wolves either. Khalil was very sad to me. Maybe I feel sympathy for Khalil. I can't remember if the robot attacked or whatever. They seemed fine. That's been the most effective. Each side seems to the right, so the justification for killing. Yeah, but the shells are right. Like the shades attack and kill them. I think you have a right to defend yourself. And depending on what it's like when it comes to the wolves, I don't know how that started, so I can't judge that one. But I think with the shades, the shells are right. Ro is probably the most effective one because his younger brother who killed the older one on accident and chose to blame the robot and said, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the shade there, with the shade that had a mother. It's been so on the line between who's the ones defending themselves kind of blurred, very politically on the nose right now. Yeah, but it's not equal because I guess it's an exaggerated part of the point. When you have two sides in a conflict when it comes to humans, you can still talk and communicate, and that makes it even more tragic is that they can sit down and talk. Whereas there's no line of communication with the shades. There's no line of communication with the wolves. There's no talking to this other side. It's just people that attack each other on sight. The issue might be in people might hate this take, and ironically, just the North American notion of what's considered justifiable retribution. I think running around, it depends on how mindless they are. I think that Weifel should be clocking that some of the shades do have some amount of humanity and they're doing some things. That is taking it too far, and I have sympathy for that, especially with Louise. But Louise was killing people to become more human. She's definitely a monster, and she definitely needs to be removed from the town. If she's not going to like remove peacefully, then she needs to be killed, right? You can't just like have someone living in a town just eating people. Like that's not right. Hunting down all the shades indiscriminately and wanting to kill them all, that's where it gets taken to a bit too far. But the shades are attacking people when they wander out. Which meat do you like more, chicken, beef, pork, or seafood? Well, after playing Nier Replicant, I'm gonna go vegan actually. Chicken is my favorite meat overall. I don't really like pork. Seafood's okay. I'm eating more seafood lately, but yeah. Like the two people that seem to be on the shade side and are talking the most, talking like cryptic, vague bullshit that are perpetuating this idea, which are Devoola and Popola. I don't know. Right, I'm not done yet. Like we're like we have still a couple routes after this. I just don't know. Whatever the game is trying to do right now, I feel like it's not working on me. I feel like it's screaming at me to want to have sympathy for all the things that we killed in Route A, and I just don't. Like I feel like Louise, that was absolutely justifiable. Like we barely even interact with her, and then the tentacles came out and she started fighting. It's like, okay, if she's doing that out of fear, fair enough, it's tragic, but like fuck, like why can't we communicate? Why can't we talk? The wolf thing is wild. Like I don't know. Like that's why I started thinking out loud about like is there such a thing as ethical existence? That's where it's coming from. The robot thing might be effective. I can't remember who attacked who at the end there. But it seems like the shade and the robot were just living their best lives in the factory, and then we just came in and killed them. But I don't know if they attacked first or not. The Aerie is weird too. Like those shades could talk, and then as soon as they get a whiff of like, oh, people hate the shades, justifiably, they just like mask off and start attacking. But also at the same time, there was a bunch of like humans, let's call them humans now, even though they're shells, like humans that are like locked in their homes scared. So what exactly is going on in the area? I'm not sure. You're playing this character basically a genocidal maniac when it comes to shades. Nier revels in killing shades even if he acknowledged the existence of intelligent sapiens. Has he acknowledged that though? I don't think so. He's grown up in a world where shades regularly show up and just kill people, and he's probably lost a bunch of people to that. So I don't know. Yeah, in the forest? I don't even know if the forest is the same person though. It seems that, because remember when we first go into the forest in the VN, the book says I wouldn't say that. I don't think there's been a shade that has tried to talk to Weifels. I do agree that there's a thread of you're meant to think, well, who started this, and then go one step further and go, does that matter anymore? Like there's a lot of like, let's call it senseless conflict, right? There's a lot of senseless conflict. Does it matter who started it? We should try to coexist. But the problem I'm having is that I don't see how coexistence is possible. Like, how can you coexist with wolves? But at the same time, how can you coexist with shades that, even when they do start showing some sentience to humanity, their conclusion is that they need to eat humans in order to become more like them, is the problem I'm having. But anyway, let's keep going. It's interesting to think about.
Wanted to leave us behind? Why, so we'd be safe? Fuck that.
Kaine's right. You accepted me. You told me we'd be together no matter what happens. Now it's time for us to return the favor.
Don't make me start talking about loyalty and debts and all that. You know I hate mushy shit.
But...
If it makes you feel better, we're not doing it for free.
Wait, we're paying you?
After we rescue Yona, we're totally gonna call in a favor of our own.
Oh, okay.
We're going on a journey to cure Kaine's possession and restore my body. It's gonna be tons of fun. Just think of all the delicious local foods we can try along the way.
I'm gonna eat way more than my fair share. So you better get ready to pony up.
Thanks, you two. We're gonna rescue Yona. I swear it.
This is definitely giving me way more think about than Automata, at least. But maybe I was too new at streaming to realize what Automata was doing.
Relatively simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
You're overthinking again, Vice.
But...
I don't care if it's a trap. Yona's waiting for me and I'm going.
I see.
I'm going back to my own world. I don't know if we have time to finish, but let's push through. I don't mind going a little later. Thank you, Rocket Cats. That's a cool name for the new sub. Welcome, Rocket Cats. Rocket Cats, cool. And thank you to I'm Too White for the new sub too. Thank you very much.
You're really gonna do it? The whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes. Do be careful.
Thanks.
Oh, why aren't they talking? Oh my god. I hope there's a good reason for it. I hate it when characters don't fucking talk. Oh, it pisses me off. Is that my biggest pet peeve in writing? It's good when there's a point to it, though. If one day moo cows started talking, do you think people stop eating cows? Yes, absolutely. There might be some like holdouts that don't, and they're like, you're not gonna take my beef, but like I think yes, absolutely. Joe, if cows started talking, billionaires would cover it up. Maybe they have already. What if we didn't like what they had to say? I would think even if the cows started talking and the cows were super duper racist, I think people would still not want to eat something that is sentient and can talk in that way.
Are we ready?
Let's all make it back alive, okay?
It would be icky.
It's a plan.
But apparently I'm wrong because Sapiens ate the Neanderthals, didn't they? Different time, I guess. Did they? Yeah, I saw that in a documentary once. One of Andrew Marr's documentaries. Citation needed. I just gave you the citation. Ooh, I can't remember what it was called though, so it's a flawed citation. What if it was proven that every cow is worse than Hitler? Why are we going to Hitler? But yeah, even then, I don't think it doesn't matter how repugnant what they said was. Like, it might be to the point that, oh, we should just, you know, kill them. But I still think people wouldn't want to eat something that has intelligence to the level that it could communicate on that level. I just don't think people would do it. What about the time the Dutch ate the prime minister? Well, they had special ovens to prepare it, so I don't want to judge other cultures. Would they get voting rights? Oh no, maybe. Would you eat a cow that could use cow tools? I don't know. I wouldn't eat monkey. I also probably wouldn't eat crow. That's because monkeys are skinny and weird. Whoa! What the fuck? But you eat pig? No. Very rarely. I don't like eating pork. Dolphins? I would not eat a dolphin, no. What is your opinion on eating organs? I don't like it, but this is coming from a very, like, sheltered place. Yeah, I don't like the thought of eating organs. Muscles or organs? You know what we mean. Hee hee. Alright, chatter, alright. Like the liver? I've eaten liver, I've eaten kidney too, and steak and kidney pie, and it always felt kind of weird and gross to me. I don't like it. I don't think that's something that other people should adopt, by the way. I just personally just don't like it. Can you drop down there? Oh, okay. I was expecting to be able to use the elevator at some point. Did I level up a single time this whole entire route? Do you like the OST? Yes, very much. I think the music is probably a highlight. Where am I supposed to push this, by the way? People eat intestines where I live? I mean, prepared correctly, yeah. I'm sure it's good. Ever had sausage that's intestine? I thought they used part of the intestines to wrap the sausage. Would you give Gatsby a bully stick? Yes, I have several times.
And yet I find it strangely nostalgic. And now the path is open.
You ever had Welsh white pudding? I don't know what that is. I wonder if Devoola and Popola are going to be aware that this is the second time we're here. I'm going to guess no, because a lot of destruction happens. Where is this? Is there some sort of cloaking field around this? That's the top of the building. I'm guessing it's just not present when you look up and it's meant to be there, but they couldn't get it working. Have you eaten bone marrow? Yes, I've eaten some bone marrow. That gives me some icky feelings too, actually, but yeah.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? You must answer.
It can talk!
It can talk.
I ask, why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this?
I believe this is some manner of password.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I've heard this somewhere before.
There you go. That's my best pigeon impression.
To whom I ask, why did you must... I answer, because of a black disease.
Black disease caused by the white chlorination? Huh.
I ask, how can humans extend their lives? I answer, by separating body from soul. I ask, what is the destination of souls?
The soul space.
I answer, they are placed in their corresponding shells. Very well. You are acknowledged as master. You may enter. Well then, it seems the way is open.
Isn't that answer actually wrong? Different kind of shells, maybe?
It's the twins from your village.
Popola? Devoola? What are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village?
Okay, I kind of need to pee, so we're going to take a very short break, like 1 minute, and then we're going to continue until the end. Sorry to go a bit late today, but we're like at the end. I don't want to cut the pacing of the stream and the playthrough, blah, 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 blah. It also give us enough comfortable time in order to finish this week, because I really want to start Metaphor next week. I'm not thrilled about going over time, though, unfortunately, but I'll be back in like 1 minute, maybe a minute and a half. Oh, unless I'm wrong, if this is good, if there's like 3 hours of extra content at the end of this route, I would like to know now so we can, or even an hour extra at the end of this route, then we can cut it now because there's no way. I don't want to go past 8 o'clock. So I'm assuming it's almost going to be the same kind of length, but we'll see. Okay. Welcome back to any Europeans that are watching this on Thursday now after having gone to sleep during this break. Hopefully the timer on the VOD is not too long for you.
This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Wrong.
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
What are you two doing here?
I'm not going to answer that. You can figure it out yourself.
Joe's clock sucks. I was speaking to people in the future that left the stream in order to go to bed and then watch it on the VOD. Okay.
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh?
Chaos.
Well, no, I suppose not. How sad.
We should do Chaos game this year. See you later, Mail.
We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to.
No way to avoid it.
Devoola, what's happening?
Even entities that speak the same language can't fucking communicate in this game.
Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
We never thought we'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block
No way
our
to
path?
avoid this, says streamer, where only streaming this happens. We saved the grove!
What now?
That was so funny, Kingdom Deliverance 2. There have been a couple of good moments in memes from Kingdom Deliverance 2.
They can use the sealed verses.
Why can't you just play the game normally?
The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
But, are you all right?
Devoola, Popola, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with this
You
shade?
fucking murderer!
Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadowlord.
I've become very good at rolling those types of chat comments, except for when it's about cooking an egg.
You must search for that answer yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadowlord's castle.
Devoola and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
You okay, Vice?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets.
Me too, bud.
But now the latter seems to be... Well...
Vice?
Do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Vice. I am perfect with...
I think I hear a waltz.
Waltzer. What's the waltz room all about? What? Ooh. I have no idea what this is meant to represent.
It certainly is a grand affair.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all shades.
I think we're locked in.
It's not like I was
Hell
planning
yeah.
to leave.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
Shades want to remember what being human is like or something, or Yoko Taro just saw a movie. I think you're getting your auteurs mixed up. Or is Yoko Taro like that too, and I don't know? God help us if Kojima ever sees Drive. Alright, so what's everyone gonna be in our WoW Classic Guild? I'm gonna be a warrior, I'm gonna be a tank. We need a couple of people to be healers. We need someone else to tank with me. We only need 2 tanks. Bro, I'm not playing that shit. Well, good thing you're not invited then. Please though, please, will you? I'll be a bear tank. Nah, warrior or nothing. It's classic, you can't tank. What are you talking about? Bears weren't viable until like Wrath of the Lich King. Well, bear, you could kind of bear tank Onyxia and stuff. I guess maybe you could now that everyone has like so much more experience with it. You could probably do it.
Damn it! They won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good...
Parts!
We don't need to decide now. We just need 25 druids and we'll switch out as necessary. 25 druids.
Protect Kaine for us.
Kaine, hurry!
We leveled up.
Open yet?
Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
Okay, why are these so hard to get? What the? Okay, we're just gonna shoot. I haven't been raid leader Joe for so long. I was a really good raid leader, holy shit. Probably not anymore though.
No, you idiots, what are you doing?
Love doesn't want to open? Fine. I'll just break it down.
Stop, you impatient fool.
Goddamn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh! Got it.
Kaine, look out!
Imagine streaming raid leading and playing WoW at the same time. And apparently, at the highest level of WoW raiding now, shit is so complicated that the raid leader cannot play the game. They just look in from outside, coordinating the whole entire raid.
These things are freaking me out.
The balls. Where's Kanye? Kanye? Like full-on coach role? Yeah. Apparently, the highest teams also have like a mod guy that is updating their fucking weak ores or whatever the fuck as they learn the fight.
Kaine, what's wrong?
We wait for so long we can finally recreate them. I didn't realize we were talking. I'm sorry. Spare the lives of the children. Oh shit. Okay, I'll stop fighting then. Please, I beg you. I've stopped. Can you stop shooting me?
We need to help Kaine.
You okay?
Yeah. Well, we got problems.
There, little ones. Nothing to be scared of anymore. Mommy's here. Everything will be fine now. Aww. Oh, well, why are we being rewarded with boar fight? There's no justice in the slaughter of innocents. Okay. How many have you killed? How many? Your actions can never be forgiven. Alright. I mean, your king started it, but alright.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Oh! Revealing that you can understand them. Oh, shit.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Your heart is different. It ain't hatred, and it ain't sadness. What's going on here, sunshine?
How should I know?
Kaine, are you all right?
I'm fine. Let's just kill some shit and move on, all right?
Interesting. Oh, how very interesting.
Damn shit. Oh dear.
What if I didn't kill a single ball? Would it acknowledge that?
Can we even hurt this thing?
That bar. Oh no.
I can't stop now. Damn it.
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going! Let's go!
Oh shit. Wrong door?
This way! Move!
Bum, 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 bum. The Zugio or Zugio for the 36 month, 3 years. Holy shit. 36 months? That's almost a year. Nice. Thank you.
How can we deal with this thing?
Bye, Boar. Nice one, chat. Knowing that Victoria will not be in Life is Strange reunion fills you with whatever the opposite of determination is. Resignation. I think you also didn't notice the shade subtitles earlier explain what the ballroom was immediately after us. Oh, what was it? Yeah, I missed the first round. I didn't realize they were talking. The first time I saw it was when it started saying these are children, please don't kill them. And then I stopped attacking.
Damn it, I can't get it open!
Attack incoming!
They explained it was a ballroom. It's where it's a play on words ballroom. These are where the balls are born.
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
Oh, you pissed her off now. Maybe you shouldn't have killed her friends. Look at her. So full of scorn and hate. She's just like you, Sunshine.
Like you're any different.
Huh?
Hate is just another crutch for you.
Hey now.
You're in pain, you're lonely, no one likes you.
Hey!
So you try to hide it under violence and hate.
I'm not like that at all.
It's okay.
I am.
It is.
Look, I'm the same way. But just realizing that isn't going to help. It's too late for us now. It's too late for everything. We're too far gone, you and me. That's why we...
If you have any pet with all the resources and just take care of it, what would it be? And the pet would be like happy in captivity or whatever. Like I don't know. I like dogs, man. Dogs are probably my favorite animal. I don't need an exotic pet. I like an aquarium. Aquarium would be cool. I just don't want. I just want someone to look after it for me. I don't want to have to do aquarium maintenance.
Casa, tedo to, chi iruto te.
Aquariums are hard to. Yeah, and I would be like really worried about being negligent about looking after the fish. Yeah.
What are you doing here?
You are correct.
I had a boss once who had an aquarium, and it was for plants, and the only reason he had fish in it was to help the growth of the plants. The fish were completely secondary. I thought it was really interesting and funny. Fish die for the stupidest fucking reasons too. Yeah, fish are fucking dumb. Stupid fish.
Stop!
You don't like cats? I like cats, yeah. I prefer dogs though.
Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
I've had a couple of cats in my life. I'd get another cat right now if I thought that Gatsby would be fine with it. Which he probably would be. I don't like having a cat box though, a litter box. I don't like that.
Find that thing on your own!
おタオキアルタビエトクルトコチイルカテケタルイトエチケロアルテリアダ
Let me try one of those automatic litter boxes. I'd be worried about the cat hurting themselves inside of it. Like, what if it activates while the cat is pooping? Okay, so none of this has been different so far. With the king showing up. Has new content justified going through all this again?
Open the damn door!
Yes and no. It's been interesting, but I think they could have done it way better.
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
I don't like the slapping. I don't like the trope either of, you know, slap someone to knock themselves out of something or a stupor or something. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Don't get me wrong, I let Kaine slap me, but, you know, not in this context.
Devoola, Popola.
Oh, look. You made it. We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1,300 years ago.
Is that the same number as last time? I think so.
Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
Gestalt?
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
Why are you acting like this? It's so shit. Is there a reason? Am I gonna like the reason?
Weiss! My mind. I remember. Devoola, Popola, you are not human. In fact, oh no.
I think the VA isn't doing a bad job. Oh, the VA is doing a fine job. It's just from a character standpoint of Devoola and Popola being like, you know, real characters who have motivations and drives and wants and desires and their own thing. Like what's going on through their heads when they're doing this posturing right now? Like, what are they doing? Like, what is this? That's what I mean.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister?
Do they? Yeah, maybe they don't. Maybe that's the answer. I would accept that answer. Like, maybe they're just automatons. That's fine. They're following an algorithm. But, like, I would like to know that, yeah.
All of us, every person standing in this room, are mere shells created by the true humans.
My eye hurts. Uh-oh.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
So then humans, I mean, the true humans, are extinct?
What is human, really?
No. They still live on. You know them as shades. Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
All right.
Wait.
Sorry, but we're gonna be needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time.
Why didn't he just take it then?
Please don't be angry with us.
I'm confused.
We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans. You have your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Sorry.
Oh man.
You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
Cannot block it.
No! I'm nothing like you!
Devoola?
I'd really like to hear that song in totality one day. Is it Christmas in here?
Popola, are you crying?
No! Don't die!
You know, Popola, I understand now why we're twins. It's because we were born without souls.
Devoola is hotter, yeah.
I can't stop the bleeding. Oh god, I can't stop it.
This world is too lonely for one without a soul. There's too much emptiness. Our souls are missing. And yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird.
Is this the most justifiable murder in the game? Like, they're not talking properly, they attack us first.
Devoola!
Like, this one we feel good about, right?
No, I can't be alone!
This is just self-defense. They're just being stupid. I thought Louise was justified choosing people. It's justified, but like she's maybe childlike in terms of mentality, doesn't really know what she's doing. These two know.
Stop.
Maybe they don't have a choice? Stop. I don't know. I feel like they could talk.
Stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop?
Okay.
Popola, wait! It doesn't have to. No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
Please, don't do this, Popola! You and Devoola were like parents to me!
Those two have watched the world wither for time immemorial. Coolness of such a place is
Oh, we're not ready to deal damage, okay.
I don't want to do this! I don't want to fight her!
Stop bitching and start fighting! It's the only way!
No stopping. No stopping ever!
The bridge!
Blast! We're trapped.
I've got an idea.
Poor Emil.
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right.
It's a really cool scarf.
You know, when I was young, I hated my eyes. And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend. Goodbye, my friends. Thank you for everything.
Emil.
For so long, all I could do was destroy. But now, I have a chance to save something.
No!
Now get going. okay?
Emil.
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Emil! Emil!
Emil! You jackass, get back here! Emil!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and Vice can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have to learn. I want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
I love the whiplash of like the gentle goodbye into that just gigantic explosion. It's really cool. Very, very violent. The music's back? I don't remember this scene. You took the lives of our families. You're kind of hard to kill, aren't you? Demon, you stole our children's future. Stop talking. Get over here. Why isn't it regenerating? Okay. Interesting they're showing that scene this time, but they didn't show it last time. Why is that? Soon my body will arrive, then we can be together, just like before. I wonder if he called himself the Shadowlord.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do. Chase, as you miss said, Defilers, none of you are human. This is a holy sanctuary for humans. Leave it once, beast. The sanctuary must remain under our protection. There's a final bastion. For the sake of those we love, we will not allow it to be destroyed. And then it goes into you're killing kids with the balls or whatever. Okay. So shades can take different forms. So they were taking the forms of like human specters in order to enjoy a dance. Why don't they just stay in that kind of form all the time then? Is it just an illusion and they can't hide their true form when they're like interacting with matter maybe? Okay, thank you for the clarification on what they said. I completely missed it. I wasn't expecting to have to read right then and there. Yeah, coloring book as a drop is very sad.
Yona! This ends here.
Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
How can a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadowlord?
Don't speak in such a manner, fool. I am nothing like you.
We're expecting Grimoire Noir to have more lines.
Be careful!
I know!
Hey, Sunshine. I ain't certain of this, but I think your heart is evolved. The hate is gone. The sadness is gone. It's just a bunch of white light now. What the hell's going on here?
You can't tell, Tyler. You're not the only voice in my life anymore. I've experienced fear, hate, and no sympathy.
I've experienced Nier.
A curse. A freak. I know that. But guess what? He still accepts me. He still forgives me.
Oh, come on. You're doing this for him?
I'm tired of this world and everybody in it. But I'll become his sword one last time.
Is she talking about us or Emil? I wonder.
Vice, you alright?
Naturally, I'm as fit as a fit.
Wait.
Probably Wyfels, because she met Wyfels before Emil. I feel like she was closer to Emil. But it could be about Wyfels. Could be either.
Please, just stop. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body. I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him. It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
You called her Yona? They have the same names? How are the shells being made?
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to... I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that... I love you.
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
Kaine, watch over Yona for me.
Sorry, some people don't understand why I asked that question. So the reason why I'm asking is that my understanding is that there was a Yona and a Wyfels, probably the ones that we played at the beginning of the game when we were in the frozen city. Those are the actual human Wyfels and Yona, and they hadn't yet gone into whatever shadification that happens to humans at the time, whatever. They hadn't gone into that yet. Or if that isn't them, then they must have existed at some point in the past. Humans become shades, and in order to survive, because of the illness, the Black Scrawl, White Chlorination, whatever it is, and then 1,300 years later, there are two people that are born that are the shell equivalents of Yona and Wyfels, and it just so happens that they're born with the same names even, so that doesn't make sense to me whatsoever. So there must be some sort of method or mechanism that is making the shells that, like, every human that is a shade also has a shell that's being made that can match up to them, and they somehow have the same name at the same time even when they are a shell. Like that's what I mean. Like, where are they coming from is my question. I don't quite get it. That's why I'm asking. I don't necessarily need an answer right now. I'm just thinking out loud.
Think I'm gonna sympathize with you? I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down.
Yeah.
Come on, let's finish this. What's wrong?
Devoola and Popola says something about like this sort of thing in second fight. Yeah, how are they doing that? Is there like a shell printer under the mansion or under the library? Like, is there some sort of facility? Like what's going on? I'm pretty sure the shells can procreate because they have kids.
One
so
moment, please. You okay? Fine, just fine. All right, no, I'm not.
Vice.
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Vice, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But...
Let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
Where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name? Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice.
I enjoy Vice too.
I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live! Shadowlord.
Wish there was more of this stuff. Did he shake his head like that last time? I think yes, but it's sticking out in my mind for some reason. It's just because it's a weird thing. Sorry if you can hear the dryer. It's banging around a little bit. I can hear it, but I don't know if the microphone's picking it up. All I brought you is pain, years of painful, lingering memories. I couldn't do it. I couldn't rescue you. I'm so sorry. I failed. Your brother failed.
Here, you can have this cookie.
Cookie ending?
Don't worry about it, Yona. I'm already full.
This again? That's what you said yesterday. You haven't been eating anything lately. Come on, at least take half.
Aw.
Thanks.
Oh, now my toothbrush is making noise. Fuck. Why? Why? Whoa, what the fuck?
Hey.
Is this where the shades go when they're inactive? I wonder if a shade can ever be truly killed. Only like banished to like some resurgence realm.
Thanks for always being there for me. Oh, here. I brought your hat.
Thanks, Yona.
All right, not feeling this at all right now. This was a lot of work for not very much more context. Is there something after the credits? It's me. I've become a replicant. I'm possessed.
The Black Scrawl has taken hold of this microphone. Now you must all hear me crackle through the ages.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is really bad. Oh, there we go. Okay. Can you hear me? Is the microphone working? Thank you for the raid, John Struct. You missed a chance to do Robot Henry. I'll do it next time it crackles. Laura Disney? Imagine having your last name be Disney. You were saying something before Crackle started about not hitting. This was a lot of work. Like doing through the whole second half of the game again for not much more context perspective. I don't know. This is not landing with me at the moment. Like, there's a lot to like in the game, don't get me wrong. There's a lot to think about. There's some interesting interactions. But in terms of the structure of the game, making me replay all of that for what I consider to be right now very little increase in the amount of information I have is making me unhappy. Jewish Kabbalah spoiler, light is the emanation called Seafront of God that tries to comprehend itself as vessels, keep shattering but repairing. Every action is part of this. The goal is unity, source of God by climbing up the emanations. Impurities exist externally of God and a cause source of evil are called shells. That doesn't help me at all with why it just so happens that the shells have the same name and were born around the same time. Like, it's interesting, don't get me wrong. I think I read a little bit about that because of Witcher 1, the Seafront were in Witcher 1. But that doesn't help me at all with the questions I have. Unless we're leaning into a the reason why the eagles couldn't fly down the Mordor is because then we couldn't have a story. Is that, well, the reason why the shells show up with the exact same names right now is so we could have this story about these shells and the shades. It's like, okay, that's gonna be very dissatisfying to me. But there's more to enjoy in the story apart from that. I don't really find it strange. Really? Shells block access to the pure light, must be burnt away, only the perfect unity be achieved, etc. What has that got to do with the question I'm asking, though? There's reasons, but chat will get timed out for saying them. Oh, are they spoiler reasons? Okay, never mind. Am I asking questions that are explained later? My bad. I think it's because I'm seeing credits. I feel like I'm allowed to ask questions, and that's not true, is it? We haven't seen a couple of routes yet. My bad. Sorry. I'm baiting chat. But I like speculating with chat with people that are also seeing this for the first time. Oh, I'm just ahead now. I'm headry.
That was crazy. I can't believe how well my sister's body holds up.
It's a weird thing to say, bro.
Kinda hard to move when you're just ahead. I wonder where everybody is. I can't wait to see them again. But before that can happen, there's some stuff I gotta do first. Like finding a body. Or at least some legs.
Oh no, the wolves!
I sure hope Kaine and Vice haven't killed each other yet. I swear, you leave them alone for 1 minute.
Okay. A and B. Okay, it looks like there's room for a C. Looks like there's room for A, B, C, D, E, F, actually. Are there 6 endings? I hope not. Lingering memories. You view the second ending, ending B. Ending C. Obtain all the weapons in the game. You'll be able to make one final decision that affects the story. Okay, so we did that already. Alright, so we go all the way to the end. Why do we need all the weapons? Is it because you need an specific weapon, but they don't want to tell you what weapon it is, so they just make you get all of them instead? My interpretation for Nier is the feelings of the characters are realer than the feelings, memories of the humans, I guess. The true purity lives on in them, I guess. The shades of expectation of the previous humans who did the stuff that nuked them. Alright, okay, so that's fair. Like, everything you're saying is interesting and fair. However, the question I'm asking in my head is a pragmatic kind of, storyteller that hates metaphor and thinks all subtext is cowards. It's not how I feel, actually, but I like plot construction very much. And I can engage with more like esoteric things and more things on the thematic side or anything like that. But I also like it when the plot construction is reinforcing and very thoughtfully contributing to the story. So the issue I'm having, would almost a throwaway line really, is the fact that both the shell and the shade of the sister are both named Yona, which means that Shadowlord is also named Wyfels. So the problem I'm having with that is that why is it that 1300 years later, there just so happens to be someone who is born as a brother and sister, two people are born at the same time, they're brother and sister, that just so happen to have the same body and the same name and look exactly like them, that sort of thing. That's what I'm asking. And maybe there is a reason, but I would like to speculate with people in the chat who have not played this game before. So is it, like, my mind immediately goes to some sort of like printer technology, 3D printer technology that is somewhere near the fucking town that is printing the shells. Devoola and Popola are probably in charge of that, but then at the same time they also don't want Wyfels to go and speak to the Shadowlord, but they also do, but they're going to stop you, but also encourage you and say they've been waiting, but also stop you from it. Like, why didn't they just combine the shade and the shell when they were born? Like, why do you have to wait for that? Does the body have to match the age of the person when they became a shade? Because if that's the case, then aren't they already fucked at that point? Because aren't the shades, didn't they become shades before Wyfels grew up? Like, I don't know. Like that's I don't understand. And then if there is some sort of printing technology that's printing shells, then my next question becomes like, okay, are the shells capable of procreation? Because it seems like people are having kids in these towns. Like, if the shade people through Devoola and Popola seem to be in charge of a lot of the community and in charge of a lot of shit, like why are they fighting? If they have a line of communication through shades and shells, through Devoola and Popola, why is there conflict? Why can't they just all live in peace and harmony, kumbaya? I don't understand. Like, there's lots and lots of things that I'm just not getting. It seems like there's some engineer behind the scenes that is pulling strings, and I guess they're just shit at their job. Like, that's how I feel at the moment. The repeated conflicts and everything is an interesting thing to think about, and like, it is making me stop and think about like, oh, I'm so hyperfixated on like who cast the first stone, and then realizing, okay, but does that actually matter? Like, after so much time has passed since who cast the first stone, and the people who are alive now are a wholly new batch of people that aren't the same as people who cast the first stone. Like, we just have to let it go at some point and just be like, okay, let's try and learn to live with peace. I just think it's kind of weird to do that with wolves, and secondly, some girl that just shows up in a slave ship and starts killing people to become more human. Like a bunch of shopkeepers in a town that is basically keeping all the shells hostage in quarantine while they are selling things, but also will start fighting the first time someone shows up with a sword to fight them, even though we could interact and buy things for them beforehand. What was the other one? What happens in the Forest of Myth is really interesting, actually, because the Forest of Myth, there was no conflict there. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on at the moment. I just feel like with the information right now, I feel like the message of the game is coming through very flawed. And like I said, that's fine. If there's more to it later, then I will enjoy that. But right now, my biggest issue with the game is that I just played the game for 7 hours and did the whole entirety of the second half of this game again. And I feel like I got maybe half an hour of new stuff out of that. Dryer. And there was a lot of repetition, a lot of going through that for very little additional context. Now maybe that's the point. Maybe you're supposed to be like, just maybe I'm supposed to be sitting in here basking in awe at the reframing, being like, oh my god, everything they say, now that I know that the enemies have been killing, being worthy of sympathy, I can't believe it. Well, first of all, it was pretty obvious that something like that was going on even in the first time with the way that all the scenes were framed. But secondly, it's kind of falling flat because even with context of what they've been doing, it's like, okay, Ship Lass still needed to die because she's not talking and she attacks us really quickly and she's killing people in the town. We can't talk to the wolves. We also can't really talk to the shades either, even though fucking Devoola and Popola could facilitate the communication, but they won't because fuck you, I guess. And like Force of Myth is not really much going on. Oh yeah, the robots in the factory too. That one's just kind of weird. We don't have full context for that because we don't see that it was actually the brother's fault that the other brother died. So maybe I would have enjoyed this more. Maybe there's going to be even more new stuff in the next routes, and this route was more of a like, do it again with a little bit more of context, and let's try and give you the least amount of possible new stuff in order to get this twist to land that, oh, the things you've been killing all along are worthy of sympathy. But in my mind, it's like, okay, they're worthy of sympathy, sure, but they're not worthy of sympathy to the point that I feel bad about fighting them, because what the fuck else was I supposed to do? And I don't mean in the way of like, oh, the game is making me fight them, like in fucking Spec Ops: The Line. I mean, in like, even if I had complete and utter free like immersive sim capabilities to engage with these problems, like I can't talk to them. So how am I supposed to? I can't negotiate Ship Lass to leave. I can't negotiate the wolves to just stop killing people to go into the desert. You know what I mean? Like what else am I supposed to do? And maybe it's building up to it. Maybe that is the tragedy of the game. It's like, okay, sometimes fights just perpetuate themselves over and over and over again, forever and ever and ever. Gabe End, isn't that fucking tragic? Yeah, that's kind of tragic. But yeah, that happens. What do you hope the next endings routes do? Give me more information about exactly what has happened in the past 1300 years. I've not played the game since Mingaleg. Ultimately, the purpose is clear, to try and build the story twist. Even if there is no complete satisfying answer, maybe it still might not be the largest stretch the game takes, and the answer will be serving a very clear goal in the first place anyway. So it would not be satisfying to me, probably, I think. I feel like there's like a word missing there. So it's just, it was a twist for the sake of a twist? Louis' part was actually a replicant only thing. It wasn't in the original Nier. It was an adaptation of some book or something. I don't, if I remember correctly, but I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of where both sides think they're right, but they speak different languages. I don't know the context about that, man. I don't want to focus on this morality thing. Like, to me, it's such a boring. It's such a boring hypothetical that some people don't like. But it's like if someone breaks in on my house and is threatening my life, and I somehow have the capability of fighting back and I kill them, like, I'm gonna feel bad about the interaction because I don't like what just happened. I don't like what I just went through. I don't like that I ended someone else's life. It's not a pleasant thing to go through. But in terms of ethics, I'm completely in the right, I think. Like, I have a right to defend myself. So it's the same thing here. Like, a lot of the moral quandaries that the game is throwing at me right now are like, until I have more information, they're just kind of boring. It's just like, well, this well, not boring in the sense of like bad in story. It's just like plain to see like what the right answer is. Would you have felt more bad if the Shadowlord and the wolf fist bumped in the afterlife? The wolf shade is wild. They're trying to make you feel sympathy, but only really gone look they're self-aware, which is like cool, but they still did the action, so not much changes. But maybe that's the point. Maybe you're supposed to try and build sympathy without knowing exactly how it started. You're supposed to realize that like you're having a fight with something that you never know exactly how it started, but really, do you want this to go on forever? But it's falling flat for me because they can't talk. Because you can't talk, how are you supposed to ever fix it? Like, if there's no way to stop fighting, is it just like throw your hands up in the air? Well, doesn't this suck? I guess so. Maybe there's something to be said about that. There's something interesting there. Like this really, really sucks, you know? Like, but basically we're the baddies of games. I don't think so though. Can you talk to people who don't know English? Yeah, you can communicate someone who doesn't know a language. The issue with the Shades is not that we don't speak a similar language, is that the Shades just don't respond to attempts at communication. Which is why I'm like, I don't think we're the baddies. Like, they explicitly show that when we go to Facade. They don't speak the same language, but they somehow found a way to communicate. Like, you'll show up with Facade, and like human factions will fight all the time. You go up to Facade, they don't speak the language. They have a very different culture. They are very strange and alien and foreign, and yet you still get along, and eventually you find out how to communicate with them, even though you don't speak the same language. Well, why can't you do that with the Shades? Well, the reason you can't is because as soon as you get close to a Shade, it tries to fucking kill you. It's the same thing with the Wolf. As soon as you try to get next to a Wolf, it tries to fucking kill you. When we try to get to speak to Shiplass, she tries to fucking kill you. It's like there's a problem here. I am almost certain that if the conversation with the ones that do talk in the Aerie, the Shades are capable of communication. That's a really weird thing actually that shows that. Maybe there's more to it. I should think about it more, or maybe I should wait for more of the roots. I'm enjoying this conversation, by the way. But like when you go and speak to the Shade that's at the Aerie, like we don't know it's a Shade yet, and it just. And at the first sign of trouble, it just transforms and tries to kill you. Like, why can't it talk a little bit more? Because I'm pretty sure that if it did try to communicate, Wifles would be like, wait, hold on. You're a Shade, we can talk to you? Like, dudes, what's your problem? Why do you keep attacking us? Like, isn't there a way that we can work together here? I think that would happen. So in chat, just point out the Shades and start with the young Waffles and actually attack Wifles in the frozen place? Or in the first area in after the time skip? So this might be rising tensions, but I need to verify. But if I remember correctly, the Shades are passive towards you in the first half of the game. I think the game is connecting the way Kanye and Emil are ostracized for parts of them with how the Shades are treated. It's likely they were killed and hunted just based on how they look at first. Maybe. Aren't we told that the Shades attack the town? Because the town already has fortifications to keep them safe from the Shades at that point. And they're trying to stay away from. They're trying to get safety from the Shades with Kanye as well. Why did the Shades fight human Wifles at the start anyway? I don't know. Were they hostile there, or did you also have to fight them? Remember correctly, didn't you specifically not attack the Shades at first? I remember there was a part where I just stood there waiting for the Shade to attack me, and it didn't let me proceed until I did attack first. But I don't know if that was outside with the pipe, or if it was later on after that. That does kind of undercut the theme of the game, really, if it wouldn't let me proceed until I attacked. Or, I don't know, it depends on how you look at it. Starting to get super political with it, but it's hard to feel like you can negotiate with someone who seemingly wants to end your existence, even if there's a chance you might convince them. Yeah, but if there's never been an attempt at communication, and you are almost always the aggressor, that's your own fault. Right? It's like the wolves. It's like, I don't know, like how can you communicate with someone that doesn't want to? Shades are corrupted though, so they're being able to, not really able to communicate. Are they? Some have sentience, but even then it's not like they're restored to humanity full consciousness. I believe the next ending explains a little bit better. Okay. In Project Gestalt files you read last stream, they say that the Gestalts are experiencing catastrophic loss of sentience and begin to attack replicants, which goes against many of the talking points here, but is also in conflict with what actually happens in the game. So, yeah, I don't know. Need more context, need more information. I think this all comes back to the Hermit Crab dilemma. It's so true. There's obviously some evil Shades, Tyran and his love of murder, but I think there's an implication that this is just a few Shades, just like how a few people in mankind are evil too. But then humanity generalizes the Shades based off of violent incidents and the lack of desire for communication with what they see as less than human. Do they say they're like the less than human? I don't get that vibe. I feel like most people, again, it's hard to talk about this game because when you say people, you're actually talking about the Shades, because Shades are the humans and the shells are something else. I see more like fear, like big time fear. Like it seems like all of the settlements except for maybe Seafront are like terrified of the Shades. It's like a mortal danger that is out in the wild. Facade is more about the wolves though. Post 9/11 fears, for example, it comes back to 9/11. Yoko Taro has done it again. It's also the account of the Shade who killed Kanye's grandmother, and the huge, gigantic Shade that showed up and ripped the fucking gatehouse down at the end of Act 1, and just went around like fucking just ripping, tearing through the whole entire town, and we had to try really, really hard to stop it. We didn't even. We had to imprison it under the library. He wanted to remodel the town. That's true. He was there helping out. Like, are they in constant communication? Because if they're not, like independently, a Shade just like washed up onto the shores of Seafront, and it seemed to be one of the most intelligent and cognizant of them all, and just decided to eat them. Just here I go, just killing and consuming humans, like or shells. Why would the Shades just be hanging out in the wild like that? If they have a castle and they have a community and they can communicate with each other and they have their own like place? Why are they just like out in a field? What are they doing? Didn't go too deep into the themes of Replicant, but the number one takeaway I had from it was that every faction feels like they're in the right and justify their actions, whether it's because they're slighted first or that they just don't understand the other faction because of a language barrier. There are parts where the Shades are in the right, where the Replicants are in the right, but they just can't talk it out. Yeah, that's pretty apparent from what happened today. But my issue right now, which is based on half information, is that it seems to me that there are people that actually are right. Imagine if the Shade could write down words to communicate. It was trying, and Kaine ripped it up. Rereading Project Gestalt files might help with some speculation. Yeah, we should do that tomorrow when we get them again. Is anyone from the community live? We should raid and stop the stream. Mouse is playing Kingdom Hearts. Okay. Did we check the wardrobe today, by the way? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we put the samurai and the kuriki. I can't remember what they're called. Definitely don't think there's a right answer. The game pushes for it personally. Like, you have to agree the facade is right against the wolves. They're wolves, right? What's the answer there? Thank you for the stream, Joe. It was a lot of fun. You're welcome, Eric. Glad you enjoyed it. Don't feel bad about feeling out of the loop. Half the information on the periphery of the story is linked to the mobile game and interview, so most people in chat who had the full picture didn't get from the game anyways. Oh, what the fuck? What? Oh, I'm upset now. So owned, pretty owned. You also have to go to Japan. Yeah. So is Kingdom Hearts. So it is Kingdom Hearts. It is Kingdom Hearts. So there is magic. I think the wolves attack because they're also being killed. The conversation is who started it then. Okay, but they're wolves. Like, in what scenario could there ever not be an attack between people inhabiting an area the same with the wolves? Like this what we do hear them talk though. Do we? It's just the shadow wolf that talks, isn't it? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Anyway, raid's going through. See you tomorrow, everyone. Metaphor next week. See you later, everyone who's watching the VOD or is watching on YouTube if they ever go up on YouTube. I hope we can sort out the copyright thing. Let's hope for more context tomorrow, as always. More context forever.